Imagine arriving in a town where every door stands open, every light still burns, and every person has simply vanished. Before you can make sense of the silence, it begins watching you. That is The Chilling World of Phantoms, a haunting thriller by Dean Koontz, a master of suspense whose fascination with fear, isolation, and the hidden darkness beneath ordinary life shaped one of his most unforgettable stories. First published in 1983, the novel went on to reach millions of readers around the world, earning its place among the modern classics of horror and suspense. Koontz, also known for unforgettable novels like Watchers, Intensity, and Odd Thomas, has spent decades captivating readers with stories that blend relentless tension, human emotion, and the terrifying unknown. Phantoms was later adapted into a feature film in 1998, bringing its eerie mystery to the screen in a new form. What you're about to experience is a third-person retelling of the story, not a word-for-word reading of the original novel. The visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. As you follow each unsettling discovery, you'll also uncover fascinating facts about the novel, its creation, its film adaptation, and behind-the-scenes details woven naturally throughout the journey. The story begins. The faint, distant scream reached Deputy Paul Henderson as a brief, shrill note that didn't seem to belong in the quiet afternoon. He lifted his gaze from the magazine, his head tilting as he strained to catch any repetition. Dust motes drifted through a shaft of sunlight slanting across his desk, and the only sound was the soft creak of his chair as he shifted. Through the front windows, Skyline Road lay still and peaceful under the golden sun, leaves rustling in a light breeze. No sign of disturbance. After several seconds of listening, he doubted he'd heard anything at all, probably just his imagination, a symptom of the restless boredom that came with the off-season. He almost wished someone had screamed, just to break the monotony. At 24, finishing his first year as the sole deputy in this quiet town, he found the slow months tedious compared to the winter frenzy of skiers and their troubles. He sighed and looked down at his magazine again, and then a second scream cut through the stillness. This one a man's voice, distant and sharp, carrying the unmistakable tone of pure terror, not alarm or excitement. He rose, adjusting his holster, pushing through the gate and the railing toward the door, when he heard movement behind him. Impossible, since he'd been alone all day, and the holding cells were empty, the rear door locked. He turned, and found he wasn't alone anymore, and the boredom vanished in an instant. As Jenny Page guided her Pontiac Trans Am through the mountain pass, the landscape bathed in the soft green and deepening blue of twilight, she felt a quiet joy settle over her, a sense of returning to where she belonged. The trees crowded close as she turned onto the county road, and she switched on the headlights when the overhanging boughs formed a dark tunnel. Beside her, her 14-year-old sister Lisa, so alike in features with the same auburn hair and green eyes, expressed her delight in being here, asking about snow and skiing lessons. Jenny explained that she'd be too busy once the season started, but mentioned a friend named Hank Sanderson who might teach her. Lisa, with the keen interest of her age, wondered if Hank was a boyfriend, and Jenny smiled. Remembering her own teenage preoccupations, she assured her that Hank was just a friend. Passing a sign that read Snowfield 3 miles, Lisa eagerly anticipated meeting boys her age, but Jenny set boundaries, insisting she date only locals, which prompted Lisa to protest that she was no longer a child, a claim Jenny gently challenged, affirming her role as guardian and sister. The girl grumbled about Jenny being as strict as their mother, and Jenny didn't deny it, which made Lisa sulk for a moment before Jenny lightened the mood by offering her the freedom to tie her own shoes and use the bathroom when she wanted. Lisa's composure cracked into giggles, and she played along, asking about eating when hungry. Jenny replied with mock generosity, and they settled back into easy rapport, the tension dissolving. For Jenny, this easy bond was a welcome surprise. She had been away from most of Lisa's life, focused on her medical career, and only recently had she realized how much she'd missed by maintaining that distance. Now, with her mother gone, she hoped to close the gap. As the road rose and the sky brightened briefly above the valley, Lisa complained about her ears popping, and they rounded a bend into Snowfield's Main Street. Lisa was delighted by the town's quaint charm, the strict building codes, the absence of neon and garish signs, and Jenny felt a quiet pride in showing her this place she loved. As Jenny drove through the town, she noted the rustic wooden signs and the eclectic mountain architecture: stone, slate, timber, exposed beams, and mullioned windows, but the beauty couldn't hold her attention against the growing unease. Lisa remarked on the quiet, and Jenny began to reply, but her words died as she realized the stillness was absolute, unnatural. On any other September Sunday, residents would be out enjoying the last mile days, but now the sidewalks and porches were empty, and even the lit windows showed no movement. She stopped at an intersection, scanned the cross streets, saw no one. The next blocks were just as deserted. Lisa guessed everyone was watching television, but Jenny couldn't accept that explanation, and as she drove past the Mountain View restaurant, its lights on but tables empty, her concern deepened. Lisa, however, had already turned her attention back to the quaint buildings, oblivious to the eerie quiet. They reached Jenny's house, a 2-story stone and timber chalet with a slate roof and a sign marking her medical practice, and she parked in the short driveway. Lisa admired the house, and Jenny felt a moment of pride and warmth, but stepping out into the chill wind, she was struck again by the profound silence. She stretched, then closed the car door. The sound echoed and faded, leaving only the breeze. Standing at the trunk, she looked down the long, still street and saw nothing moving. Lisa declared she could stay here forever, but Jenny's attention was caught by the quality of the silence itself. It felt somehow weighted, expectant, like a held breath, and it made her nervous, though she couldn't articulate why. She considered calling out, but the fear of appearing foolish held her back. Lisa, still caught up in the village's charm, seemed unbothered. They carried suitcases across the lawn and up the porch steps, shadows stretching in the twilight. Jenny called for her housekeeper, Hilda, as she stepped into the dark foyer, but got no response. Lisa asked who Hilda was, and Jenny explained she was a live-in housekeeper who should have been preparing dinner. They walked down the hall toward the kitchen light, Jenny noting her need for Hilda's help with her busy schedule. The kitchen was large and well-equipped, and Jenny checked the secretary for a note. Nothing. Turning away, she heard Lisa gasp and found the girl staring at the floor by the refrigerator, her face pale and trembling. Jenny moved around the island and saw Hilda Beck lying dead on her back, eyes staring sightlessly, tongue protruding. Lisa, shaken, tried to speak but couldn't, and Jenny led her away from the body, hugging her tightly as the girl trembled uncontrollably. Jenny asked if she was okay, but Lisa only shook, the memory of their mother's sudden death 6 weeks ago flooding back, the same kitchen floor discovery, the same shock. Jenny guided her to the secretary, made her sit down, and blotted her forehead, noticing the girl's skin was cold and pale. Lisa finally spoke, explaining that for a moment she thought it was their mother, even though it made no sense. She knew her mother was gone, but the shock was overwhelming. They held hands until Lisa's grip loosened, and when Jenny asked if she was feeling better, Lisa admitted she was a little, and all confirmed the dead woman was Hilda. Jenny felt a pang of grief, but her primary concern was for her sister, who had already endured so much loss. Jenny's heart ached with grief for Hilda, but her immediate focus was on Lisa. She suggested her sister wait in the office while she examined the body and called authorities, but Lisa refused to be left alone, and Jenny relented, letting her sit nearby. Lisa, trembling, asked about the strange discoloration and swelling, and Jenny explained she'd been dead for days, but Lisa immediately noticed the absence of decay smell, a detail that made Jenny pause, realizing the body should have been decomposing. Lisa pressed for answers, her fear mounting, and Jenny offered reassurance she didn't fully feel, noting the victim's expression of terror. She crouched beside Hilda, studying the grotesque condition: the smooth, bloated face, the body swollen beyond recognition, yet with no signs of decomposition, No lesions, no odor, and the eyes still clear and intact. The universal, severe bruising covering every inch of skin puzzled her. It wasn't the result of external blows, and she considered internal pressure from sudden swelling, but that didn't fit any known allergic reaction or disease. Poison seemed unlikely, and while disease was a possibility, the speed of death contradicted that. She stood, stepping back, and noticed the cutting board with vegetables and a knife. Hilda had been preparing a meal when she died, with no warning or prior illness, ruling out the gradual progression of disease. Jenny stood in the kitchen, her mind racing through possibilities. No known disease caused sudden death without a progressive decline, yet Hilda showed no signs of violence. The thought of plague surfaced briefly, the black discoloration reminiscent of petechiae, but the lack of symptoms like vomiting or fever ruled it out. She stepped to the counter, touched the head of cabbage, and was startled to find it still chilled, meaning Hilda had died within the hour. The body might even be warm. She hid her growing dread from Lisa, and suggested they use the phone in her office, leading the girl out of the kitchen. The house was unnervingly quiet, every footstep amplified in the silence. In her office, a warm, old-fashioned room with bookshelves, antique filing cabinets, and a large pine desk, Jenny settled Lisa in the leather chair and tried to call for help. There was no dial tone, only a faint hiss, and jiggling the disconnect buttons did nothing. Lisa apologized for her earlier shock, but Jenny assured her it was understandable, admitting she was scared too, though she'd tried to hide it. She explained the possibility of contagion, and Lisa marveled at her courage to examine the body despite the fear. Jenny lifted the receiver again, still dead, and a chilling thought crossed her mind. The phone line might have been cut. If someone had killed Hilda, perhaps a stabbing in the back, explaining the lack of visible wounds, the killer could still be in the house. She tried to dismiss the notion, but the urgency to leave was overwhelming. She told Lisa they'd go next door to the Santinas to make the calls, and the girl picked up on the strangeness of the outage. Jenny moved cautiously through the house, half expecting an attacker to emerge from the stairs or shadows, but they reached the front porch without incident. Outside, the twilight was fading fast, darkness closing in, and Jenny felt the weight of an unseen threat pressing around them. The Santini house, with its modern curves and soft angles, seemed to grow organically from the stony mountainside, tucked among the towering pines. Light bled from a couple of downstairs windows, and the front door stood ajar, spilling the rich, sweeping strains of a classical symphony into the cool night air. Jenny rang the bell, and retreated a step, a cold knot of dread tightening in her stomach. A part of her, the physician's instinct, insisted on keeping her distance from this house and the people within, fearing she and Lisa might already carry some invisible contagion from the horror in her own kitchen. She tried to sound casual, remarking on what good neighbors the Santinis were, but her voice felt hollow, failing to mask the unease that coiled inside her. No one answered. She stepped forward and pressed the bell again, but the silence from within was absolute, a void that seemed to swallow the music. She returned to Lisa's side, mentioning the couple's businesses in town, anything to fill the oppressive quiet. The unseen wind returned, swirling under the porch roof, its sharp gusts shredding the elegant Beethoven into a jarring, discordant noise. The fleeting distortion felt like a bad omen. Jenny pushed the door fully open and called out to Vince and Angie. Her voice was swallowed by the music and the stillness of the house. There was no reply. The symphony swelled, then fell, and as it reached its triumphant finale, the music simply stopped, leaving a silence so complete it pressed in on them from all sides. She called out again, but the house offered only its own deep, watchful quiet. Lisa's anxiety was palpable. She sensed something profoundly wrong, a presence that felt both empty and occupied simultaneously. Jenny felt it too, a creeping awareness that they were being observed from the surrounding darkness, from the blank, reflective windows that lined the porch like so many unblinking eyes. She scanned the lawn and the shadows, her skin prickling with the certainty of a hidden gaze. Lisa pleaded with her to leave, to go for help, but Jenny hesitated. The doctor in her argued, that she had to check for the injured, even as a more primal fear urged her to flee. Lisa grabbed her arm, warning her about the possible contagion, but Jenny countered with the worry that the family might already be dying and in need of immediate aid. Lisa, her voice bleak with certainty, insisted it wasn't a disease, but something far worse. The wind rustled the shrubs again, a dry whispering sound that seemed to confirm the girl's dread. Jenny told her to wait, but Lisa refused to be left alone. They entered the house together. Standing in the foyer, they peered into the study, but it was deserted, bathed in warm lamplight. The living room was a cavern of shadows, its far end barely lit by a faint glow seeping from under another set of doors. Jenny found a switch, and a lamp illuminated the empty space, revealing a room of beige sofas and elegant green chairs, the source of the music standing silent in a corner. The family had simply vanished, leaving their house to play on without them. They moved to the dining room. The scene inside was unnervingly ordinary yet deeply wrong. The table was meticulously set for a family of 4. A plate of salad had been served, but only a single portion had been taken. The other dishes of ham, casserole, and vegetables were untouched. The food was still warm, placed there only a short while ago, yet the diners were gone. An overturned chair, a dropped serving fork, a crumpled napkin flung into a corner, and a spilled salt shaker painted a picture of a sudden and chaotic departure. Lisa whispered that it looked like they'd been forced to leave in a terrible hurry. Jenny agreed, her voice barely audible, the thought of an entire family being taken against their will surfacing in her mind. She tried to rationalize it, suggesting a sudden illness, but the knot in her stomach tightened. She couldn't shake the feeling that they were not alone, that something was listening, watching from the shadows. Paranoia, she told herself, but Lisa voiced her own unsettling thought, comparing the scene to the legendary Mary Celeste, a ship abandoned for no apparent reason, a ghostly echo of this very moment. Jenny felt a cold chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air. The Santinis hadn't just left, they had been taken. Lisa circled the dining table, her fear slowly giving way to a morbid curiosity, as if she expected to find a cryptic message left behind by the vanished family. She recalled a story from a book of strange phenomena, about the Mary Celeste, a sailing ship found adrift in the Atlantic with a meal prepared, and its entire crew simply gone. No storm damage, no leaks, the lifeboat still in place, everything in order except for the people. It was one of the sea's great unsolved puzzles. Jenny tried to dismiss the comparison, insisting there was no great mystery here, that the Santinis couldn't have simply vanished forever. But her words felt hollow, even to her own ears. Lisa stopped, and asked if the disappearance could be connected to the housekeeper's death, and Jenny admitted they simply didn't know enough to be sure. Then Lisa wondered if they should find a gun. Jenny refused the idea, her gaze fixed on the congealing food and the overturned chair, the mundane details now charged with menace. She urged Lisa to move on, suggesting they check if the phone worked. They passed into the kitchen, and Jenny turned on the light. She lifted the receiver from the wall phone. There was no dial tone, but the line wasn't dead like the one in her own house. Instead, it was open, filled with a soft electronic hiss. She tried to dial the sheriff's office anyway, but the call wouldn't connect. As she reached to jiggle the disconnect buttons, a sudden, chilling suspicion seized her. Someone else was on the line, listening. She spoke into the receiver, asking if anyone was there, but the only reply was the distant sizzling static. She repeated herself, but there was nothing but the white noise. She told herself it was her imagination, but she could almost feel a presence on the other end, an attentive silence that made her skin crawl. She quickly put the phone down. Lisa suggested they walk to the sheriff's office just a couple of blocks away. Jenny had planned to search the rest of the house for the Santinis, but now the idea of someone listening in, perhaps on an extension in another room, made that seem reckless. She was a doctor, driven by responsibility, but her first duty now was to protect her sister. They would get Deputy Henderson and return. She still felt those invisible eyes on her, watching and waiting. She told Lisa they were leaving, and the girl led the way out, visibly relieved. Outside, the night had fully descended, the air sharp and cold with the promise of winter. The street lamps had flickered on, and the town lay before them, a picturesque postcard of peaked roofs and glowing windows. But the beauty was deceptive. The stillness was absolute. It was the silence of a dream, but a dream that felt like a threat. Jenny paused, her apprehension growing. What had seemed strange upon their arrival now felt deeply ominous. She pointed out the direction to the substation, and they hurried into the quiet heart of the town. Lisa had moved from the doorway, drawn to the deputy's corpse by a force stronger than her revulsion. She crouched beside it, her pose one of studied scientific detachment, a transparent attempt to master her fear by facing it head-on. Her eyes, however, betrayed her, darting away from the grotesque sight as she remarked on the impossible elasticity of the swollen skin. She stood up, trying to appear unshaken. Jenny asked why she hadn't stayed by the door, and Lisa confessed she'd been disgusted with her own cowardice. She wasn't ashamed of the fear that gripped her, that was just common sense given what they'd seen, but being afraid of a dead body felt childish to her, a weakness she couldn't tolerate. It was wrong to give in to irrational fears, she insisted. A person had to face them, to conquer them. She had decided to confront this one, to prove she could. Jenny saw the anguish beneath the girl's bravado, the way the horror of the evening was reopening, the wound of their mother's death. Lisa was trying so hard to be strong, to be a worthy companion in this nightmare. Jenny reassured her, telling her she'd never doubted her courage. They hugged, and Lisa's fierce embrace spoke volumes. When they pulled apart, Lisa asked if Jenny had found any clue, and Jenny admitted nothing made sense. They moved to leave, stepping outside into the night. The town stretched before them, a hushed and moonlit graveyard. Lisa voiced the grim certainty that everyone was dead, that the whole town was a cemetery. Jenny tried to temper the girl's bleakness, but she couldn't deny the feeling. Lisa noticed the pistol Jenny had taken from the dead deputy. Jenny confirmed it was his, explaining it still held 7 rounds. Lisa wondered what he'd fired at, and Jenny admitted she wished she knew. When Lisa asked if Jenny was keeping the gun, she nodded, but the gesture felt hollow. The weapon hadn't saved its owner. They stood in the silent street, 2 small figures in a town of the dead, the weight of the unknown pressing down on them. Jenny watched her sister's forced bravado, the way Lisa lectured herself about irrational fears while trying to prove her courage by staring at the dead deputy. She saw the anguish in the girl's eyes, a pain that went beyond the immediate horror of Snowfield. It was the memory of their mother's death, surfacing again with brutal clarity. Lisa was trying to be strong, to be a worthy partner, and she was determined not to fail. Jenny realized with a start that she was Lisa's role model. The girl looked up to her with a respect and admiration that was humbling. Lisa was saying without words that she loved and liked and was proud of her sister, and she wanted to earn that same regard in return. It was a new and powerful connection, forged in the crucible of fear. Jenny reassured her, and they shared a fierce hug. When they pulled apart, Lisa asked about clues, and Jenny admitted she'd found nothing that made sense. The phones were dead, and Lisa concluded the entire town was cut off. They stepped outside, and Lisa surveyed the hushed street, insisting that everyone was dead. Jenny tried to temper the bleakness, reminding her that the Santinas were only missing, not confirmed dead. But the words felt hollow. The moon cast its silver veil over the town, making it seem more mysterious and remote, a place of ghosts and shadows. Lisa called it a graveyard and pleaded to leave, to go for help. Jenny refused, citing the quarantine, even as Lisa insisted it wasn't a disease. The gun, Jenny realized, was a hollow talisman. It hadn't saved Paul Henderson. They walked along Skyline Road, peering into shop windows and ringing doorbells, finding only silence and emptiness. Jenny considered breaking into the houses, but she suspected she'd only find more grotesque corpses. She needed survivors, witnesses, not more dead. Lisa speculated wildly about radiation, poison, and toxic spills, and Jenny patiently dismantled each theory. They passed the lovely lady salon, and Jenny hoped its owners were safe. They stopped at Lieberman's bakery, its warm interior glowing with light, and Jenny clung to the hope that the kind couple who ran it had somehow escaped the town's fate. She tried the locked front door, then decided to go around back. The gate to the covered serviceway shuddered open, its unoiled hinges screaming in protest. The tunnel between the bakery and the salon was a yawning black maw, with only a dim gray rectangle of light at the far end where it opened onto the alley. Lisa voiced her unease, but Jenny urged her forward, trying to sound confident even as the oppressive darkness seemed to press in on them, narrowing the passage with every step. A quarter of the way in, a cold prickle of dread crept up Jenny's spine. She felt a presence, a hostile awareness lurking in the rafters above. She couldn't hear or see anything, but the certainty was absolute. The darkness was shifting, moving. Her animal instincts screamed at her to flee, and despite her training, she broke into a run, bursting out into the alley with Lisa stumbling behind her. They backed away from the tunnel's mouth, Jenny raising the stolen pistol. Lisa was breathless, insisting she'd felt something crouched against the wall, not in the rafters. Jenny tried to rationalize it as birds or bats, but Lisa was adamant. They watched the passage, but nothing emerged. Gradually, their heartbeats slowed. Jenny began to doubt herself, wondering if hysteria had gotten the better of them. She suggested it might have been cats, but Lisa was unconvinced, saying it had felt bigger. Jenny sighed, deciding it was probably nothing, just their overwrought imaginations. She reminded Lisa they had come to check the bakery's rear door, and they moved on, casting nervous glances back. The service door was unlocked. They stepped into a warm, fragrant storage room, and then into the bakery kitchen. The familiar homey smells of cinnamon, flour, and nuts were a soothing balm. The gleaming kitchen was a haven of order, a stark contrast to the night's horrors. Jenny's spirits began to lift. Perhaps not everyone was dead. Perhaps the Santinis and the Liebermans had escaped. Then she rounded the counter and saw them. 2 severed hands lay on the butcher's block, gripping a rolling pin. They were pale, blood-streaked, and unmistakably human. Jenny recognized them. Jakob Lieberman's hands. Lisa backed away, crying out in shock and confusion. Before Jenny could process the horror, Lisa pointed across the kitchen. In the small ovens through the glass portals, 2 severed heads stared out. Jakob and Ida Lieberman, their faces frozen in grotesque masks of pain and terror. Jenny's stomach lurched. The warmth of the kitchen suddenly felt suffocating. The sickening sweetness of the baking smells now seemed obscene. For a dizzying moment, Jenny's mind refused to accept the grisly reality before her. The severed heads in the oven seemed like elaborate Halloween props or grotesque joke shop novelties. A macabre prank. A line from a cake mix commercial flitted through her thoughts, a jarringly inappropriate intrusion that only deepened her sense of unreality. Her heart hammered, a feverish pulse pounding in her ears. She stared at the severed hands on the counter, half expecting them to scuttle away like crabs. Where were the bodies? Stuffed in the larger oven or lying stiff in the walk-in refrigerator? Bile rose in her throat, but she forced it down. The gun in her hand felt useless, a child's toy against an enemy so violent and unknown. The feeling of being watched intensified. Jenny turned to Lisa, her voice sharp with urgency, telling her they had to leave. Lisa started for the storeroom door, but Jenny stopped her. Not the alley, not that dark passage again. They fled through the kitchen and into the sales room, past the empty pastry cases, and Jenny fumbled with the deadbolt on the front door. It was stiff, and for a terrifying moment she thought they were trapped. Then the bolt slid back, and she yanked the door open. They stumbled out into the cool night air, gasping. Lisa leaned against a pine tree, her face pale and drawn in the yellowish glow of a street lamp. Jenny joined her, glancing back at the bakery, half expecting the decapitated bodies to shamble out after them. But only the awning stirred in the breeze. The silence of the town pressed in on them, heavy and absolute. Lisa dismissed their earlier theories of disease or poison, concluding that a psychopath must have done this. Jenny countered that one man couldn't have overwhelmed an entire town, and an army of killers was unlikely. Lisa mentioned the Manson family, but Jenny pointed out that even that rare exception was too small to have caused this level of devastation. They stood in the moonlight, the silence of death settling around them like a shroud. Jenny, a physician familiar with the silence of the terminally ill, recognized it now. This was the silence of a graveyard. Snowfield was a cemetery, a beautiful alpine village that had become a mausoleum. She hadn't wanted to admit it, hadn't wanted to call out into the funereal streets for fear no one would answer. Now, she realized she was more afraid that someone or something would. The wind picked up, whistling under the eaves, and it sounded like eternity itself. Elsewhere in Santa Mira, the county authorities were unaware of the Snowfield crisis. Lieutenant Tal Whitman watched from a windowsill as Sheriff Bryce Hammond interrogated a suspect named Fletcher Cale. The sheriff, a man who looked deceptively young and sleepy-eyed, was a far sharper officer than he appeared. Tal knew the case was affecting Bryce deeply, echoing his own personal tragedy, the loss of his wife in a car crash and his son's year-long coma. Bryce Hammond's casual, almost sleepy demeanor during the interrogation was a carefully crafted mask. Tal Whitman watched from his window seat, knowing that beneath the doodling and the slow speech, the sheriff was closing a trap. The mention of the laundry, a seemingly trivial detail, was the key. Cale's face, moments ago twisted with grief, now showed a flicker of confusion and something else, fear. He tried to maintain his composure, but the question had landed with the precision of a scalpel. The room grew still, the air thick with unspoken accusations. In Snowfield, the silence was a living thing. Jenny Page, haunted by the grisly images of the bakery, led her sister through the darkened streets. They reached the Oxleys' cottage, a place of warmth and light that now felt like a tomb. The door was locked, the windows barred. Jenny broke a pane to gain entry, the shattering glass a jarring violation of a night's stillness. Inside, the scene was a tableau of horror. Karen Oxley lay curled in a fetal position, her body grotesquely swollen, her face frozen in a scream. Tom Oxley was slumped over his shortwave radio, his hand still clutching the microphone, as if he had died in the act of calling for help. The radio was dead. But it was the barricade that held Jenny's attention. A heavy cabinet, easy chairs, and a television set were piled against the door. The Oxleys had tried to keep something out, and failed. The windows were locked from the inside. There was no other way in, yet death had found them. Jenny stared at the barricade, her mind racing. Only bacteria, toxic gas, or radiation could have breached such a defense. But those things didn't behead people, and they didn't leave victims who looked like the Liebermans. The barricade was a testament to a fear that was beyond rational explanation. Something had passed through those walls, through that door, without disturbing a single object. Something that had left no trace, except for two bodies frozen in terror. The silence of the house pressed in on her, heavy and absolute. She felt the weight of the unknown, the presence of something ancient and malevolent. The shadows in the corners seemed to shift, to breathe. She quickly closed the drapes, shutting out the night, but the feeling of being watched lingered. The Oxley house held its breath, a silence as deep and absolute as the lunar surface. Lisa's question hung in the air, a fragile thread of normalcy in a world gone mad. Jenny, her mind racing, decided they had to risk leaving, to find a working phone and contact the authorities. She hated the thought of returning, but they had to act responsibly. Then the phone rang. The shrill sound shattered the stillness, jolting Jenny. She snatched up the receiver, her heart pounding. There was only silence on the other end, a cold, listening void. She felt a presence, malevolent and aware, the same presence she'd sensed in the Santini's house and the sheriff's substation. It was a thing of pure, unspeakable evil, and it had her mesmerized. Lisa's voice, distant and worried, broke through her trance. Jenny was shaking, drenched in sweat, when a hiss and a click signaled a dial tone. She jabbed at the 0 button, and the operator's voice was a lifeline. a sweet, reassuring sound in the darkness. She blurted out her emergency, her voice trembling. In Santa Mira, the interrogation room was thick with tension. Bryce Hammond, his hooded eyes betraying nothing, had just sprung his trap. Cale's face was pale, his composure cracking. The bloody fingerprint on the detergent box was the key. Cale tried to explain, his attorney rushing to his defense, but the evidence was damning. Bryce watched Cale squirm, but there was no pleasure in it. The case had opened old wounds, the loss of his own wife and son a constant ache. He recognized the type of man before him, a shallow, charming predator, a dreamer with no moral compass. Cale was the kind of man who could kill his own family and feel nothing but self-pity. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place, and the picture they formed was one of cold, calculated evil. Bryce had seen this type before. The flat, unreadable eyes, the expressions that were always a shade too perfect, the hollow ring of insincerity when they feigned concern. They were men without remorse, morality, or empathy, who often lived lives of quiet destruction, ruining those who trusted them, until one day they went too far, and when they did, they went all the way. He pressed Cale further, revealing the coroner's findings. Joanna's lungs were clean, contradicting the story of a long-term pot smoker. The PCP in her system had been ingested, not smoked, and was found in her stomach along with traces of chocolate fudge ice cream. The same ice cream was in Danny's stomach, but without the drug. The pieces were falling into place. Bryce laid out his theory. Cale had laced his wife's ice cream with PCP, planning to stage a drug-fueled frenzy. He had washed his bloody clothes and cleaned the dishes, but he hadn't counted on the forensic evidence. Cale's attorney, Robbing, protested, demanding a motive. Bryce supplied it high country investments. He revealed that Cale had been buying drugs from a motorcycle gang, the Demon Chrome, and that a witness would testify to the purchases. The trap was sprung. Cale bolted, throwing a chair and running for the door. Bryce and Tal were in pursuit. In the parking lot, Cale turned and attacked, but Bryce fought back. Cale grabbed him in a bear hug, and they went down. Bryce's head hit the pavement, and he saw stars. Cale scrambled for Bryce's fallen revolver, but Tal Whitman was there, swinging his nightstick. The blow connected with Cale's neck, and the killer collapsed, unconscious. Bryce struggled to his feet, his head throbbing, and accepted his revolver from Tal. He owed him one. Tal Whitman guided the patrol car through the winding mountain roads, the red emergency lights painting the night in rhythmic pulses. Beside him, Sheriff Bryce Hammond sat in contemplative silence, his heavy-lidded eyes fixed on the darkness beyond the windshield. In the back seat, Deputy Gordy Brogan listened to the engine's steady hum and tried to ignore the cold knot tightening in his stomach. The fear was something he'd learned to hide behind his formidable frame and rough-hewn features. People saw his broad shoulders, his powerful hands, his perpetually scowling face, and they assumed he was incapable of apprehension. Jake Johnson had once joked that Gordy looked like a man who ate live chickens for breakfast. The observation had stung more than Gordy ever let on, because the truth was far different. He felt the weight of his service revolver on his hip, like an accusation. 18 months on the force, and he'd never fired it at a person. The prospect of doing so filled him with a queasy dread that he could neither explain nor conquer. The memory of that afternoon at Donner's sports shop surfaced unbidden. Leo Sipes, swinging that woodsman's hatchet, the mad glint in his eyes, and Gordy's own hand frozen on his holstered weapon. He'd stood there, trigger finger as brittle as ice, unable to squeeze. He'd had to put the gun away and risk a fistfight instead. He'd won that day, but the victory felt hollow. What if the next time was different? What if he couldn't win with his hands? What if someone died because he couldn't bring himself to pull the trigger? The car climbed higher into the mountains, and the moonlit slopes gave way to deeper shadows. Gordy's palm grew damp against his thigh. He thought about his parents, about their hopes that he would become a veterinarian, about his stubborn rejection of their wishes. He'd become a cop to prove something, to prove he was tough, masculine, fearless. But the fear was still there, coiled in his chest like a serpent. The dispatcher's call had come just as he'd been finishing his shift. A woman doctor named Paige had phoned with news so strange that it barely registered at first. Everyone in Snowfield was dead. She and her sister were the only survivors. The words hung in Gordy's mind like a discordant note, refusing to resolve into meaning. He tried to imagine a town wiped clean, an entire population gone, and his imagination failed him. He stared out at the passing trees, their dark shapes sliding past like ghosts. The emergency lights painted the night in alternating waves of red, and Gordy Brogan felt the cold grip of fear tighten around his heart. He wondered if this would be the night his weakness was finally exposed, if he would stand frozen again while others fell. He wondered if he would be the one to die, because he couldn't do what needed to be done. In the passenger seat, Deputy Stu Wargle slouched deeper into the upholstery, his discontent radiating like heat from a faulty engine. He complained about the unfairness of being pulled for this Snowfield detail, when he was supposed to go off duty at 10, when he had a date lined up with a waitress named Beatrice, a woman he described with crude enthusiasm, detailing her perceived insecurities and how those vulnerabilities could be exploited. Frank Autry kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead, offering minimal responses, his jaw tight with barely contained disgust. Wargle's grievances shifted to Sheriff Hammond, whom he accused of having it in for him. Frank listened to the litany of complaints, the uniform inspections, the report critiques, the suggestion about improving his attitude, and said nothing. He knew the history. 2 years ago, when the city police force had been absorbed into the county department, Hammond had inherited Wargle, along with the rest of the personnel. Frank had been career military before this, a major in the Army, and he recognized a chain of command problem when he saw one. Wargle was insubordinate, lazy, and morally repugnant. They passed the Snowfield turnoff, and Frank caught a glimpse in his rearview mirror as the 3rd patrol car swung across the entrance road to establish the blockade. He guided his own vehicle in pursuit of Sheriff Hammond's taillights, the red emergency glow painting the interior in rhythmic pulses. In the back seat, 5-gallon bottles of water stood as a precaution against possible contamination. Wargle dismissed the threat with a sneer, suggesting the doctor who'd called must be drunk or crazy. He made a crude remark about women in medicine, and Frank felt a flash of anger, but suppressed it. The man was incorrigible. Wargle continued to doubt the severity of the situation, fixating on his ruined date instead of the vanishing town ahead. Frank piloted the car higher into the mountains, past the sign that announced 3 miles to Snowfield, and a chill crept along his spine that had nothing to do with the night air. His imagination, honed by years of military service, painted dark possibilities that his partner's narrow mind couldn't even conceive. They were driving into something. He felt it, and the premonition sat in his gut like a cold stone. Frank Autry guided the patrol car through the final curve, the headlights sweeping across the Snowfield turnoff sign. In the rearview mirror, he watched the 3rd vehicle peel away to establish the blockade, its red beacon pulsing against the night like a warning heartbeat. Wargle continued his complaints, his voice a grating drone against the engine's hum. He couldn't understand why they'd brought water and food, couldn't accept the doctor's report of mass death, dismissed the entire situation with the same lazy contempt he applied to everything. Frank offered minimal responses, his attention divided between the winding road and the growing unease coiling in his chest. His mind drifted to Ruth, as it often did in moments of stress. 26 years of marriage, and she remained his anchor, his reason for wanting to see another sunrise. He sometimes caught himself praying he would be the first to go, because he couldn't imagine navigating a world without her steady presence. The thought was selfish, he knew, but it was also true. Wargle's voice cut through his reverie with another crude observation about the doctor. A woman, therefore unqualified in his limited worldview. Frank felt his jaw tighten. The man was a walking catalogue of prejudices, a relic from an earlier era who had somehow survived into the present, unchanged and unrepentant. The road unfurled before them, and Frank's imagination began to work overtime. He'd spent 28 years in the military, had faced danger in various forms, but this felt different. The silence of the approaching town, the inability to raise the substation on the radio, the doctor's fragmented report, it all coalesced into a premonition that sat heavy in his gut. He thought of hell, of the ancient descriptions of its gates, and wondered if they were driving straight through them. Wargle belched and resumed his whining about the ruined date. Frank said nothing. His eyes remained fixed on the road ahead, on the darkness that swallowed their headlights, on the unknown that waited at the end of this journey. He had a good imagination, perhaps too good. The engines growled low and steady, climbing the steep grade, and Jenny's stomach clenched with reflex fear before recognition flooded in. She lowered the gun, relief washing through her as she watched the headlights crest the curve at the bottom of town. 2 police cars, their red beacons painting the silent storefronts in rhythmic pulses. She guided Lisa to the cobblestone sidewalk, her hand firm on her sister's arm. The patrol cars rolled to a stop, engines cutting out, and the sudden quiet descended again, the town's death-like hush settling around them like a shroud. A black deputy got out first, his handsome face turned toward the empty street with obvious unease. Then the sheriff emerged from the passenger side, sandy-haired and sleepy-eyed, his civilian clothes incongruous with the badge on his jacket. 4 more men followed, and they all stood in a loose cluster, absorbing the unnatural stillness. Jenny watched them, and a cold certainty crystallized in her chest. She couldn't explain it, couldn't justify the premonition, but she knew with absolute clarity that not all of these men would leave this place alive. Inside the substation, Bryce knelt beside Paul Henderson's body, the purple-black flesh and swollen features a stark contrast to the clean tile floor. He questioned Jenny about what she'd found, about the absence of blood, about whether she'd moved the corpse. Her answers were steady, professional. He decided he had to turn the body over, despite the risk. His fingers found the skin still slightly warm, and the discovery sent a ripple of unease through him. Jenny confirmed that the corpses didn't seem to have been dead long, but the discoloration and bloating contradicted that observation. Tal Whitman voiced the same confusion. Bryce rolled Henderson over. No wound on the back. He pressed his fingers into the deputy's thick hair, searching for a skull fracture. Nothing. The man had simply died. Inexplicably. Horribly. He rose, his mind already shifting to the next grisly task. Jenny asked if one of his men could stay with Lisa, but Bryce refused to split the group. There was no safety anywhere, he sensed, but maybe there was less danger in numbers. Lisa insisted she'd rather stay with him anyway. Bryce saw the courage in her young face, the same steel he saw in her sister's eyes. They were both remarkable, holding themselves together in the face of this waking nightmare. The bakery kitchen was worse than anything Bryce had imagined. 2 severed hands still gripping a rolling pin on the butcher's block. 2 severed heads peering through oven doors. Tal Whitman breathed a soft curse. Bryce shuddered. Wargle's crude comment about butchered cows drew a sharp rebuke from Bryce, but the deputy's face registered only sullen resentment. Bryce despised the man. They searched for the missing bodies, opening every cupboard, drawer, and door. Gordy Brogan checked the large oven. Frank Autry explored the walk-in refrigerator. Nothing. The bodies were gone, vanished along with the missing limbs. Frank wondered aloud why killers would cart away the bodies. Jake Johnson suggested cultists and ritual. Frank countered that the ritual seemed to have happened right here. Gordy bolted for the bathroom, retching, and Wargle laughed. Bryce turned on him with cold fury. The deputy's heavy-jowled face clouded with anger, but not embarrassment. He was incapable of shame. Outside, Bryce approached the wooden gate between the bakery and the adjacent shop. Jenny confirmed this was the passageway where she and Lisa had sensed something watching them. The tunnel was utterly black. He took Tal's flashlight, drew his revolver, and stepped through the creaking gate. The damp odor of the passage clung to the air. He swept the beam across the walls and ceiling, finding nothing. Halfway through, a cold quiver traced his spine. He stopped, listening, searching. The sensation of being watched pressed against him, invisible but unmistakable. He trusted his hunches, and this one was screaming at him. He moved forward again, and the flashlight beam caught something in the floor, drain a glint, a movement, something indefinable glistened in the darkness, shifting, watching. Bryce squatted beside the drain grill, directing the flashlight beam into the darkness below. The glint he'd seen was gone, vanished, as if it had never been. The pipe was dry, which eliminated water as an explanation. A rat, perhaps? Snowfield's pest control was rigorous, but rats weren't impossible. Still, Bryce didn't believe that's what he'd seen. The movement had been too deliberate, too aware. He walked the rest of the passage to the alley, then returned to the gate where the others waited. Tal asked what he'd found, and Bryce shared his unease, the sense of being watched, the inexplicable movement in the drain. Frank Autry dismissed the notion that something small enough to crawl through a pipe could have killed the Liebermans, and Bryce agreed, though the explanation felt hollow. Lisa pressed him about what he'd felt in the passage. He admitted to sensing something strange, though not as strongly as she and Jenny had. The girl seemed relieved that he believed them. Bryce studied her for a moment, then let his gaze drift to her sister. Both women were striking, with the same auburn hair and golden skin, but Jenny's features held a maturity that drew his attention. He asked to see the Oxley house, the site of the locked room murders. Jenny led them toward Vale Lane, and the dry shuffle of their footsteps echoed through the silent town, reminding Bryce of desert tombs and ancient ruins. At the corner, Jenny indicated the Oxley place 2 blocks ahead. Bryce decided they'd search the buildings between here and there, splitting into 2 groups of 4. He placed Frank in charge of the second team and emphasized the importance of staying together, within sight of one another at all times. Jenny offered a suggestion to Frank's team look for signs of hemorrhaging or vomiting, which might indicate disease or poisoning. Gordy and Jake argued against that theory, pointing to the severed heads as proof of something more deliberate. Jenny countered with the possibility of a mutant disease that drove some victims mad while killing others. Frank wondered aloud where such rabid maniacs might be hiding. The silence of the street offered no answer. Wargle and Gordy suggested they were waiting, but Bryce dismissed the notion maniacs wouldn't hide, they'd attack. Lisa quietly asserted that it wasn't rabid people at all, but something stranger. Jenny agreed. They stood in the silence, reluctant to begin the search, knowing that dawn would never come unless they moved. Bryce gave the order. Frank Autry led his team into the first building, a narrow art gallery and crafts shop. He broke a pane of glass in the front door, reached inside to release the lock, and entered, switching on the lights. The search had the nerve-twisting quality of a military operation in guerrilla territory, a sensation that brought back memories of Vietnam. They moved through the displays and office, finding nothing. A door led to stairs, and Frank climbed alone, gun drawn, to clear the upper floor. When the apartment was secure, he motioned the others up. They searched every room, treating each doorway as a potential ambush point. In the kitchen, they found a dead man in blue pajamas, propping open the refrigerator door with his bruised and swollen body. No visible wounds, no expression of horror on his face. He died too quickly to register what had happened. The makings of a sandwich lay scattered around him, evidence of a life interrupted in the most ordinary moment. Jake Johnson observed that illness couldn't have killed him, not when he'd been about to eat. Gordy noted how fast it must have happened, the man's hands still full of the items he'd taken from the refrigerator. In the bedroom, they discovered a naked woman, her age impossible to guess because of the swelling and bruising. Her face was frozen in terror, mouth open in a scream that would never be heard. She had died the same way as Paul Henderson, caught in the grip of something unimaginable. Jake Johnson used his pen to secure the .22 automatic lying on the rumpled sheets beside the woman's body, but Frank waved him off. She hadn't been shot, no wounds, no blood. If anyone had used the gun, it was her. Frank took the weapon, ejected the empty clip, checked the chamber, and sniffed the muzzle. Gunpowder, fired recently. If the clip had been full, she'd emptied all 10 rounds. Wargle pointed out a bullet hole in the wall at the 7-foot level. Gordy found another lodged in a highboy. They located all 10 shell casings but couldn't find where the other 8 bullets had gone. Gordy wondered if she'd scored 8 hits. Wargle scoffed. 8 hits would leave blood, would leave a body, Frank agreed, though he hated concurring with anything Wargle said. Wargle's gaze drifted to the dead woman's pose, and he made a crude remark about her appearance in life. Frank stared at him in disgust, unable to comprehend how anything could arouse the man in the midst of so much death. Wargle mistook the reaction for a compliment and winked. Gordy pressed the question again. 8 hits with no blood, no effect. Jake Johnson pushed a hand through his white hair and wished aloud that Bryce had never chosen him for this assignment. Bryce led his group into Brookhart's, a cluttered but warm establishment with coolers of beer, shelves of liquor, and racks of magazines and tobacco. The store was deserted, but an enormous puddle of water covered half the floor. They stepped around it gingerly. Lisa wondered where all the water had come from. Tal suggested a leak in a cooler's condensation pan, but when they inspected the appliances, they found no water near any of them. Jenny mentioned the possibility of a plumbing leak. They searched the cellar and the upstairs office, finding nothing out of the ordinary. Back on the main floor, Bryce crouched beside the puddle, tasting a drop on his fingertip, just water, odorless. He couldn't explain why, but the puddle felt significant. Frank's team moved through Tatum's pharmacy, searching the shop and the apartment above. They found nothing remarkable except the sodden carpet in the living room, so soaked it squished beneath their shoes. At the Candle Glow Inn, Jenny confirmed that the owners, Dan and Sylvia Konarski, were close friends. Bryce hesitated at the registration desk, considering whether to search their apartment. Jenny insisted they couldn't avoid it. The entire town had to be searched eventually. Jenny caught the warmth in Bryce's heavy-lidded eyes, the unexpected depth of kindness and intelligence that transformed his sleepy expression into something far more compelling. She'd been watching him operate for the past hour, gradually realizing he was sharper and more efficient than he appeared. Now, meeting his gaze, she understood he was perceptive, formidable, a man worth trusting. She insisted they couldn't walk away from the Konarskis' apartment, not when the entire town needed searching. She lifted the hinged counter section and started through, but Bryce stopped her with a gentle request she must always let him, or Tal, go first. She backed out obediently, and he led the way. The apartment was empty. Thank God. At the registration desk, Tal paged through the guest log. Only 6 rooms rented, all on the 2nd floor. Bryce found a passkey, and they climbed the stairs with almost monotonous caution. The first 5 rooms held luggage, cameras, half-written postcards, evidence of guests who were nowhere to be found. In the 6th room, Tal found the bathroom door locked from the inside. He shouted for anyone inside, received no answer, and Bryce told him to shoot the lock rather than risk dislocating his shoulder. Jenny pulled Lisa aside. Tal fired, kicked the door open, and found no one inside. No windows either. The door could only be locked from the inside. Yet the room was empty. He called Bryce over to look at something, a message hastily scrawled on the mirror in bold black letters. Jenny stared at the 5 words. Lisa asked who Timothy Flight was. Tal suggested it might be the person who wrote the message, but Bryce dismissed the idea that Flight was the killer. If he were responsible, he'd have wiped the evidence away. Lisa proposed that Flight might be a victim's enemy, the one who'd done this. Jenny agreed, but Bryce found the phrasing odd. The ancient enemy seemed archaic, too obscure for a desperate warning. They searched for the writing implement, concluding it must have been an eyebrow pencil. They couldn't find one. Bryce noted that the room had been occupied by 2 people, and now both were gone, along with the pencil. 2 people kidnapped from a locked room. Jenny felt a growing unease, the conviction that something was moving through the inn, stealthy and malevolent, carrying out dreadful tasks beyond their awareness. She wished they could discuss the message somewhere else, outside, where nothing could creep close without revealing itself. Frank's team found another water-soaked carpet in an apartment above another shop. Jake dismissed it as a plumbing leak, But Frank noted the coincidence: too many leaks in too many places. Gordy couldn't see the connection to the murders, and Wargle wanted to move on, dismissing the water as irrelevant. Frank ignored them, stepping into the kitchen to collect a sample. He found a clean plastic tub with an airtight lid and a measuring spoon, scooping up some of the water. Jake asked why, and Frank said there was something funny about it. He couldn't explain it, but he felt it. Downstairs at the front desk, they confirmed from the guest register that the room belonged to a Mr. and Mrs. Harold Ordnay of San Francisco. No Timothy Flight among the other guests. Bryce closed the register, and Tal suggested they'd done all they could here. Jenny felt a wave of relief. Bryce wanted to regroup with Frank and the others. They started across the lobby, but Lisa stopped them with a scream. On an end table, bathed in rose-colored lamplight, lay a man's severed hand. It held an eyebrow pencil, the same one they'd been searching for. Jenny held her sister, staring in ghastly fascination. The hand hadn't been there before. Someone had placed it while they were upstairs, knowing they'd find it, mocking them. Bryce's hooded eyes opened wide, and he raised his revolver, as if the hand might spring to life. They were speechless. The creak of a floorboard overhead drew Bryce's gaze to the ceiling. It could have been a natural settling noise, or something else. He turned to Jenny, confirming what she'd said earlier. Whatever had happened to Snowfield was still happening. Jake Johnson watched Bryce emerge from the Candle-Glow Inn, wishing the sheriff would move faster. He didn't like standing in the bright light, vulnerable, exposed. A few minutes ago, he'd longed for this exact stretch of pavement, fearing the darkness that seemed to pulse with life. Now he feared the light just as much. He kept one hand on his holstered revolver, the other combing nervously through his white hair. Caution was his god, his guiding principle. He'd lived his entire life by maxims: better safe than sorry, a bird in the hand, fools rush in. Marriage had been too risky, so he'd never married. Finances were managed with extreme frugality. He'd stayed on the force long after retirement age because he worried about inflation. Becoming a cop had been the only incautious thing he'd ever done, and he hadn't wanted it. His father, Big Ralph Johnson, had expected him to follow in his footsteps, and Jake had been too afraid of being disinherited to refuse. He'd become a cautious cop, avoiding domestic disturbances and robbery in progress calls, delighting only in traffic detail and paperwork. Now his caution had backfired. He'd been at the office filling out forms when Dr. Page's call came in. If he'd been on patrol, he could have avoided this assignment. Now he was standing in bright light, making a perfect target. Gilmartin's Market was clearly the scene of violence: broken windows, scattered merchandise, the smell of smashed vinegar jars. The sheriff wanted to go inside. Jake slipped into the middle of the procession, not wanting to be first or last. The store was a mess: toppled display stands, spilled goods, torn cereal boxes, shattered jars of jam and mustard. They followed Bryce down the last aisle, stepping around bags of sugar and flour. Beyond the coolers, the meat-cutting area was clean and empty. Jake sighed with relief. Bryce wanted to check the storeroom. Jake silently pleaded no. Then the lights went out, plunging them into absolute darkness. Voices shouted for flashlights. Tal Whitman switched his on, but something struck him from behind, sending him crashing into Wargle. Frank Autry reached for his own flashlight, but Wargle and Tal fell against him. Tal's light flew from his hand, spun across the floor, casting wild shadows before going dark. In the darkness of the grocery store, the first contact was a shock of cold and damp against the back of Jake's neck, something that moved with its own unnatural rhythm. He flinched, instinct telling him to twist away, but before he could complete the turn, a whip-like pressure cinched around his throat, cutting off his air. His arms were seized and pinned before he could raise them, and he felt himself lifted from the floor with the ease one might use to lift a child, his feet dangling uselessly. A hand clamped over his mouth, or what he thought was a hand, though it felt more like the slick, cold flesh of an eel. Its grip was absolute, and the smell of it, though faint, was the most alien and acrid thing he had ever encountered. Even a small whiff of it turned his stomach, an odor so bitter and sharp that it seemed to claw at the back of his throat. Terror washed through him as he realized he was in the grip of something profoundly strange, something that radiated a pure and ancient evil. His mind raced, but his body could only writhe and kick in a frantic, futile dance. The flashlight Tal had dropped was still skittering across the floor, its beam painting a chaotic, fleeting pattern of shadows. Though only a couple of seconds had passed, the struggle felt stretched into an eternity. The light finally spun to a halt, clanging against the cooler and shattering its lens, plunging them into absolute blackness. Even that useless erratic light had been a thread of hope. Now that it was gone, despair filled the void. Jake's silent, desperate thrashing grew more violent, but his unseen captor only held him tighter. He could hear the muffled shouts of his companions nearby, but they sounded distant, already gone. Then, the lights flickered back on, and the entire assault had lasted less than half a minute. The market was bathed in steady, harsh fluorescence, but Jake was no longer there. A frantic search of the aisles and back rooms found nothing. He had simply vanished. The group, now 7, moved cautiously outside, but the silent, mocking street gave up no trace of the missing deputy. On the sidewalk they grappled with the fact of Jake's disappearance. Gordy wanted to know where he had gone, while Wargle bluntly dismissed any hope that the deputy was still alive. Frank, refusing to take Wargle's bait, instead voiced a question that hung over all of them. Why, it had only taken one of them. Why, it had stopped at just a scare. Dr. Page suggested it was a form of cruel play, like a cat toying with a mouse. The conversation circled around the pronoun they were all using it, each one realizing the shift in their thinking. Frank admitted the adversary was something they didn't know how to confront, something that defied his military training. Tal echoed the sentiment, finding no room for a human psychopath in a scenario that included a severed mocking hand. Then Lisa, the youngest among them, cut through the uneasy silence, noting that they were all feeling it, a primal dread that they were trying to deny by refusing to name it. Her words hung in the air, forcing them all to look inward at a fear they had been taught to suppress. Bryce finally gave voice to what they all knew: they had to be open to the unimaginable. The only limits were the false ones of their own conditioning. Stu Wargle dismissed the talk of the unknown with a sneer, insisting that the culprit would turn out to be just another pervert, no different from the scumbags he'd dealt with his whole career. Frank countered that such close-mindedness would get them killed, but Wargle remained defiant, spitting on the sidewalk and puffing up his chest to project a confidence that Tal saw through immediately. Tal could tell Wargle felt the same chilling dread they all did, even if he was too stubborn to admit it. Frank, also recognizing the macho act, offered a sarcastic praise for Wargle's inspiring example. Wargle snapped back that they'd be lost without him, and Tal chimed in with a dry remark about the nature of a swelled head. The small joke earned a laugh from the group, a release of tension that Tal knew was less about humor and more about laughing in the face of their grim circumstances. The laughter faded, and the oppressive silence of the town rushed back in, a heavy reminder that Jake was still missing and that the night was far from over. Jenny asked if they should proceed to the Oxley house, but Bryce refused, wanting to get reinforcements before they lost another man. Tal could see the guilt and worry shadowing Bryce's face, a familiar burden his friend always carried. They started back toward the substation, with Wargle stubbornly insisting on bringing up the rear. As they reached the main street, a slow, deliberate church bell began to toll, startling them all. They halted at the corner, peering toward the bell tower a block away. Tal felt the vibrations of each chime through his teeth, a sound that was anything but joyful. Frank speculated it might be on a timer, but Jenny confirmed it was an unusual time for the bell to ring, dismissing the mechanical explanation. Gordy wondered aloud who could be pulling the rope, and a chilling image formed in Tal's mind of Jake's dead, bloated corpse, animated in the belfry, pulling the rope with a fixed, mirthless grin. The vision made him shudder. Frank suggested they check the church, but Bryce refused, sensing it was a trap meant to draw them in. Tal noticed that Bryce, like the rest of them, was now referring to the unseen threat as it. Lisa agreed, feeling that the presence was waiting for them there. Even the belligerent Wargle offered no argument. The hypnotic rhythm of the bell seemed to pull at them, but Bryce fought off its influence, insisting they postpone any further exploring until daylight. They turned away, and the bell fell silent. The oppressive, viscous quiet of Snowfield returned. When they reached the substation, a shocking new discovery awaited them. Paul Henderson's corpse was gone from where they'd left it. Inside, Bryce quickly organized the survivors, each taking on tasks. There was a tense, focused energy in the room, a grim camaraderie born of survival. Bryce made a list and then used the phone, relieved to get a dial tone. As he waited for the call to connect, the weight of the situation settled on him. The media would soon descend, transforming the town into a global spectacle. The pressure to find answers would be immense and relentless. He knew his personal life would never be the same. He would be thrust into the spotlight, a role he despised, but he couldn't abandon his post. The desk sergeant, Charlie Mercer, answered, and Bryce identified himself, ready to set in motion a chain of events that would seal off the town and bring in the heavy resources he desperately needed. Charlie Mercer's shock was palpable over the line as Bryce gave him a succinct, stark summary of the catastrophe in Snowfield. Charlie's question about Jake's fate hung in the air, but Bryce refused to concede the deputy was gone, hoping against hope. He quickly pivoted to the immediate need for containment, stressing the importance of sealing off the town before the media storm descended. Bryce laid out a string of demands: 12 more men, 2 for the roadblock, and 10 for the town itself, specifically requesting those without families to minimize the personal toll. He stipulated they were to bring their own food and water, a precaution against potential contamination. Charlie confirmed he understood the severity and promised to hold the information close. Bryce then detailed the logistical strategy, pointing out the 2 routes into Snowfield and instructing Charlie to block the secondary fire trail. Charlie, familiar with the area, confirmed the terrain and acknowledged the difficulty of any off-trail approach. The conversation then shifted to a more urgent request: a phone number for an Army contact from a past seminar, a General Copperfield, who ran the Civilian Defense Unit of the Army's CBW division. Charlie found the number in Utah, and the implication of its use was not lost on him. Bryce then gave 2 more names to investigate: Timothy Flight, a name from the cryptic bathroom mirror, and Harold and Blanche Ordney, the missing couple from the Candleglow Inn. Finally, he delivered the order that seemed to truly bring the horror home for Charlie: 200 body bags, with the possibility of needing far more. Charlie's stunned exclamation echoed the grim truth that Bryce himself was also grappling with. While Bryce coordinated the response on the phone, Frank and Stu were working on the dismantled police radio. Frank focused on the task, but Stu's attention was elsewhere, his crude comments about Dr. Page's appearance hanging in the air. Frank ignored him at first, but when Stu's remarks turned to the young Lisa, a dark fury flickered in him. He issued a quiet, chilling threat to Stu, a promise of personal violence should he ever act on his disgusting impulses. For a moment, Stu was speechless, cowed by the intensity of Frank's stare. He backpedaled, claiming he was just joking, but Frank's cold resolve made it clear he wasn't the type to make idle threats. Wargle tried to laugh off his earlier comments, insisting it was just locker room talk and not to be taken seriously, but Frank's cold stare lingered before he finally turned his attention back to the radio. Across the room, Tal opened the gun locker, and Jenny was surprised by the arsenal within: high-powered rifles, shotguns, and a massive .357 Magnum that she found particularly impressive. Tal confirmed the weapon's power, noting it could stop a bull, and as she inspected it, he commented on her familiarity with firearms. Jenny explained her history with guns, how she had been forced to buy one after repeated intimidation by a motorcycle gang called the Demon Chrome while making house calls at night. Tal, familiar with their leader Jean Terre, listened as she recounted a tense confrontation where she had used the weapon to disarm a volatile situation, her calm demeanor and strategic threats having successfully de-escalated the encounter without bloodshed. She admitted to being terrified but had managed to maintain a facade of control, and the incident had earned her a kind of respect from the gang. Tal was impressed by her story, and when he asked if she would have followed through on her threat to complicate his injuries if he had hurt her, Jenny affirmed her respect for the Hippocratic Oath, insisting she would have treated him with the best care despite any personal animosity. Her humility and integrity resonated with Tal, who acknowledged her toughness, and he offered the use of his nickname. He felt a certain deference for her profession, but she gently insisted on informality given their shared circumstances. Tal insisted on maintaining a formal address, but Jenny offered a practical solution. Her patient simply called her Doc. The nickname struck him as both fitting and ironic, bringing to mind the grizzled old characters of classic films, and he appreciated the contrast with her determined confrontation with Jean Terre. As they continued loading weapons, Jenny questioned the reason for such an extensive arsenal in a small town, and Tal explained the bureaucratic requirements for state and federal funding. He added, with a grim certainty, that they would likely need all of it, and that their enemy wouldn't be human. Meanwhile, Bryce's call to the governor's office was a frustrating ordeal. He was stonewalled by staff before finally reaching Gary Poe, the governor's chief aide, who was more concerned with a trade dinner than a crisis. Bryce cut him off sharply, demanding to speak to Governor Jack Retlock, an old friend from his LAPD days. His blunt report of 500 dead in Snowfield finally cut through the political chatter, and Poe went to get the governor. When Retlock came on the line, Bryce gave him the full, sobering account of the town's obliteration. Retlock, grasping the scale of the disaster, immediately proposed sending in the National Guard, but Bryce argued against it, wanting to keep the response a tightly controlled police action. He trusted his deputies to handle the situation more efficiently than a contingent of weekend soldiers. Retlock relented, but when Bryce insisted on keeping the state health department out, the governor balked, fearing a disease outbreak. Bryce countered by invoking a specialized Army unit, the Civilian Defense Unit of the CBW Division, run by General Copperfield, whose mobile labs and expert scientists were better equipped for such a mystery. Retlock, though disturbed by the implications, agreed to hold off the bureaucrats and authorize the call to Copperfield. Bryce then requested assistance with telephone routing and a shortwave radio, fearing their communications would be compromised, and Retlock promised to handle it, wishing his old friend well as the call concluded. The governor's parting words hung in the air, a plea for Bryce to survive the night. Bryce set the phone down and surveyed the room, noting the strange normalcy of the scene. Wargle and Frank working on the radio, Tal and Jenny loading weapons, Gordy and Lisa preparing coffee and food. The mundanity of it struck him even in the heart of disaster. Life's small rituals continued. He reached for the phone to call Copperfield, but the line was dead. A jiggle of the disconnect button brought no result, and as he spoke into the silence, he felt a presence, a listening intelligence on the other end. A bizarre cacophony followed the cries of gulls, the rattle of a snake, the buzz of bees, the panting of dogs, the snarling of some larger beast, a menagerie of sounds that, while familiar, chilled him to the bone. When he asked who was there, the line erupted into the agonized screams of men, women, and children, a chorus of terror and despair that seemed to come from the very depths of hell. A final, spiraling shriek of a child, and then silence, a silence filled with a palpable, malevolent presence that left him shaking. He quickly set the phone down, hiding his reaction from the others, not yet ready to share the experience. After a steadying breath, he picked up the receiver again, and was relieved to find a dial tone. The call to Dugway connected him to Copperfield, who agreed to send a team, though he was evasive about the nature of the threat. Meanwhile, Lisa had taken a liking to Gordy, drawn to his gentle nature beneath his imposing exterior. He was easy to talk to, and in a moment of levity, she told him he didn't seem like a cop, more like a young minister. He laughed it off, but when she admitted she couldn't picture him using his gun, a strange, troubled look crossed his face. Before she could ask about it, the lights began to flicker, and then died completely, plunging them into darkness. Bryce found his flashlight, and the others followed suit. They formed a defensive circle in the center of the room, backs together, weapons ready, listening. The darkness was absolute, and the silence that followed was heavy, expectant. Bryce's attention kept returning to the two half-open doors at the back of the room, though he knew both areas had been searched and were empty. The unease they generated was irrational, but it clung to him. Then, in the darkness, a soft thump echoed through the station. Wargle asked what it was, and the others gave conflicting directions, but Bryce silenced them. Listening, the sound came again, a padded blow, like a dropped pillow, and he swept his flashlight across the room, Tal tracking its beam with his revolver. The fear of the dark, a childhood dread he thought he'd long outgrown, washed over him. Frank identified the source: the front windows. As the flashlights converged, something struck the glass, rattling the panes. Bryce caught a fleeting impression of wings. Then it returned, battering the window with frantic, relentless force. A creature that was impossible to process. In the dim light, he saw it: a massive gray segmented body with a moth's head and huge, multifaceted black eyes. It was a moth the size of an eagle, a fevered nightmare made real. It beat against the glass, unable to break through, before finally vanishing as suddenly as it had appeared. The lights flickered back on. They rushed to the windows, staring out at the empty moonlit street, but there was no sign of the thing. Back at the desk, the group was rattled. They had seen the impossible, yet Wargle stubbornly insisted it was a bird, unable to accept the reality of what they'd witnessed. The question of what had taken Jake Johnson hung unanswered. The moth was too weak to carry a man. Bryce, feeling the weight of leadership, decided to share the disturbing phone call he had endured: the animal sounds, the silent presence, and the piercing screams of the damned that had left him shaken. The revelation deepened the group's unease. Gordy questioned the kind of person who would tape record such suffering, but Tall proposed a more chilling possibility: that the screams were live, the sounds of victims being tortured in that very moment. Bryce pressed him to continue, his own dread mounting. Tal proposed a chilling alternative to a recording: that the screams Bryce heard over the phone might have been live, the sounds of people being tortured and killed at that very moment. The thought sent a cold shiver through Bryce. Frank warned against thinking in conventional hostage terms, and Jenny agreed, noting that the creature at the window didn't fit any terrorist scenario. Bryce clarified that Tal didn't mean human kidnappers, but something inhuman, holding victims for incomprehensible reasons. Wargle dismissed them as lunatics, but the group had already accepted that they were dealing with something beyond normal understanding. Lisa then offered a disturbing image of a web in a dark place, where the missing were cocooned and kept alive for later consumption, a notion that, while ridiculous, seemed terrifyingly possible. Bryce crouched to inspect the sabotaged shortwave radio, noting the deliberate, meticulous destruction. Frank and Wargle wondered why the perpetrator had gone to such lengths, when simply cutting the cord would have sufficed. Lisa and Gordy brought up another mystery: the complete absence of animals. No dogs, no cats, nothing. Gordy noted that while a large creature could overpower a dog, even the swiftest cat would be a challenge to catch. Over sandwiches, Bryce told Jenny about Tal's legendary understatement, recounting a story from a 7-Eleven robbery where Tal, wounded and bleeding, had taken down 2 armed suspects and described the whole thing as a cakewalk. Jenny laughed at the aptness of the story, glancing across the room at Tal, who was eating and talking with Gordy and Lisa. The sheriff's praise for Jenny's courage was genuine, and she was touched by his words. As they talked, she found herself drawn to his easy manner and the remarkable calm he projected, even in the face of the nightmare around them. When the conversation turned practical, Jenny suggested the Hilltop Inn as a headquarters, a place large enough to consolidate their forces. Bryce agreed, and despite her trepidation about leaving the relative safety of the station, she understood his reasoning. They were no safer inside than out. The memory of the thing at the window was still fresh, its black, hungry eyes fixed in her mind. They stepped out into the night, a small procession moving through the moonlit, silent town. The absence of sound, of life, was oppressive, and every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Bryce, leading the way, felt a strange alertness, his senses straining for any sign of danger. It came without warning: a fluttering shadow, the brush of wings over his head, and then Wargle's scream. The moth was there, fixed to the deputy's face, its massive wings beating against his head. The scene unfolded in a blur of horror. Worgle staggered, clawed at the thing, his screams stifled. Bryce, paralyzed for a moment, lunged forward to help, but Worgle was writhing, jerking in a grotesque dance, and Bryce couldn't get a hold of him. Then Worgle collapsed, and the moth rose, hovering, its hateful eyes fixing on Bryce. It swooped at him, and he threw himself aside, the creature gliding over him and disappearing into the night. Tal's shotgun blast echoed in the stillness, but the moth seemed only momentarily stunned, flying on, vanishing over a rooftop. Bryce scrambled to his feet and ran to Worgle, who lay motionless on the pavement. In the moonlight, he saw the truth. Worgle's face was gone, eaten away, leaving only a bare, grinning skull. In the hushed corner of the Hilltop Inn's lobby, 4 figures sat slumped in red leatherette armchairs, the dusty white drop-cloths they'd pulled away now lying crumpled on the floor beside them. The inn had been closed since the ski season ended, and the air still held a faint mustiness beneath the sharper tang of shock and fear. They'd collapsed into the chairs like marionettes with cut strings, numb and hollow-eyed, their gazes fixed on the oval coffee table still draped in its white shroud, as if that blank fabric offered the only safe place to rest their eyes. Tal's voice broke the silence first. He spoke of shooting the creature, of being certain he'd hit it. Everyone had seen the buckshot strike, but he couldn't understand why the thing hadn't been shredded, why a dead-on blast from a 20 gauge hadn't blown it to pieces. Frank agreed, acknowledging they'd all witnessed the hit. Lisa interrupted them with a quiet certainty that guns were useless now, and Gordy, his tone distant, as if he was speaking from another room, admitted it could have been him. He'd been right behind Worgle. If the deputy had ducked or dodged, that terrible thing would have taken Gordy instead. Lisa shook her head, insisting the creature had wanted Worgle specifically. She explained it had heard him refuse to admit what he'd seen, dismissing the monstrous moth as just a bird. It had singled him out, she said, to teach a lesson to all of them. Tal challenged her, arguing the thing couldn't have overheard their conversation, and even if it had, it couldn't have understood. He tried to convince himself more than anyone, repeating that it was just an insect, no matter how large. But Lisa offered no reply, only stared silently at the shrouded table, her pale face ghost-like in the dim light. Tal kept insisting it wasn't omniscient, but his words rang hollow in the deathly quiet lobby. At the far end of the room, Jenny forced herself to examine Worgle's remains, though her stomach churned with revulsion. The lobby lights were too dim for a proper inspection, so she used a flashlight, playing its beam over the ragged edges of the wound and into the cavity of the skull. What she found made her breath catch. The center of his face was entirely gone, eaten away to the bone, the skin and cartilage dissolved as if by acid. Even the bone itself was pitted and partially disintegrated in places. The eyes were completely absent, yet strangely, a border of healthy, untouched flesh framed the gruesome ruin along his jawline, his cheekbones, his chin and forehead, as if something had precisely and methodically excised only the central features. She clicked off the flashlight, unable to bear the sight any longer. She drew the drop-cloth over his face, grateful to hide that skeletal grin. Bryce asked what she'd found, and she reported there were no teeth marks, no signs of tearing or chewing. The creature's chitinous beak and working mandibles, which they'd both glimpsed at the substation windows, should have left slashes and bite marks, but the flesh appeared to have been dissolved, the edges even cauterized. She explained that the insect must have secreted an acid, liquefying the tissue and then sucking it away. Bryce, his face drained of color, his freckles standing out starkly, realized that was how the monster had done so much damage in only seconds. Jenny then noticed something even more chilling. No blood, none on the floor, none on the uniform. Worgle should have hemorrhaged profusely from such a wound, but he was utterly drained. She pointed out the collapsed veins in his neck and arms, the absence of any blue tracery, and concluded all the blood had been sucked out of him. Bryce, overwhelmed by guilt, insisted he was responsible, that they should have waited for reinforcements, but Jenny refused to let him shoulder the blame, arguing that staying in the substation wouldn't have saved Wargle. The creature's attack was too sudden, too swift for any defense. Reluctantly, she told him there was more. His brain was gone. She held out the flashlight for him to see for himself, but he couldn't bring himself to look. She realized her hand was shaking violently, and he gently took the flashlight from her, setting it aside, then took her hands in his, warming them. She forced herself to describe the horror the creature had eaten through his face and eyes in an instant, stripped away his tongue and gums, bored through the roof of his mouth, and consumed his brain and all the blood in his body within 10 or 12 seconds. The words tumbled out of her, rising and cracking as she tried to articulate the sheer impossibility of what she'd witnessed. Bryce guided her to a sofa still draped in dusty white sheeting, and they sat together on its edge. Across the room, the others were turned away, which she was grateful for. She didn't want Lisa to see her like this, trembling and pale, her composure shattered. He rested a hand on her shoulder and spoke in a low, soothing murmur. She felt the tension slowly ease from her muscles, replaced not by calm exactly, but by a numb stillness. She was still disturbed, still afraid, but the edge of hysteria had dulled. He asked if she was better, and she managed a self-deprecating joke, admitting she'd fallen apart, just as Lisa would have said. He dismissed the idea, reminding her she'd been the one brave enough to examine the body, while he couldn't even bring himself to look. She thanked him for pulling her together, observing that he had a gift for soothing frayed nerves. He shrugged it off, but she insisted his quiet presence had made all the difference. They sat in silence, their minds drifting toward dark places neither wanted to explore. Then he spoke of the moth, wondering where it had come from. She offered a half-joking suggestion of hell, then more seriously proposed the Mesozoic era. His eyes sharpened with interest, and he asked about that period. She explained it was the age of dinosaurs, though she couldn't confirm if such giant moths had ever existed. He could picture it soaring through prehistoric swamps, and she agreed, imagining it preying on small creatures, buzzing around the Tyrannosaurus rex like a summer pest. But he pressed the question, if it was from the Mesozoic, where had it been for the last 100 million years? She wondered aloud if it could be a product of genetic engineering, an experiment in recombinant DNA. He expressed doubt, recalling that science was still working with bacteria, years away from creating whole new species. She conceded he was probably right, but the moth was here, defying all reason, so nothing could be ruled out. Then she voiced her deeper fear. What else was out there? Not the moth alone. That creature, deadly as it was, couldn't have killed Jake Johnson silently or carried him away, she admitted. She no longer even considered fleeing town, not because of disease, but because she knew they'd be stopped. Something more cunning and formidable was playing with them, and it wouldn't let anyone leave. They had to find it, figure out how to fight it, before it tired of the game. In the Hilltop Inn's restaurant, 2 rooms waited to be converted. The first was filled with chairs stacked upside down on tables, all swathed in green plastic. Bryce and the others pulled off the sheeting and cleared the furniture, preparing the space as a cafeteria. In the second room, they began moving furniture out to make room for mattresses they'd bring down later. They'd barely started when a distant engine sound reached them. Bryce moved to the French windows and peered down the hill. 3 county squad cars, their red beacons flashing, were climbing Skyline Road. He announced they were here. The reinforcements had arrived, but as he watched them approach, the sight offered less comfort than he'd expected. 10 more men suddenly seemed pitifully inadequate. Jenny's words echoed in his mind, waiting for reinforcements wouldn't have saved Wargle. Then the lights flickered, dimmed, and went out completely. For one interminable second, darkness swallowed them. Then the lights blazed back to life, steady and bright, as if nothing had happened. The clock read 11:15, the witching hour approaching. In London, Monday morning dawned grey and wet. Rain sheeted against the windows of the Churchill Hotel in Portman Square, distorting the view beyond. At a window table, Bert Sandler watched the water beat and streak down the glass while lightning briefly illuminated the room. He was trying to calculate how he'd justify the breakfast he'd just ordered. His guest had started with champagne and caviar, two kinds of fruit, and showed no signs of stopping. Dr. Timothy Flight studied the menu with undisguised delight. He asked the waiter for croissants, inquiring whether they were flaky, then requested 2 soft eggs with buttered toast, and finally, a rasher of bacon. The waiter blinked at the combination but noted it all. Flight looked up at Sandler and declared that breakfast without bacon was unthinkable. Sandler agreed, forcing a smile, and ordered his own simpler meal. Flight's wire-rimmed spectacles had slipped down his nose, and he pushed them back with a long finger. Sandler noticed the bridge was broken and amateurishly soldered, likely repaired by Flight himself to save money. The professor then asked the waiter about their pork sausages, warning he'd send them back if they weren't of the highest quality. Flight pressed the waiter for absolute honesty, warning that inferior sausages would be returned immediately. The waiter assured him theirs were excellent, even admitting a personal fondness for them. Satisfied, Flight ordered sausages, and when the waiter asked if that would replace the bacon, Flight seemed almost offended, insisting it was in addition. At 58, he looked a decade older. Sparse white hair crackled around his large ears. His neck was scrawny and wrinkled, his frame all bone and cartilage. There was genuine doubt whether he could consume everything he'd ordered. He added potatoes to the list, then inquired about pastries, and the waiter, maintaining perfect composure, glanced at Sandler with an expression that silently asked whether his guest was senile or training for a marathon. Sandler only smiled. Flight ordered an assortment of pastries for the end of the meal, beaming with satisfaction, and finally relinquished the menu with apparent reluctance. Sandler nearly sighed with relief and placed his own simpler order. Flight then leaned in conspiratorially and asked if Sandler would be having champagne. Sandler said he might have a glass or two, hoping the bubbles would help him craft a believable explanation for the expense. Flight promptly instructed the waiter to bring 2 bottles instead of 1. Sandler nearly choked on his ice water. As the waiter left, Flight remarked on the dreary weather, comparing it to New York's autumn. They exchanged pleasantries about rainy seasons until the champagne and caviar arrived, Flight clearly intent on delaying any serious discussion. Sandler observed that the professor seemed a character straight out of Dickens. After a toast, Flight's eyes grew merry, and he asked if Sandler had come all the way from New York just to see him. Sandler explained he made annual trips to scout British authors, particularly thriller writers. Flight rattled off names like Maclean and Forsyth, and Sandler confirmed their popularity. He added that he also suggested projects for specific authors. Flight understood. Sandler had something in mind for him. Sandler mentioned he'd read The Ancient Enemy when it was first published and found it fascinating. Flight noted that while many found it fascinating, most found it infuriating. He admitted the book had brought him nothing but problems. Sandler asked what kind, and Flight revealed he'd lost his university position 15 years ago, at 43, when most academics were achieving job security. He explained the attack had been indirect, the administrators and colleagues spreading rumors about his sexual preferences and competence, poisoning his reputation behind his back. 18 months after publication, he was eased out, and no other university would touch him. His theories were deemed too bizarre, and he was accused of pandering to pseudoscience for profit. Sandler was appalled, pointing out the book was a scholarly treatise never aimed at bestseller lists. Flight agreed, noting his royalty statements proved how little he'd made. Sandler observed he'd been a respected archaeologist, and Flight responded that he'd never been all that respected, but he'd never been an embarrassment until his book. He tried to explain the nature of scientists. They believed knowledge came in tiny increments and weren't prepared for visionaries who transformed fields overnight. He cited Copernicus as an example, though he didn't compare himself to such giants. He should have seen the backlash coming. The waiter returned with fruit and juice. Sandler asked if Flight still believed his theory had validity, and Flight insisted he was right, pointing to history's mysterious mass disappearances. His eyes sharpened as he leaned forward, citing the 1939 disappearance of 3,000 Chinese soldiers outside Nanking and the 1711 loss of 4,000 Spanish troops in the Pyrenees. He spoke of the Mayan cities abandoned overnight around AD 610, hundreds of thousands vanishing without taking their belongings, seed corn, or tools, with evidence of families leaving prepared dinners uneaten. No current theories explained it except his own, bizarre and impossible as it was. Sandler added frightening, and Flight agreed. Sinking back in his chair, he emptied his champagne glass, and the waiter refilled it. He quickly consumed his fruit, as if afraid it might be taken away. Sandler felt sorry for the old man, clearly unused to such expensive meals. Flight clarified. He was only interested in mass disappearances of both people and animals, of which there were hundreds throughout history, and had never claimed to explain Judge Crater or Amelia Earhart. The waiter brought croissants as lightning split the sky outside, thunder rolling across the city. Flight interrupted Sandler's thought, tapping the table emphatically and insisting there had been disappearances since his book's publication. Sandler expressed doubt, arguing they would have made front-page news. Flight countered that the press only cared about politics, murder, sex, and oddities, not scientific anomalies. He cited 2 instances. 8 years ago, marine biologists had noted a dramatic decline in Pacific fish populations, some species halved. There had been initial panic about changing ocean temperatures, but that proved false. The sea life gradually replenished itself across hundreds of square miles, and no one could explain where the millions of vanished creatures had gone. Sandler suggested pollution, but Flight dismissed it, arguing it would have required an unprecedented, undetectable accident with no oil spills, no dead fish washing ashore, just mass disappearance. Sandler grew excited, sensing a potential bestseller. He remembered his hunches were usually right, aside from one disastrous diet book. If he could persuade Flight to popularize and update his material, the professor would be financially secure for years. He encouraged Flight to continue. Flight described the second incident in 1980. 3,000 to 4,000 tribesmen in Central Africa vanished from their villages, abandoning food and possessions, with only a few broken pottery pieces as signs of violence. Political massacres typically involved looting, burning, and mass graves, but none of that occurred here. Weeks later, game wardens reported an inexplicable decrease in wildlife, though no one connected the 2 events. Flight suspected they were related. Sandler noted these disappearances happened in remote areas, making verification difficult, and Flight agreed most probably occurred at sea, where the vastness made detection impossible. But he reminded Sandler of the Chinese and Spanish armies that vanished within modern civilization, and the Mayan cities, showing the ancient enemy could strike boldly. Flight believed it could happen today, anywhere with the right geological underpinnings. Sandler, sipping champagne, wasn't sure he believed the theories but recognized their commercial potential. Yet believing felt like opening a door to hell. He admitted the idea gave him chills, and Flight agreed it should. The waiter arrived with eggs, bacon, sausages, and toast. At the Hilltop Inn, the preparations were complete. After 2 hours of work, Bryce sat alone in the cafeteria, sipping decaffeinated coffee from a mug bearing the hotel's crest. It was 1:30 a.m. With help from the 10 deputies, one restaurant room had become a dormitory with 20 mattresses on the floor, enough for any shift of the investigative team. The other half held buffet tables for cafeteria-style meals. The kitchen was clean and organized. The lobby had been transformed into an operations center with desks, filing cabinets, bulletin boards, and a map of Snowfield. Security had been thoroughly inspected. Rear entrances were locked and reinforced with slanted 2x4s wedged under crash bars and nailed to frames. The emergency stair door was sealed. Only the elevators connected the lobby to the upper floors, with 2 guards stationed there. Another guard watched the front entrance. A detail confirmed all upstairs rooms were empty, and another found all ground floor windows locked, most painted shut. Still, the windows remained weak points, but at least breaking glass would provide warning. Other tasks completed. Wargul's mutilated body was stored in a utility room off the lobby. Bryce had drawn up a duty roster with 12-hour shifts for the next 3 days. He couldn't think of anything else to do until daylight. Now he sat alone, trying to make sense of the night's events, but his mind kept circling back to one grim thought: Wargle's brain was gone. Every drop of blood had been sucked out of him. Bryce forced himself to push aside the ghastly image of Wargle's destroyed face. He rose, refilled his coffee, and returned to his table. The inn was enveloped in a profound quiet. At another table, 3 night shift deputies played cards in near silence, their words barely above whispers. The inn was a fortress, but was it truly safe? In the dormitory, Lisa chose a corner mattress, positioning her back against a blank wall. Jenny unfolded a blanket and draped it over her sister, offering the second one, but Lisa declined. She remarked how strange it felt to sleep fully clothed, and Jenny offered a hollow reassurance that things would soon return to normal, immediately recognizing the emptiness of her words. Lisa asked if Jenny would sleep too, and Jenny admitted she wasn't ready yet. Lisa wished she would lie down beside her, and Jenny smoothed her hair, promising she wasn't alone. Around them, deputies including Tal, Gordy, and Frank had bedded down while 3 armed guards stood watch. Lisa asked if the lights would be dimmed further, but Jenny explained they couldn't risk darkness. The girl asked her to stay until she fell asleep, seeming younger than her 14 years, and Jenny agreed, lying beside her, propped on one hand. Lisa wanted to talk about anything except tonight. Jenny seized the opportunity to ask about something Lisa had said earlier, regarding their mother's pride in her. Lisa confirmed that their mother had bragged about her constantly. Jenny asked if their mother had ever blamed her for their father's stroke, and Lisa seemed baffled, asking why she would. Jenny admitted she'd caused their father heartache and worry, but Lisa was astonished. She said their mother's only complaint about Jenny was the time she dyed the calico cat black for Halloween and gotten Clairol all over the sun porch furniture. Jenny laughed in surprise, recalling she'd been only 8. Lisa pressed her. Why would she think their mother blamed her for their father's natural death? Jenny hesitated, realizing the truth was liberating. Her mother had never held anything against her. She'd been wrong to blame herself all these years. Tears welled, but she insisted she was happy, finally free. Lisa wanted to know what Jenny had thought she'd done, arguing that sisters shouldn't keep secrets, but Jenny deferred the story for another time, wanting to hear about Lisa instead. They talked of trivialities, and Lisa's eyes grew heavy. Jenny's thoughts drifted to Bryce's gentle eyes, then to the Lieberman's severed heads glaring from ovens, and to Wargle's empty eye sockets. She tried to push the images away, but they circled back relentlessly. She wished someone could talk her to sleep the way she was doing for Lisa. It would be a restless night. In the windowless utility room off the lobby, darkness was absolute. The faint odor of cleaning fluids hung in the air. Water dripped from a leaky faucet into the metal sink, each drop a hollow ping in the silence. In the center of the room, Wargle's faceless body lay shrouded on a table. A breathless anticipation hung in the darkness. Frank Autry huddled under his blanket, eyes closed, thinking of Ruth. His wife of 26 years, tall and willowy, with a quiet voice and infectious laugh. She was the only woman he'd ever loved. He'd spoken to her briefly before turning in, unable to share the full horror but assuring her he wouldn't be home tonight. She hadn't pressed. She'd been a good army wife, and she still was. Thinking of Ruth was his defense against stress and fear. For a man who'd spent his life in dangerous work, she was indispensable medicine, an inoculation against despair. Gordy Brogan couldn't close his eyes without seeing bloody visions. He lay staring at Frank's back, mentally composing his letter of resignation. He wouldn't submit it until after the crisis, not wanting to abandon his buddies, but he'd made up his mind police work wasn't for him. He'd become a cop partly to rebel against his parents, who'd wanted him to be a veterinarian because of his uncanny way with animals. He'd always felt smothered by their affection and rejected their path. Now he saw they were right. He was a healer, not a peacekeeper. He'd also sought the badge to prove his masculinity, fearing others saw him as androgynous because he wasn't interested in sports or hot rods, because he enjoyed painting and music and nature, because he abhorred violence. But now he understood. He didn't need to prove anything. He would go to school, become a vet, be content. His folks would be happy. His life would be on track. He closed his eyes, seeking sleep, but darkness brought nightmares of severed animal heads and dismembered creatures. He gasped awake. What had happened to all the pets in Snowfield? In the utility room, the dripping had stopped. Something moved in the pitch-black silence, soft, wet, stealthy. Jenny found Bryce in the cafeteria and joined him with coffee. He asked if Lisa was sleeping, and she confirmed she was out like a rock. He asked how she was holding up, and she admitted it was hard to grieve properly. She'd gone numb. If she let herself react to every death, she'd be a mess. He agreed. It was a normal, healthy response how they were all dealing with it. They drank coffee and talked, the conversation drifting to personal territory. He asked if she was married, and she said no. He admitted he had been, his wife dead, not divorced a runaway truck a year ago. She offered her condolences, and he told her about his son Timmy, still in a coma, unlikely to recover. He confessed that Timmy's passing would be a blessing, and described the numbness that had followed, the time he'd cut himself slicing an orange and hadn't noticed the pain or the blood. He said lately he'd been coming to acceptance, and strangely, since arriving in Snowfield, the grayness that had leached the color from everything had lifted. Tonight, amid all the fear and tension, everything seemed extraordinarily vivid. She spoke of her mother's death, and the surprising depth of its impact, despite years of estrangement. She found herself telling him about the mistakes of her 18th year, about Cam Hudson, the graduate student whose charm had swept her away. She'd become his lover, his disciple, nearly his slave, moving in with him and dropping out of college to work as a waitress. Gradually, she saw his violent temper, and her father died while she was still with Cam. At the funeral, she sensed her mother's blame. Within a month, she discovered she was pregnant, and Cam beat her so severely she miscarried. It ended then, and she grew up abruptly. She'd spent 12 years working obsessively to prove her worth to her mother, skipping vacations and weekends, unable to face the accusation she saw in her mother's eyes. But tonight, Lisa had revealed her mother never blamed her. The accusation had been only a reflection of her own guilt. Bryce understood, and she saw sympathy in his eyes. He observed they were alike, both with martyr complexes. She vowed no more. Life was too short if Snowfield let her live. He promised they'd get through it, and suggested having something to look forward to would help. He asked her out on a date, describing Gravassio's ristorante with its minestrone, scampi, veal, pasta, garlic bread, and zabaglione for dessert. She grinned and accepted, and they chatted a few minutes more, tension easing, until both were ready to sleep. In the dark utility room, water began to drip again. Something moved stealthily in the blackness, making wet slithering sounds. Soft noises filled the room, panting, hissing, childlike laughter, a woman's whimper, a moan, a sigh, a swallow's chirp, a rattlesnake's warning, the humming of bees, the sinister buzz of wasps, a dog's growl. Then silence. The shroud over Wargle's body rustled and fell to the floor. Slithering resumed, followed by a brittle splintering sound, a sharp bone crack, then silence, broken only by the steady drip of water. Tal Whitman lay awake, thinking about fear. It had forged him. His life was a denial of it. He refused to be humbled by fear, having learned early that acknowledgement could expose him to its appetite. He'd been born in Harlem, where fear was everywhere: gangs, junkies, violence, poverty. His father had been a violent sociopath, his mother a drunk and a dope user, nearly as ruthless. When Tal was 9, a fire swept their tenement, killing his parents, brother, and 3 sisters. He was the sole survivor. He went to live with his Aunt Rebecca, who taught him there was nothing to fear but fear itself, which was just a shadow. With her love and guidance, he grew to think himself invincible. Now, for the first time in years, a knot of fear tightened in him. He thought of Wargle's eyes eaten out of his skull. The boogeyman was real. Half a year from 31, Tal Whitman discovered he could still be afraid, and realized that sometimes fear was simply smart. Shortly before dawn, Lisa woke from a nightmare she couldn't remember. She looked at Jenny and the others sleeping, then toward the windows. Outside, Skyline Road lay peaceful in the approaching light. Lisa needed to use the bathroom. She rose quietly, padding between rows of sleeping figures, and passed through the archway where she smiled at a guard who winked back. In the dining room, a man sat reading a magazine. The lobby had 2 guards by the elevators, and a third at the front doors, shotgun ready, peering through the beveled glass at the street. Fred Turpner, a bald deputy, was monitoring the phone at the largest desk. 2 legal sheets were filled with messages, and the phone rang again as she passed. She headed for the restrooms tucked in the lobby corner, their labels, Snow Bunnies and Snowbucks, jarringly cutesy against the inn's atmosphere. The women's room had been deemed safe, windowless and accessible only through the guarded lobby. It was large and clean with 4 stalls, sinks, white ceramic tile bordered in dark blue. She used the first stall, then the nearest sink. As she finished washing and looked up at the mirror, she saw him. Worgle, the dead deputy. He stood behind her, grinning, naked, his face restored jowls, thick lips, piggish nose, quick eyes. Impossible. Before she could react, he stepped between her and the door. She heard pounding, but he seemed oblivious. She realized the pounding was only her own frantic heartbeat. Worgle extended his arms, gesturing for her to come, his grin obscene. She remembered catching him looking at her earlier, his gaze unsettling. "Come here, sweet stuff," he said, licking his lips. She tried to scream but couldn't, barely able to draw breath. He touched himself, making crude remarks, advancing step by step. His shadow fell over her, and ghosts didn't cast shadows. She backed into a corner, searching for a weapon, finding none. Each breath came harder. She was dizzy, weak. He stopped an arm's length away, swaying dreamily, eyes closed. She considered slipping past him but couldn't bring herself to touch him. Then she noticed movement behind his eyelids. They no longer conformed to his eyeballs. He opened his eyes. They were gone, only empty black sockets beneath the lids. She screamed but no sound came. His grin remained fixed. "Little pussy," he said. "Kiss me, little pussy." She prayed to die first. His hand found her throat, cold and slick. She smelled his stale, rotting breath, gagging. He lowered his face toward hers, and she stared into the swarming darkness of his sockets, like peering into hell. "Give us a little kiss," he said, giggling. She heaved in her breath and screamed, this time audible, loud enough to shatter mirrors. As his dead, eyeless face descended, the whirlpool of hysteria drew her down into oblivion. In the lobby, Jenny sat with Lisa on a rust-colored sofa, holding the girl close. Bryce crouched before them, rubbing Lisa's cold hand, trying to warm it. The others gathered in a semicircle behind him, all except the guards on duty. Lisa looked terrible, sunken, haunted eyes, her face as pale as the bathroom tile where they'd found her unconscious. Bryce assured her again that Worgle was dead, but she insisted he'd wanted her to kiss him. He told her there'd been no one in the restroom but her, that they'd found her alone and unconscious. She repeated that he was there. Bryce reminded her Worgle's body was in the utility room, but she asked if it was still there, suggesting they look. He met Jenny's eyes, and she nodded, remembering that anything was possible tonight. He rose, called Tal, and they moved toward the utility room, guns drawn, ordering the others to stay back. At the door, Tal voiced his belief that Lisa wasn't the type to make up stories, and Bryce agreed. He thought of Henderson's vanished corpse from the substation, but that body had been unguarded. Worgle's couldn't have moved without the lobby guard seeing, yet no one had seen anything. Bryce positioned himself left of the door, Tal right. They listened silence. Bryce turned the knob slowly, threw the door open and jumped back. Nothing rushed out. Tal found the light switch, and Bryce launched through the doorway, gun extended. The fluorescent light revealed the shroud in a pile on the floor, the table empty. Worgle's corpse was gone. Deke Coover, the front door guard, admitted he'd been watching the street with his back to the lobby. He said Worgle could have done a soft shoe routine and he wouldn't have noticed. The 2 men by the elevators, McKeith and Jessup, insisted no one had entered or left the utility room all night they'd been watching. Bryce was frustrated. Dead men don't just climb off tables and walk away, but Jessup argued dead men stay where you put them. Bryce countered that this town broke all the rules. In the utility room with Tal, Bryce surveyed the space. The only exit was the door. The leaky faucet dripped. Tal pointed to a heating vent, but Bryce dismissed it too small for a man. Tal reminded him of the Krabinski burglary, where a man had entered through a similarly small window. Bryce knew a man could squeeze through an opening large enough for his head, but Wargle's belly would have corked it. Still, he climbed a step stool to inspect the vent, finding it was a spring clip model that could be replaced from inside the duct. He shone a flashlight inside, saw the narrow passage turned upward after a short distance, and declared it impossible Wargle would have needed to be a child or a contortionist. Back in the lobby, Frank approached Bryce at the operations desk. He had something to say about Wargle, though he didn't like speaking ill of the dead. Bryce dismissed the concern, noting none of them cared much for him. Frank recounted Wargle's disgusting remarks about Jenny and Lisa the night before, when they'd been dismantling the radio. Bryce shook his head. Frank emphasized that Lisa couldn't have overheard the conversation, but she might have sensed what kind of man Wargle was from his looks. Frank argued that kids' lies are usually simple, not elaborate. Lisa's story about Wargle molesting her seemed too specific to be invented. The explanation that someone sneaked in and stole the body was full of holes. What happened was stranger. Bryce asked if Frank believed in ghosts, the living dead. Frank said no. There was a real explanation, just not superstition. Bryce agreed, but Wargle's face had been. Bryce acknowledged he'd seen Wargle's ruined face and couldn't explain how it had been restored. Lisa had mentioned his eyes, and Bryce had heard her account. He sighed. Comparing the case to Rubik's Cube, he'd solved that puzzle, but this was far worse. Frank observed that failing the puzzle didn't result in death. In the county jail, Fletcher Cale woke before dawn, staring at the barred window. He refused to accept a life in prison. He believed in his magnificent destiny, his superiority to the rest of mankind. He saw himself as perceptive, understanding that all humans were driven by self-interest, though most were too cowardly to admit it. He despised their noble sentiments, seeing them as hollow delusions. He considered himself ahead of his time, evolved beyond morality, and believed others hated him not for killing his wife and son, but because he was better than them. He'd had no choice but to kill Joanna. She'd been in his way. He regretted Danny only occasionally, rationalizing that the boy had been brainwashed against him. He dropped to the floor and did push-ups, keeping in shape for escape. He knew exactly where to go, a hideout in the mountains, right in the county where they wouldn't look. He felt drawn to the mountains. Dawn spread across the mountains above Snowfield. The forest was unnaturally quiet, the leaves beaded with dew, the air chilly. A fox stood motionless on a limestone formation, having prowled since before dawn without finding game for 2 days. The woods were barren of scent, devoid of prey. Then he saw movement squirrels lined up at the tree line. He couldn't catch their scent, and they didn't seem frightened. They moved toward him, a blur of brown, and when they stopped, they were no longer squirrels but 4 large raccoons. The fox hissed, growled, but couldn't scent them. Something was very wrong. The raccoons sat up, exposing their bellies, watching him. The fox licked the air, and finally caught an unfamiliar repellent odor. Sensing danger, he turned and fled across the limestone, leaping over a crevice, and was snatched from mid-air by something dark and cold. His squeal was brief. He was dragged down through a hole too small for him, bones snapping. The raccoons vanished. Then a flood of field mice poured onto the limestone, went to the crevice, and slipped over the edge one by one into the cavern below. The forest fell silent again. The first leak began in Santa Mira, just after 1 a.m. A woman who worked for the phone company, having been part of the effort to reroute Snowfield's lines, dialed the local newspaper. The exhausted ad salesman who answered tried to brush her off, but she insisted her tip was real. The town was sealed off. Something terrible had happened. People were dead, and calls were being fielded only by the sheriff's men. His interest sharpened in spite of his weariness. She spoke of calls coming in from the governor's office and from a military base in Utah, and by the time she was done, he wasn't thinking about selling ads anymore. Shortly after that, in San Francisco, a 15-year-old boy named Ricky Bettenby managed to reach a reporter at the Chronicle. He was frantic and profane, furious at his father, a Stanford professor who he said had been corrupted by military money and was now part of some secret biological warfare project. The reporter was patient, listening as the boy explained that his father had been called away tonight under a cover story, but the real reason was an emergency in Snowfield. He suspected a botched test, an accidental release of something terrible. He gave his father's name, Wilson Bettenby, and his own, eager to expose the whole thing. All through the night, more leaks opened. A careless Army officer in Utah phoned his brother, a young reporter at the New York Times. A governor's aide, in the quiet intimacy after sex, confided in his lover, a woman reporter. Each new revelation was a crack in the dam, and by 3 a.m, the sheriff's switchboard was overwhelmed. Dawn brought a flood. Reporters and camera crews from Sacramento and San Francisco, along with hundreds of the curious, crowded the street outside the sheriff's offices. The deputies stopped trying to control the crowd and simply blocked off the block with sawhorses, turning it into an open-air press camp. 2 enterprising kids set up a makeshift stand, selling sodas and hot coffee with the help of an absurdly long series of extension cords, and their spot quickly became the hub for rumor and speculation. Other journalists fanned out through the town, searching for anyone with connections to Snowfield. More camped at the roadblock at the junction of the highway, and still, only half the eventual media presence had even arrived. The Eastern press and foreign correspondents were still traveling. By Monday afternoon, it would be chaos. First Light brought the shortwave radio and generators to the quarantine roadblock, delivered by highway patrol officers who abandoned the vans midway up the mountain road. County deputies relayed the situation to Santa Mira, which then gave the go-ahead to Sheriff Hammond at the Hilltop Inn. Tal Whitman, Frank Autry, and 2 others retrieved the vehicles, and with the shortwave now operational in the lobby, a message was sent and received from headquarters, a backup if the phones failed. One generator was wired into the street lamps, the other was spliced into the hotel's power. If the lights went out again, they would be dark for only a second, and Hammond felt certain that was too fast for their enemy to strike. Jenny Page started her morning with a sponge bath, then a breakfast of eggs, ham, toast, and coffee. Escorted by 3 armed deputies, she walked up to her house to gather fresh clothes for herself and Lisa, and to her office to collect medical supplies. The house was still, but the deputies entered each room with visible tension, as if expecting some hidden threat. While packing in her office, the telephone rang. She knew only 2 lines in town were working, both at the inn, but she answered anyway. There was silence, then a cascade of sounds: distant gulls, buzzing bees, a mewling kitten, a weeping child, laughing, a panting dog, and the unmistakable rattle of a snake. The purr of a cat turned to a hiss, then a shriek of pain, then a voice. Wargle's voice spoke obscenely about her sister. Jenny hung up, telling the deputies it was a dead line, but her trembling hands betrayed her. Later, at the pharmacy, the phone rang again. She answered, heard Wargle's voice making another vile threat, and hung up. Again she dismissed it, but the deputies saw the tremor in her hands. Back at the inn, Hammond was on the phone with Santa Mira. The APB on Timothy Flight had turned up nothing. The name was a mystery. The Ordnays, the couple from the Candleglow Inn, were well-known San Francisco booksellers, but their family and address book held no mention of Flight. Police were waiting for their shops to open to question employees. As Jenny returned with her supplies, Hammond asked about Lisa. She was in the kitchen with armed men. Jenny said something had happened but put off the details. They set up a small infirmary in the lobby, and Hammond helped arrange supplies, noting that no one had been injured yet, only killed. Jenny agreed, observing that the enemy didn't seem to take half measures. Then she told him about the calls. The voice was unmistakably Wargle's, impossible and obscene. Hammond suggested an impersonator, but Jenny insisted it was him. The absurdity of it, the eaten face, the missing brain, The drained blood left her baffled and shaken. Bryce found himself staring hard at the deputy, the tension of the moment momentarily giving way to a flicker of dark humor. Tal's pointed comparison hung in the air, a rare quiet challenge that cut through the noise of the last few minutes. He was about to deflect with a dry remark, when he heard a sharp, wet gasp from the kitchen entrance. Lisa was back, and the look on her face was enough to shut down any thought of levity. The girl's hand shot out, pointing urgently toward the swinging doors, but the frantic motion and her wide-eyed expression conveyed the message before any words could form. The bizarre, childish singing had been just the beginning of the disturbance. Something more was waiting beyond the kitchen. Bryce's hand moved instinctively to his revolver, the familiar weight grounding him as he re-entered the dining room. Jenny was already a few steps ahead, her medical bag thumping against her hip. The three deputies on kitchen detail, Gordy, Henry, and Max, had dropped their utensils and drawn their weapons, but they stood frozen in a loose circle, their gazes darting from the sink to each other, utterly baffled. Then the singing resumed. It came from the drain, a clear, fragile boy's voice, sweet and eerily innocent. The first chorus of Mulberry Bush echoed in the tiled room, bouncing off the stainless steel and making the hair on the back of Bryce's neck stand on end. He stepped closer to the sink, Jenny at his side, both of them listening with a mixture of horror and disbelief. Lisa confirmed it had started a couple of minutes ago, and Max, his burly frame still tense, recounted how he'd nearly jumped out of his skin when the first notes trilled from the pipes. The song shifted to a cloying, almost mocking rendition of Jesus Loves Me, and the saccharine piety in the childlike voice felt wrong fundamentally, deeply wrong. Henry articulated what everyone was thinking: this was impossible. A child's voice couldn't emanate from a kitchen drain. The very sound was an unsettling mockery, a violation of the natural order that made Bryce's skin crawl. Then, as abruptly as it began, the singing stopped. Max let out a shuddering breath of relief, muttering about the voice drilling into his teeth, but the silence that followed was worse than the song. Bryce leaned toward the drain, curiosity overriding caution, though he sensed the danger a second too late. Jenny's warning cry was swallowed by a violent spout of filthy, greasy water that erupted from the dark hole, shooting nearly to the ceiling. It splattered across the counters, the floor, and every person in the kitchen. Bryce recoiled, his revolver raised uselessly, the foul stench of backed-up sewage filling his nostrils. The water left greasy streaks across his face and shirt, the residue of what looked like breakfast scraps. For a moment, everyone was frozen in stunned silence, the absurdity of the attack foul but harmless, shaking them more than a physical assault might have. After a beat, Gordy was already handing out paper towels, and they all set to wiping themselves off, the grim, absurd act bringing a strange, fleeting sense of normalcy. But the reprieve was short. Tal pushed through the kitchen doors, his face taut with new urgency. He announced that General Copperfield and his team had passed the roadblock hours ahead of schedule. Bryce felt a jolt of relief at the news. As they stepped outside into the bracing mountain morning, the crisp air and bright sky offered a sharp contrast to the horrors inside. The town, in its tranquility, seemed almost mocking. Tal paused on the sidewalk, his gaze drawn upward to the sun, and his expression softened for a fleeting moment. The memory of lemon drops from a Harlem newsstand flickered behind his eyes, a simple, vivid memory of childhood. He wondered briefly if the shop, Boaz's, was still there, or if it, too, had succumbed to the rot of neglect and decay that seemed to be seeping into everything, everywhere. The thought was a dark one, and he quickly brushed it aside, clinging to the conviction that people like Bryce, Frank, and Doc Page, people like his Aunt Becky, could still push back against the gathering shadows. But standing here on the silent cobbled street of a dead town, the weight of Snowfield's evil pressed in on him, testing his faith. Gordy's voice broke the silence, pointing out the distant rumble of engines. Tal turned to Bryce, surprised they were early. Bryce just nodded, a hint of grudging respect in his tired voice. "Copperfield's a tough customer," he said, the words more for himself than anyone else. The subtle, familiar parallel Tal had drawn between him and the general didn't go unnoticed, but Bryce had no time to dwell on it. The cavalry was arriving. Bryce tried to deflect Tal's teasing with a sleepy-eyed claim of being harmless, but the joke barely landed before a distant rumble drew their attention. The convoy was arriving. At the bottom of the slope, a massive white motorhome appeared, its bulk moving with a ponderous, methodical slowness. Jenny studied it as it approached, noting the armored windshield and the absence of any identifying marks. The anonymity was clearly by design. 2 more vehicles followed, a second motorhome and an unmarked truck hauling a plain gray trailer, each one engineered for a specific secret purpose. Bryce stepped into the street, waving his arms above his head to ensure the lead driver saw them. The heavy vehicles crawled up the street, their engines straining, and eased around the corner onto the cross street beside the inn. Jenny watched the rear doors, her spirits lifting as the engines died and silence descended. This was it. The specialists had arrived. The cavalry. But the first men out of the truck were not what she expected. They wore white, airtight vinyl suits, complete with helmets and oxygen tanks, and they were armed. Jenny's initial sense of relief curdled into confusion as the soldiers spread out, took up positions, and aimed their submachine guns outward directly at her. When Bryce stepped forward to demand an explanation, a sergeant fired a warning burst into the air, stopping him cold. Jenny saw Tal and Frank instinctively reach for their own weapons, but Bryce shouted them down. One of the soldiers, a lieutenant, announced over a speaker that they were to stay back to protect the labs. Bryce protested, reminded them that he'd called them, but the lieutenant was unmoved. "Stay back," he said again. Then the rear door of the first lab opened, and scientists in similar suits emerged. They were unarmed, moving with a calm professionalism that stood in stark contrast to the soldiers. One of them was a woman, her delicate features visible behind the faceplate. Jenny read their names, Bettenby, Valdez, Niven, Yamaguchi, and realized these were the civilian specialists. The second motorhome yielded 6 more, including a tall man she assumed was General Copperfield. The scientists gathered for a brief, silent conference, their lips moving behind the visors, but their radios off to the public channel. They were keeping their communications private. Bryce didn't wait for the general to make the first move. He stepped forward, demanding to know why they were being held at gunpoint. Copperfield turned, ordered his men to parade rest, and the soldiers complied with a drill team precision. The general smiled through his faceplate and offered an apology, explaining that it was standard operating procedure. They had to guard against the possibility of being mobbed by sick, desperate survivors who didn't understand that the team was only there for research. Jenny felt a chill run through her as she watched the soldiers lower their weapons but remain at the ready. Tal's quiet observation about fear hung unspoken in the air, a truth that the military men were either too disciplined or too naive to acknowledge. The cavalry had arrived, but they were treating the survivors like potential enemies. Copperfield, missing the irony in Tal's voice, pressed on with his explanation. He was laying out the rationale for their aggressive posture, but Jenny cut him off with a direct question: would he kill sick and dying people if they tried to disrupt his work? The general turned to her, his face momentarily obscured by a flash of sun on his visor. He confirmed her identity with a flat, professional tone, then explained the sobering responsibility of isolating and containing a biological threat. If terrorists or foreign agents were responsible, he couldn't afford to be deterred, even by suffering victims. Jenny pushed further, forcing him to admit it. Yes, he would kill them. It was, as he put it, choosing the lesser of two evils. Jenny fell silent, the weight of his words pressing down on her. She knew he was right. In a cold, clinical sense, the real evil was what had already been done to Snowfield. Her irritation with him, she realized, stemmed from her own dashed expectations. She had wanted the cavalry to ride in and fix everything instantly, but instead they had pulled guns on her. It was irrational, born of frayed nerves and exhaustion. Bryce tried to move things along, starting to introduce his men, but Copperfield cut him off. There was no time for pleasantries. He wanted to see the crime scene and begin the autopsies. Jenny felt a chill run through her, as she realized his haste was a form of emotional distancing, a way to keep his team from getting too close to people who might be doomed. She forced herself to stop the spiraling thoughts and looked at Lisa, marveling at the girl's composure. Bryce insisted on telling Copperfield about the thing they'd seen the night before, but the general waved him off. They would follow standard operating procedure, investigate the CBW angle first, then consider other possibilities. Bryce sent most of his people back to the inn, keeping only Tal and Frank. Jenny took Lisa's hand, intending to follow, but Copperfield called her back. He wanted her to accompany them. She was the first physician on the scene, and she would notice any changes in the corpses. Jenny turned to Lisa, asking if she wanted to come along. The girl shuddered and declined. Jenny warned her to stay out of the kitchen and to take someone with her to the bathroom. Lisa protested at the embarrassment of having a man stand guard, but the memory of her previous terror quickly silenced her objections. Jenny made her promise to stay close to the others, in the same part of the room. The girl agreed, her face pale. Jenny kissed her cheek and sent her running after Gordy. As she watched Lisa sprint along the cobblestones, a cold knot of fear tightened in her chest. What if, when she returned, her sister was gone? They made their way to Lieberman's bakery. The kitchen was crowded, and Bryce felt a familiar unease at being hemmed in. The severed heads were still in the ovens, the hands still clutching the rolling pin. One of the scientists, Niven, began taking photographs, documenting the scene before the forensic work could begin. The space-suited team members shuffled around, their rubberized clothing squeaking and their heavy boots scraping on the tile. Bryce pressed Copperfield again. Did he still think this was a simple case of chemical or biological warfare? The general allowed that it could be, and his nerve gas specialist, Hook, suggested they might be dealing with a neuroleptic toxin, perhaps even T-139. Copperfield agreed, explaining that T-139 was a Russian nerve gas designed not just to kill, but to demoralize. Hauk elaborated it caused madness and violence, turning people into mindless killers before it killed them. Frank Autry was appalled at the notion of mercy being withheld. Jenny listened, her mind churning with the implications. T-139, she knew, was a slow, agonizing death, but it still didn't explain the severed heads, the locked doors, the impossible moth. The puzzle was only deepening. Copperfield described the terrifying mechanism of T-139, how it seeped through the skin, entered the bloodstream in seconds, and ravaged the brain. The victim would retain full physical strength for 4 to 6 hours, but their mind would crumble into paranoid dementia, a state of rage and confusion that turned them into mindless killing machines. The gas was designed to demoralize an enemy by turning its own people against each other. Bryce noted the parallel to Jenny's theory about a mutant rabies, but Hook was quick to correct him. T-139 was a nerve gas, not a disease, and if it was gas, Copperfield added, there would be traces of it everywhere, condensative residue that would be easy to identify. Jenny pressed Hauk on the second stage. He explained that the terminal phase would last 6 to 12 hours, marked by the collapse of the nervous system, leading to paralysis of the heart, lungs, and blood vessels. Jenny translated for Frank, painting a grim picture of slow, agonizing death, irregular heartbeat, breathing difficulties, violent spasms, and unrelenting pain. 6 to 12 hours of hell, Copperfield confirmed. Jenny shook her head. She still couldn't accept the nerve gas theory. None of the victims showed signs of vomiting or incontinence. Copperfield suggested a derivative or another gas entirely. Tal and Frank countered with the moth and the impossible fate of Stu Wargle. Copperfield blinked, confused. Bryce started to explain, but Niven announced he was finished with the photographs. Copperfield cut off the conversation and ordered silence from the non-team members. The scientists moved with practiced efficiency, sealing the heads and hands in specimen buckets, scraping flour and dough samples, vacuuming the ovens for trace evidence. Only 2 men in unmarked suits stood apart, watching without participating. Bryce studied them, wondering about their role. As the team worked, They narrated their actions in a jargon Bryce couldn't follow, speaking one at a time as if for the record. Bryce noticed a tape recorder on Copperfield's belt, its reels turning. When the forensic team was finished, the general asked where to go next. Bryce pointed out the tape recorder, asking if he intended to keep it running. Copperfield confirmed that he would if something went wrong. If they all died, the recording would guide the next team and maybe show them what fatal mistake had been made. They moved on to the Arts and Crafts Gallery. Frank led the way, feeling a grim sense of déjà vu as the space-suited figures lumbered up the narrow stairs. Despite the gravity of the situation, the scene struck him as almost comically cinematic, a throwback to corny 1950s science fiction. But the smile faded when he entered the kitchen and saw the dead man again, still lying at the foot of the refrigerator, swollen and bruised, his eyes wide and glassy. Frank stepped aside as Copperfield's people crowded around the corpse. They concluded their preliminary examination quickly and announced they would take the body for an autopsy. Bryce pressed again. Was this still a simple case of CBW? Copperfield repeated that it was possible. Tal pointed out the bruising and swelling, but Houck suggested they could be allergic reactions to a nerve gas. Jenny challenged them if the reaction extended to unexposed skin. How could it be caused by contact with gas? Houck explained that nerve gases could penetrate most clothing, only being stopped by vinyl or rubber, just the suits they were wearing. Frank noted with a grim irony that the scientists were protected, but he and his fellow deputies were not. Bryce asked if they wanted to see the other body, the one in the bedroom. Frank led the way to the bedroom, his hand resting on his holstered weapon. The memory of Stu Wargle's crude comments about the dead woman made his skin crawl, and for a moment he half expected to find the deputy's bloated corpse coupled with hers in a grotesque tableau. But the room contained only the woman, sprawled across the rumpled sheets, her legs splayed, her mouth frozen in a silent scream. When Copperfield's team finished their preliminary examination, Frank pointed out the .22 automatic on the floor, its clip empty. He challenged the general, would a woman shoot at a cloud of nerve gas? Copperfield suggested she might have been hallucinating, already brain damaged by the agent. Frank pressed further, noting that she had fired all 10 rounds, but only 2 slugs were found in the room, one lodged in a highboy, one in the wall. That meant she had hit whatever she was shooting at 8 times. Doc Page stepped forward, identifying the victims as Gary and Sandy Wetchless. Sandy, she said, was a markswoman, a competition shooter. Frank drove the point home. 8 hits from a skilled shooter should have stopped anything, but there was no blood, no body. Whatever she shot at had simply walked away, taking the slugs with it. Copperfield and his scientists exchanged uneasy glances. The soldiers shifted, their suspicion now tinged with something like fear. They were still clinging to their rational explanations: nerve gas, virus, poison, but the doubts were beginning to show. Outside, the team sealed the pajama-clad corpse in a body bag and left it on the sidewalk for later retrieval. Bryce led them to Gilmartin's Market, where he recounted Jake Johnson's disappearance, a few seconds of darkness, and then the deputy was simply gone. The scientists suggested he might have run away, perhaps even fled the quarantine zone. Bryce, Tal, and Frank all dismissed the idea. Jake was cautious, responsible, and proud of his family's legacy. He wouldn't have abandoned them. Copperfield proposed that Jake might have gone into the woods to avoid the roadblock, but Jenny pointed out the wilderness was too treacherous. Bryce added that a frightened man wouldn't plunge into a strange forest at night. Then, with a grim resolve, he told them about the moth, Wargle's brutal death, and the deputy's reanimated corpse stalking Lisa in the bathroom. Copperfield and his team listened, their skepticism warring with growing unease. When Bryce finished, the general ordered physical examinations for everyone who had seen the moth. He was polite, but firm. Mass hallucinations were a known phenomenon in survivors of chemical attacks. Frank demanded to know where Wargle was if he was merely a hallucination. Robert suggested both missing deputies might have simply deserted, and their disappearances had been woven into the survivors' delusions. Bryce, keeping his voice calm and measured, pointed out that the general's line of reasoning implied his entire department was staffed by cowards and fools. Copperfield backpedaled, insisting they were only being straightforward. If the sheriff could offer a logical explanation for an eagle-sized moth, they would believe him. Since he couldn't, hallucination was the only explanation that made sense. The soldiers' suspicion was palpable. They raised their weapons slightly, treating the sheriff and his people as potential threats. Before Bryce could respond, a loud noise erupted from the back of the market, near the butcher's tables. He turned sharply, his hand going to his revolver. Bryce caught the movement of the soldiers from the corner of his eye, their weapons rising in response to his hand on his revolver. He forced himself to ignore them, focusing instead on the source of the commotion at the back of the market. A hammering sound echoed from the walk-in meat locker, accompanied by a muffled voice shouting for help. Copperfield declared someone was trapped inside, but Bryce and Frank knew it was impossible the door could be opened from either side. The hammering ceased abruptly, replaced by the clatter of metal, and the heavy steel door swung inward a few inches before stopping. Cold air and frosty vapor spilled out. Bryce recognized the voice that came next, weak and distorted. It was Jake Johnson calling out to him, to Tal, to Frank. The sheriff stood frozen, his mind racing. Copperfield pressed him to confirm the man's identity, and Bryce reluctantly admitted it sounded like Jake. The general seized on this as proof that the deputy had been there all along, dismissing Bryce's earlier search as incomplete. Jenny touched his arm, her voice low and urgent. Something was wrong. Frank pointed out that Jake would have frozen to death if he'd been in the locker all night. Tal added that the deputy could have called out through the alley entrance earlier, and they would have heard him. But Copperfield dismissed their concerns, insisting they couldn't leave an injured man to suffer. Bryce warned the general that there was danger here, a sense of wrongness that he and his people all felt. Copperfield scoffed, dismissing it as mysticism. The cries from the locker grew more pitiful, more desperate. The general ordered 2 of his soldiers to investigate. Bryce protested, but Copperfield asserted his authority over his own men. The soldiers moved past the coolers, toward the butcher's area. Frank questioned why Jake couldn't push the door all the way open if he had the strength to unlatch it. Copperfield suggested exhaustion. Harker reached the locker door. Pascali dropped back to cover him. Bryce tensed, a silent plea forming in his mind. Harker shoved the door open with his submachine gun. The hinges squealed. The sergeant peered inside and saw nothing but hanging sides of beef. Then Harker crossed the threshold, crouching, swinging his weapon left and right. Bryce held his breath. Harker saw something to his right and jerked upright in shock, stumbling backward into a side of beef. His cry of alarm was punctuated by a short, thunderous burst of fire from his submachine gun. Bryce winced at the sound, his gut clenching. Then something slammed the meat locker door shut, trapping Harker inside. Bryce didn't hesitate. He scrambled over the waist-high cooler, stepping on packages of cheese, and dropped into the butcher's area. Another burst of gunfire erupted from the locker, longer this time, maybe emptying the magazine. Pascali was at the door, struggling with the handle, unable to open it. Bryce rounded the work tables and demanded to know what was wrong. The private's face, visible behind his faceplate, was pale with fear. He couldn't get the door open. The gunfire stopped. Then the screaming began. Pascali wrenched desperately at the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Bryce pushed him aside and took hold of the lever-action handle himself, straining with all his strength. It was useless. The screams from inside rose and fell, growing louder, more horrifying. Bryce's mind raced with gruesome images. The severed hands at the bakery, the rolling pin, and he wondered what was being done to Harker. Tal was scrambling over the coolers, coming to help. Copperfield and Private Fodor were rushing through the gate. Frank had taken up a defensive position watching the main store. Bryce shouted for Jenny, asking if the store had a hardware section. She confirmed it did, and ran to find a screwdriver. Harker's screams continued, a sound from the very depths of nightmare. Copperfield reached the locker, tried the handle himself, and failed. He pounded on the door in frustration. Bryce saw the fear in Tal's eyes, a first for him, and felt his own sweat turn cold. Jenny returned with 3 screwdrivers, still in their packaging. Bryce told her to get back with the others, but she refused, insisting she was a doctor and would stay. He tore open the packages, took the tools, and returned to the door. The lock mechanism was behind a cover plate, fastened by 4 screws. Bryce removed them with a screwdriver, and the plate came loose. Inside, the lock had been mangled from within. He found the manual release slot, drew the bolt back, and pushed inward. The door swung open. They backed away, weapons raised, expecting an attack, but nothing came. Bryce could see through the locker to the outer door, which stood open to the alley. Copperfield ordered Pascali and Fodor to secure the space. They entered quickly, checked both sides, and reported it was clear. Bryce stepped inside and saw Harker's submachine gun on the floor. Then he saw the hanging figure, the sergeant's decontamination suit, impaled on a meat hook. It was empty, slashed, the faceplate broken. Harker had been pulled out of it. "Gone, just like Jake Johnson." Jenny pointed out the absence of blood on the floor or the suit, despite the horrific screams. Tal Whitman crouched down and scooped up a handful of spent shell casings from the floor, the brass gleaming dully in his palm. There were scores of them, evidence of a sustained, desperate barrage. He noted the absence of corresponding slugs, concluding that Harker must have hit whatever he was shooting at, scoring 100 hits or more. He asked Copperfield about the magazine capacity of the submachine guns, but the general only stared at the casings, silent. Pascali and Fodor returned from the alley, reporting no sign of Harker. Before Copperfield could order a search, Bryce intervened, his voice heavy with grim certainty. He insisted they write off the sergeant. He was dead, and there was no hope. This wasn't hostage-taking or terrorism, he argued. It was death, pure and simple. The moth that killed Wargle, the reanimated corpse that stalked Lisa. These were only phantoms, misdirections. The real enemy was something else, something that killed for the sheer pleasure of it. Tal echoed the word phantom, and Bryce pressed on. The creature had killed Harker slowly, deliberately, making him scream, using his agony as a weapon to demoralize them. Copperfield was skeptical, pointing out the voice they'd heard was Jake Johnson's. Bryce shook his head. The thing was a mimic, a performer, capable of imitating anything. The animal sounds on the phone, the crying child, it was all part of its repertoire. Copperfield pressed for answers. Was it supernatural? Bryce dismissed the idea, but he couldn't offer a name. He speculated wildly, a natural mutation, a genetic engineering experiment gone wrong, a Frankenstein's monster stitched together from the DNA of multiple species. He admitted his thoughts might sound like raving, but he insisted they couldn't rule out anything. The unknown encompassed all nightmares. Copperfield stared at the hanging suit, then ordered his men not to search the alley. For the 4th time, Bryce asked if the general still thought they were dealing with a simple chemical or biological incident. Copperfield conceded that agents might be involved, but it was no longer a simple case. He apologized for the hallucination suggestion, and Bryce accepted. Jenny pressed for theories, but Copperfield had none. He wanted to start the autopsies and pathology tests immediately. Tal agreed, voicing a hunch that time was running out. Meanwhile, Corporal Billy Velasquez climbed down into the storm drain, his heart pounding with fear. The tunnel was low, forcing him to crouch. He swept his flashlight around, seeing only gray concrete and utility pipes. Ron Peake followed him down, looking just as anxious. Copperfield's vague warnings echoed in Billy's mind. Be cautious. Watch for anything. Get out if something moves. The lack of specifics only heightened his dread. He wished he could talk to Pascali or Fodor, get the real story about what happened to Harker. But for now, he was alone in the dark with his fear, and a flashlight that seemed to reach only a few feet into the gloom. Billy reported that the power tap was complete, and Copperfield's acknowledgement crackled back through the radio. But before Billy could feel any relief, he heard a rustling sound and panting. Ron Peake grabbed his shoulder, pointing past him, back toward the Skyline Road drain. Billy swung his flashlight around and saw them, a river of animals flowing down the tunnel. Dogs and cats of every size and description, Rabbits, squirrels, raccoons, foxes, skunks, possums, coyotes, all moving with a strange, intent purpose, none of them acknowledging the two men. They poured past in silence, their only sounds the padding of paws and soft panting. Copperfield's voice came over the radio, demanding to know what was wrong. Billy described the parade, his voice trembling. The general's response was immediate and urgent: retreat. Get out of there now. Billy was already turning, prodding Ron to move, when the snakes appeared. Scores of them, black snakes with heads raised, rattlers with flat, evil eyes slithering through the animal stream. The sight snapped Billy out of his daze. He hated snakes. He shoved Ron forward, shouting for him to run. Then came the shriek, a sound that was neither human nor animal, yet unmistakably alive, a blast of pure rage, hatred, and blood hunger. It came from the skyline drain, from further up the mountain, but it was coming fast. Ron hurried back toward the ladder, and Billy followed, their bulky suits slowing them. The thing cried out again, closer now, a tangled, barbed wire sound that raked across Billy's nerves. His heart hammered. He thought of the horror comic he'd read as a kid, The Road to Hell. If he'd been raised a fire and brimstone fundamentalist, he might have known what beast could make such a sound. He would have said it was Satan. But Billy was a Catholic, and he'd been taught that God was merciful, that the devil was more metaphor than reality. Still, the sound echoing through the concrete tunnels was terrible enough to shake even that belief. The roar from the depths had become a sustained, wailing shriek that filled the concrete pipes like floodwater, a sound so overwhelming that Billy Velasquez couldn't even hear his own frantic shouts. Peake was scrambling up the ladder ahead of him, but the man's movements were maddeningly slow, and when Peake's foot slipped, dropping him down a rung, Billy had to snatch his own hand back to avoid being crushed. The banshee keening grew louder, more insistent. Billy focused only on the circle of daylight above, refusing to look back toward the tunnel where Peake's fallen flashlight pointed. He knew that if he saw what was coming, his nerve would shatter completely. Peake found his footing again and climbed faster. Billy pressed close behind him, ascending one rung at a time. Through his boot soles, he felt vibrations in the concrete, heavy, pounding footsteps that moved with unnatural speed. He clawed upward, driven by pure survival instinct. Peake reached the top and pulled himself out onto the street, and sunlight spilled down through the manhole, washing over Billy like holy water. Hope surged through him. He was halfway up now, certain he would make it, even as the howling reached a cyclonic pitch. The decontamination suit felt impossibly heavy, dragging at him, but he kept climbing. His head rose through the opening. General Copperfield was there, reaching down to him. Billy released the ladder with one hand and stretched toward the general's grasp. Then something seized his legs from below. Before he could scream, he was wrenched off the ladder and yanked backwards into the darkness. His helmet cracked against the pipe wall, then against a ladder rung, stunning him. He flailed desperately, trying to grab hold of anything, but the grip on him was relentless. In the fading light from the manhole above, then in the dim glow of Peake's discarded flashlight, Billy caught horrifying glimpses of his captor. It was neither lizard nor insect, yet possessed the worst qualities of both. It had massive jaws lined with double rows of razor-sharp teeth, claws, and a forked tongue that flickered across its fangs. Its eyes glowed with smoky red hatred, and horns curved from its brow like daggers. It dragged him deeper into the conduit. Billy clawed at the concrete, shredding his gloves, desperate for any handhold, but found none. Cold air rushed across his exposed hands, and he dimly realized his suit was compromised, but contamination seemed trivial compared to the immediate threat. The creature tore at his suit, cracking his helmet, prying at his faceplate. He tried to hold on to sanity, to make sense of this nightmare. His mind grasped for explanations, a prehistoric creature that had somehow survived into the modern age, but the idea seemed absurd. A hysterical giggle bubbled up inside him, and he knew that if he gave in to it he would be lost. The beast stripped away the last of his protective suit and pressed against him, cold and slick, and somehow shifting as it touched him. In the darkness, Billy felt its snout push through the broken halves of his helmet, felt its tongue flutter against his face. A repellent odor filled his nostrils, unlike anything he had ever encountered. Then came the fire, a terrible, burning sensation that ate into his belly and thighs. Acid. The beast was dissolving him. He thrashed helplessly, crying out, and in his terror and confusion, he screamed that it was the devil. The accusation seemed to fit the creature's horns, its forked tongue, its red eyes. As the acid fire consumed him, Billy fell into a desperate silent prayer, reciting the words of the Hail Mary over and over in his mind, and in that final moment of clarity, a terrible understanding came to him. This was what had happened to Sergeant Harker. He had his answer. Above, Galen Copperfield watched in horror. He had seen many things in his career, but nothing like this. The analogy that came to mind was the trap-door spider, a creature that snatched its prey so suddenly that the victim simply vanished from one instant to the next. That was exactly what had happened to Corporal Velasquez. One moment he was there, reaching for Copperfield's hand. The next, he was gone. The nightmarish howling that had preceded the attack ceased abruptly after Billy was pulled down. Copperfield's men stumbled back from the manhole, shaken and terrified. When the screaming stopped, the silence that followed was worse than the noise had been. The moment Velasquez was snatched from his grasp, Copperfield recoiled, then stood frozen, a state of indecision so foreign to his nature that it felt like a physical violation. He had never hesitated in a crisis, never been paralyzed by doubt, but the screams pouring through the suit-to-suit radio held him in place. He forced himself to move, to approach the manhole and peer down into the darkness. Peake's flashlight lay abandoned on the drain floor, its beam illuminating nothing but empty concrete. There was no sign of Velasquez, no trace of what had taken him. Copperfield's mind raced through options. Send more men down? The thought was crushed almost instantly by the memory of Harker's fate. It would be suicide, and he knew it. The losses had to be cut here. But the screaming continued, not the agonized shrieks of physical torment that Harker had produced, but something almost worse. These were screams of pure terror, raw and primal, the sound of a man confronting something beyond his comprehension. Among the wordless cries, Copperfield caught fragments: a lizard, a bug, a dragon, prehistoric demon. And finally, with a desperation that made Copperfield's blood run cold, Velasquez screamed that it was the devil. Then silence. Copperfield slid the manhole cover back into place, leaving it tilted due to the power cable. He posted 2 men nearby with orders to shoot anything that emerged from the drain. Guns had proven useless against this enemy, so Copperfield improvised. He sent men to gather wine bottles from a nearby liquor store. They emptied the bottles, added soap powder and gasoline, and stuffed rag fuses into the necks. Molotov cocktails. Fire might succeed where bullets had failed. The questions hammered at him: what had happened to Harker, to Velasquez? And the most pressing one, what would happen to him? Inside the mobile laboratory, the body of Gary Wetchless lay on the stainless steel autopsy table, stripped of its pajama bottoms. Dr. Seth Goldstein stood ready, joined by Dr. Darrell Roberts, while Copperfield watched from across the table. Goldstein activated the recording equipment and began his examination. The corpse presented a grotesque puzzle: the unusual facial expression, the universal bruising, the strange swelling. He searched methodically for any signs of injury: punctures, abrasions, contusions, fractures, but found nothing. No wounds, no trauma, no explanation. His gloved hand hovered over the instrument tray. He usually began an autopsy with a clear idea of what had killed the patient: disease, accident, violence. But this body offered only questions, strange and unprecedented questions. Copperfield broke the silence, his voice heavy with urgency. They needed answers. Their lives depended on them. In the second vehicle, Dr. Enrico Valdez worked with Houck and Niven, analyzing chemical samples collected from around Snowfield. They searched for traces of nerve gas or other chemical agents, but found nothing unusual. Valdez had begun to doubt that nerve gas or disease would prove to be the culprit. His thoughts kept circling back to Isley and Arkham, the two men without names on their suits, the ones from the other project. Just that morning, when Valdez had learned the nature of their research, he had nearly laughed, dismissing it as a waste of taxpayer money. Now he wasn't so sure. Now he wondered and worried. Nearby, Dr. Sarah Yamaguchi prepared bacteria cultures from Wechless's blood sample, methodically contaminating growth media of various types. As a geneticist with years of experience in recombinant DNA research, she knew that if Snowfield had been struck by a man-made microorganism, her expertise would become crucial. She would study the microbe's structure, its function. Sarah Yamaguchi's unease had deepened, pushing her to reconsider Isley and Arkham's presence. Their specialty, which had seemed as exotic and improbable as voodoo that morning, now appeared increasingly relevant to the nightmare unfolding around them. Like Valdez, she found herself worrying about what they might be facing. At another terminal, Dr. Wilson Bettenby was running automated analyses on water samples. Most of the samples, drawn from taps around town, showed nothing unusual, no dangerous chemical impurities. But one sample, collected by Deputy Autry from a kitchen floor, yielded results that made no sense. The computer's analysis revealed that the water contained nothing but hydrogen and oxygen, no minerals, no chlorine or fluorine, no trace elements of any kind. It was the purest laboratory-grade distilled water, utterly unlike anything that would come from a municipal supply or even a home filtration system. Bettenby stared at the screen, frowning. What was water like this doing all over a kitchen floor? Was the same substance responsible for the puddles found in other buildings? And where could anyone obtain such vast quantities of ultra-pure water? In the dining room of the Hilltop Inn, Jenny, Bryce, and Lisa sat across from Major Isley and Captain Arkham. The two men in the unmarked suits had just delivered the news about Corporal Velasquez's death, and a tape recorder sat on the table between them. Bryce was impatient. He had search teams to organize, a town to inspect, a body count to take. He didn't want to waste time on what seemed like irrelevant questions. But Isley insisted it would only take a few minutes. Arkham switched on the recorder. Lisa was studying the two men with intense curiosity, and Jenny wondered what was going through the girl's mind. Isley began the questioning, asking about power failures and telephone outages in the days before the disaster. Bryce explained that such reports would go to the utility companies, not the sheriff's office, though he confirmed that no alerts had been passed along to him. Arkham pressed further. Were there difficulties with television or radio reception, unexplainable explosions or loud noises, sonic booms, unusual aircraft? Bryce answered each question in the negative. Lisa, who had been watching the two men closely, spoke up. She had noticed that their suits lacked names, unlike the others. Bryce added that their suits didn't fit as well. Either they were off the rack, not custom-tailored like the rest of the team. Isley acknowledged their observations and explained that they weren't part of the CBW project at all. They were Air Force, from something called Project Skywatch. Lisa's eyes lit up at the mention of UFOs and flying saucers, but Isley corrected the impression. They didn't investigate every crackpot report. Their job was more strategic planning for the scientific, social, and military implications of first contact with an alien intelligence. Bryce pointed out that no one in Snowfield had reported flying saucers. Arkham explained that first contact might not look like what people expected. It might be so bizarre that they wouldn't recognize it for what it was. That was why they investigated strange phenomena that didn't seem UFO-related, poltergeist activity in Vermont, for example. Bryce was skeptical. What did ghosts have to do with aliens? Isley dismissed the ghost explanation outright. Project Skywatch didn't believe in spirits, but they had wondered if poltergeist phenomena might be the result of failed telepathic communication with an alien race. Psychic energy gone awry, manifesting as destructive forces that looked supernatural. When Jenny asked what they had concluded about the Vermont case, Isley admitted they had reached no conclusion at all. It was merely interesting. Lisa's eyes had gone wide. This was a framework she could grasp: monsters from outer space, invaders from other worlds. It was a threat she'd been prepared for by a lifetime of movies and books, a known fear that felt less terrifying than the unknown. Jenny doubted they were dealing with extraterrestrials, but Lisa seemed eager to believe. The girl pressed them. Was that what was happening in Snowfield? Had something landed from out there? Arkham looked uneasy, and Isley hedged, saying it was too soon to judge. He acknowledged the possibility of biological contamination as a sign of alien contact, which was why they coordinated with Copperfield's project. Bryce expressed skepticism if they were dealing with an extraterrestrial. It seemed too savage for a supposedly superior intelligence. Isley and Arkham countered that there was no reason to assume aliens would be benevolent. Mankind was more advanced than gorillas, but far more warlike. The alternative, a hostile encounter, could not be ruled out. 7,000 miles away, in a rain-soaked London attic, Timothy Flight was making a sandwich when a knock came at his door. The young Indian man who rented the first-floor room informed him that he had an urgent phone call. Flight's heart pounded as he descended the stairs. The only person who ever called him was Bert Sandler, the American publisher who had offered him a contract that morning. His first thought was that Sandler was backing out. But Sandler's voice, when Flight picked up the phone, was shrill with excitement. He asked if Flight had seen the evening paper. Before Flight could respond, Sandler declared that it had happened. The ancient enemy had struck again. A town in California, hundreds dead or missing, an entire town gone. Flight sank into the chair beside the telephone, stunned. Sandler had inside information from an MP contact. The police in California had issued an all-points bulletin for Flight himself. A victim had scrawled his name and the title of his book on a bathroom mirror before being taken. The authorities didn't understand what had happened. They thought it was nerve gas, or biological warfare, or extraterrestrial contact. But the victim had known the truth. Sandler was sending a car to take Flight to the airport. There was a seat reserved on a flight to California that night. The publisher would pay all expenses. Flight was no longer just writing a popularization of his theories. He was going to write the definitive book about Snowfield. Flight hesitated, worried about the propriety of rushing to the scene of such a tragedy. Sandler dismissed his concerns, arguing that if Flight didn't write the book, someone else would. The professor's reluctance crumbled under the pressure. As the taxi sped through the rain-slicked streets of London, Sandler laid out the plan. There would be a press conference in San Francisco. Flight would be presented as the one man who had the answers. The publicity would be enormous. Flight gripped the safety bar as the cab careened around corners. He was being thrown against the door, his protests about going quietly to the authorities dismissed out of hand. The publicist would meet him at the plane in San Francisco. He'd manage the press conference and ensure Timothy reached Santa Mira, perhaps even by helicopter, Sandler suggested. Timothy could only repeat the word in astonishment. The taxi splashed through a deep puddle, flinging silver spray. The airport loomed ahead. Sandler had been chattering without pause since the ride began. Now he reminded Timothy of the stories from breakfast. The vanished Mayans, the Chinese infantrymen who had disappeared without a trace. He urged Timothy to make as many references as possible to mass disappearances on American soil, even before the nation existed, even across geological ages. Local connections would appeal to the American press. Hadn't the first British colony in America vanished utterly? Timothy confirmed it, Roanoke Island. Sandler insisted he mention it, but Timothy couldn't claim with certainty that Roanoke was connected to the ancient enemy. Sandler pressed, was there any chance at all? The subject seized Timothy's attention completely, pulling his mind away from the cab driver's reckless speed for the first time. He explained how the 1590 expedition had found the colony empty, 120 people gone without a trace. Countless theories existed. The most popular blamed the Croatoan Indians, whose name had been carved into a tree, yet the Croatoans denied any knowledge of the disappearance. They had been peaceful, even helpful to the settlers. No signs of violence, no bodies, no graves. Even the accepted theory raised more questions than it answered. The taxi swerved around a curve and braked hard to avoid a truck, but Timothy barely noticed. He continued, explaining that the carved word might not have been an accusation but a clue, perhaps meant to indicate that the Croatoans knew what had happened. Explorers' Journal suggested the Indians did have some understanding, though they weren't taken seriously. The Croatoans had reported a simultaneous depletion of game across their hunting grounds. The more perceptive explorers noted the tribe's superstitious dread, a religious explanation that the white men dismissed. Sandler asked if Timothy had researched Croatoan beliefs. He had, though it wasn't easy since the tribe was long extinct. They were spiritualists, who believed spirits walked the earth after death, that greater spirits manifested through the elements. Most importantly, they believed in an evil spirit, the source of all evil equivalent to the Christian Satan. The Indian name translated roughly as, "he who can be anything yet is nothing." Sandler recognized the description. Timothy agreed that truths sometimes hid in superstitions. The Croatoans believed both wildlife and colonists had been taken by this being. While he couldn't prove the connection, he considered it worth exploring. The taxi screeched to a stop. Sandler paid the driver with a handful of notes, checked his watch, and hurried Timothy toward the plane. From his window seat, Timothy watched the city lights vanish beneath storm clouds as the jet climbed. They rose above the overcast, moonlight scattering across the churning cloud tops, the night taking on an eerie luminescence. He unbuckled but couldn't relax, his mind churning like the storm below. He ordered scotch when the stewardess came by. His life had transformed overnight, more excitement in this single day than in the past year. The tension wasn't unpleasant. He was shedding his dreary existence for something better, risking ridicule, but also risking a chance at vindication. The scotch helped him relax, and he ordered another. Beyond the window, the night stretched vast and endless. They passed through another checkpoint. The deputy handed papers to a guard who addressed him as Joe. The guard regarded Cale with undisguised contempt, but Cale turned his face away, feigning shame, still crying that he and Joe were outside, crossing a sunlit parking lot toward the green and white cruisers lined up along the cyclone fence. Cale kept up the act, rubbery legs, hunched shoulders, head low, shuffling like a broken man. The lot was empty except for the two of them. Perfect. He watched for his moment all the way to the car, fearing it wouldn't come, but then Joe shoved him against a vehicle and turned away to unlock the door. Cale struck, throwing himself at the deputy. As the man bent toward the lock, Joe gasped and swung, but Cale ducked under the blow, came up fast, and slammed him against the car. The door handle rammed into Joe's spine, his face going white with pain. The keys flew from his hand, and he reached for his holstered revolver even as they fell. With his hands cuffed, Cale knew he couldn't win a struggle for the gun. As soon as the weapon cleared leather, he was finished. So he went for the throat with his teeth biting deep, tasting blood, biting again, pushing his mouth into the wound like a dog. The deputy's scream was only a strangled rattle that no one could hear. The gun slipped from his spasming hand. Both men went down with Cale on top. When Joe tried to scream again, Cale drove a knee into his groin, and blood pumped from the torn throat. The deputy's eyes went still. It was over. Cale had never felt so powerful, so alive. The lot remained empty. He scrambled for the keys, unlocking his cuffs one by one, then threw them under the car. He rolled Joe's body beneath the cruiser as well. His face was bloodied, his shirt spotted and stained. His institutional clothes and canvas slip-ons made him conspicuous, but there was nothing to be done about that. He hurried along the fence, through the gate, across an alley into another parking lot behind an apartment complex, glancing nervously at the windows, hoping no one was watching. 20 cars, a yellow Honda with keys in the ignition. He slid behind the wheel, closed the door, sighed with relief. Transportation at last. Using tissues and spit from a box on the console, he cleaned his face. In the rearview mirror, blood gone, he grinned at himself. While Copperfield's unit ran autopsies and tests, Bryce organized 2 search teams to inspect the town building by building. Frank Autry led one group with Major Isley as an observer. Captain Arkham joined Bryce's team. The group stayed close, never more than a building apart, maintaining contact by walkie-talkie. Jenny went with Bryce. She knew Snowfield's residents better than anyone, making her essential for identifying bodies and determining who lived where information they needed for the missing list. She worried about exposing Lisa to more horror, but she couldn't refuse the search or leave her sister behind at the Hilltop Inn, not after Harker and Velasquez. Lisa handled the tension well, still proving herself, and Jenny felt a growing pride in her. For a while they found nothing. Empty businesses and houses, tables set for dinner, bathwater gone cold, televisions playing to no one. In one kitchen, Sunday dinner had cooked so long the pots were ruined, food reduced to dry, blistered, unidentifiable remains. The stench was unbearable. Bryce switched off the burners, noting it was a miracle the place hadn't caught fire. Jenny agreed it would have, if the stove had been gas. The range hood had contained the flames. Outside, they gulped clean mountain air, needing minutes to purge their lungs. Next door they found the first body of the day, John Farley, owner of the Mountain Tavern. Once a striking man, he was now bloated and bruised, eyes bulging, clothes straining. He sat upright at his kitchen table, a meal before him, a crust of bread clenched in his hand, a bite trapped between his teeth. He had died mid-chew, jaw muscles never relaxing. Tal observed he hadn't even had time to swallow. Death instant. Bryce noted the lack of horror or shock on his face. Jenny found it strange that death didn't bring muscle relaxation. Gordy followed Frank into Our Lady of the Mountains, sunlight pouring through blues and greens, splashing across pews and aisles like being underwater. Crimson light from Christ's bleeding heart stained the holy water. Gordy crossed himself and genuflected, the only Catholic among them. The church was silent, still, faintly incense-scented. The pews were empty. Then Gordy looked at the altar and gasped. Frank saw it too. The chancel lay deeper in shadow than the rest of the church, which explained why the men hadn't immediately noticed the sacrilegious horror above the altar. The candles had burned down completely. As they moved cautiously down the aisle, the crucifix came into clearer view, the wooden cross, the plaster figure of Christ. But obscuring much of that godly image was a real body, the priest in his robes, nailed to the cross. 2 altar boys knelt before the altar, dead, bruised, bloated. The priest's flesh had begun to darken with ordinary decomposition, unlike the other victims found so far. Frank and the others passed through the altar railing into the chancel, but Gordy couldn't follow. He sat in the front pew, shaken. Frank used the walkie-talkie to call Bryce, reporting 3 bodies in the church. They'd need Doc Page for identification, but the scene was especially grisly. Lisa should wait in the vestibule. Bryce said they'd be there in 2 minutes. Frank sat beside Gordy. He knew Gordy was Catholic. Gordy insisted he'd be okay. That it was no easier for Frank just because he wasn't Catholic. The priest was probably Father Callahan, though Gordy attended St. Andrew's in Santa Mira. Frank considered the timing. The attack seemed to have come Sunday evening, but if these 3 died during Mass, Gordy corrected him, benediction, the Sunday evening service. That fit the timeline. But where were the parishioners? Why only the priest and altar boys? Frank pressed. Why had it done something like this? Gordy answered miserably to ridicule them, mock them, steal their hope. People had been counting on God to get them through. It knew they'd pray for help. This was its way of suggesting God couldn't help them. To instill doubt, that was always its way. Frank said Gordy sounded like he knew exactly what they were up against. Gordy stared at the crucified priest and asked if Frank really didn't know too. Outside the church, they found 2 wrecked cars. A Cadillac had plowed across the rectory lawn, mowing down shrubs, hitting a porch post so hard the post was splintered and the roof sagging. Tal spotted a woman behind the wheel dead, but not from the accident. The doors were locked, windows rolled up tight, yet the woman was bruised, swollen, her face frozen in terror. Jenny identified her as Edna Gower. How could it get in? They remembered the locked bathroom at the Candle Glow Inn, the barricaded Oxley room. Arkham suggested the nerve gas theory seemed more plausible, though a Geiger counter revealed no radiation. Half a block away, a pearl-white Lexus angled across the street, front end crumpled against a parked van, skid marks behind it. The driver was Marty Sussman, the city manager, dead in the same condition. Doors locked, windows closed. Jenny thought they'd been trying to escape. Tal suggested they might have just been out driving when the attack came, but something had stopped them cold, forced them off the street. Bryce noted the warm weather not hot enough for closed windows and air conditioning. More likely they'd been forced to stop and then lock themselves in, trying to keep something out. But it got them anyway. The Bischoff house was a lovely Tudor on a double lot. Ned Bischoff was a successful artist, his paintings selling for thousands. He was Jenny's patient, treated for an ulcer. The ulcer wouldn't bother him anymore. He lay dead in his studio. Sue Marie had died in the kitchen while preparing dinner. The two boys, Lee and Terry, were dead too. Lee had tried to protect his younger brother, his thin arms still raised as if warding off blows. Their bodies were bruised and swollen, eyes bulging, dead gazes fixed on whatever had killed them. Jenny identified the family, her voice breaking. The boys' room was large and airy, with bunk beds and built-in bookshelves full of children's books. On the walls hung whimsical paintings Ned had created just for them, a pig in a tuxedo dancing with a cow in an evening gown, a spaceship command chamber crewed by toads, a moonlit school playground where a monstrous werewolf swung giddily on the swings. The boys were in a corner beyond overturned Tonka toys. Terry was behind Lee, who seemed to have tried protecting his smaller brother. Both stared outward with bulging eyes, their dead gazes fixed on whatever had threatened them. Lee's muscles had locked, his thin arms still raised, palms spread as if warding off blows. Bryce knelt before them, one trembling hand touching Lee's face, unable to accept the child was dead. Jenny knelt beside him, confirming they were the Bischoff boys. The whole family was accounted for. Tears streamed down Bryce's face. Jenny thought of his own son Timmy, about the same age, lying comatose in the hospital. A vegetable, but even that was better than this. Anything was better. Eventually Bryce's tears dried, replaced by rage. He vowed to get whoever had done this to make them pay. Jenny had never met a man quite like him, strong and purposeful yet tender. She wanted to hold him, be held, but she was too guarded. If she'd possessed his openness, she'd never have become estranged from her mother. Instead, she asked, what if it wasn't human? What if it was like earthquakes or cancer, remote, unaccountable, beyond justice? He answered stubbornly that whoever or whatever it was, he'd stop it, make it pay. Frank's team searched 3 deserted houses after leaving the church. In the 4th, they found Wendell Hulbertson, a high school teacher, who had taken his own life. Backed into a corner, he'd put a .32 automatic in his mouth and pulled the trigger. Death by his own hand had been preferable to whatever it had been about to do to him. After the Bischoff house, Bryce's group found an elderly couple locked in a bathroom where they'd tried hiding. She was sprawled in the tub, he in a heap on the floor. Jenny identified them as Nick and Melina Papandrakis. Like Harold Ordney, Nick had tried leaving a message with iodine from the medicine cabinet, but hadn't finished even one word. Only 2 letters, and part of a third remained on the wall. No one could figure out what he'd intended to write. In the house next door, the kitchen floor was littered with expended bullets, dozens of lead slugs, no casings. No gunfire had taken place here, no odor of gunpowder, no bullet holes. The bullets seemed to have rained out of thin air. Frank scooped up a handful. None were deformed, unusual since they should have hit something. He noticed most appeared to match the ammunition from the submachine guns Copperfield's troops carried. He wondered if these were the slugs from Sergeant Harker's gun. Gordy hunkered down beside him. Frank was wrestling with an eerie thought, staring at a single 9mm bullet. Gordy noted the lack of deformation, the fact they should have hit something. Frank shared his hunch ballistics tests would likely show this slug came from Paul Henderson's pistol, fired last night at the substation, and he suspected they'd find exactly 2 more like it, the 3 shots Paul had fired. But how had they gotten from there to here? Frank didn't answer. He called Bryce on the walkie-talkie, told him they'd found something weird at the Sheffield house. Then he explained his theory to Gordy sometime in the past couple of hours. After Sergeant Harker had been taken, The creature had been here, in this room. It had expelled all the bullets it had absorbed, shed them the way a dog shakes off loose hairs. Driving through Santa Mira in the stolen Honda, Fletcher Cale heard the news about Snowfield on the radio. The story had captured the nation's attention, but Cale wasn't interested. He never cared about other people's tragedies. He reached to switch it off, weary of hearing about Snowfield when he had his own problems, but then caught a name that meant something. Jake Johnson, one of the deputies who'd gone to Snowfield, now missing, possibly dead. Cale remembered Johnson. A year ago, he'd sold him a log cabin on 5 acres in the mountains. Johnson had claimed to be an avid hunter, but from things he'd let slip, Cale had concluded he was a survivalist, one of those doomsayers expecting societal collapse. The cabin was remote enough for a hideout, reachable only by narrow dirt tracks passable only to 4-wheel drive vehicles, the final quarter-mile on foot. 2 months after the sale, Cale had sneaked up there on a warm June morning when Johnson was on duty. He'd found the cabin untouched, but discovered Johnson working extensively in limestone caves on the property, sacks of cement, sand, a wheelbarrow, stones. Inside the first cave, Coleman lanterns. He'd taken one and explored deeper through a long tunnel, doglegs, irregular antechambers, until he reached a room-like cave stacked with supplies: vacuum-sealed cans of milk powder, freeze-dried foods, honey, whole grain, an air mattress. Another room had a natural hole in the floor, 10 inches across, from which odd noises rose, whispering voices, menacing laughter. He'd almost run, but realized it was just an underground stream. Johnson had lowered tubing into the well and rigged a hand pump. Cale decided Johnson was obsessed. Late in August, he'd returned. The cave mouth was no longer visible. Johnson had created a barrier of vegetation. Inside, following the tunnel through 3 doglegs, Cale encountered an unexpected dead end where there should have been another passageway. A flat limestone wall. Examining it closely, he found a hidden release. The rock was a thin facade bonded to a door Johnson had mounted in the natural frame. Marveling at it, Cale decided he'd take the retreat for himself if the need ever arose. If Johnson came through that clever door, Cale would simply blow him away. Now, locked up in the county jail, charged with murder, he'd seen the end of his world coming. He knew where to go if he could escape into the mountains, to the caves. And now, hearing that Johnson was dead, or at least out of the way, Cale smiled. Fate was on his side. His biggest problem had been disposing of his jail clothes and getting properly outfitted for the mountains. Now, he knew he'd go straight to Johnson's house in Santa Mira. Johnson had no family. Safe. Temporary. Johnson wasn't exactly his size, but close enough, and as a survivalist, Johnson would surely have a gun collection. The house was on Pine Shadow Lane, a well-established neighborhood. Cale had been there twice during the sale. He pulled the Honda into the driveway, hoped no neighbors were watching, went around back, broke a kitchen window, and climbed inside. He went to the garage, found Johnson's 4-wheel drive Jeep, opened the door, drove the Honda inside, and closed it again, safer now. In the master bedroom, he found hiking boots half a size too large, pants too short but tuckable, the waist too big but cinchable. A sports shirt fit well enough. He studied himself in the full-length mirror, satisfied. Then he searched the house for guns. He couldn't find any. He'd tear the place apart to find them. Starting in the master bedroom, he emptied bureau and dresser drawers, no guns. Nightstands, nothing. The walk-in closet yielded only clothes, shoes, suitcases, boxes, a steamer trunk. He pulled up carpet edges, searched for hidden storage. Nothing. Half an hour later, sweating but exhilarated, he surveyed the destruction with strange pleasure. The room looked bombed. He moved to the next room, probing, ripping, overturning, smashing everything. He wanted those guns, but he was also having fun. The house was exceptionally neat, but the unrelenting green and yellow color scheme made Bryce nervous. Green carpets, pale yellow walls, living room sofas in a yellow and green floral print, bright enough to require an ophthalmologist. Emerald armchairs, canary side chairs, yellow lamps with green swirls, chartreuse shades with tassels. prints of yellow daisies in verdant fields. The master bedroom was worse, floral wallpaper brighter than the living room fabric, searing yellow drapes with a scalloped valance. Accent pillows everywhere, green with yellow lace, yellow with green lace. According to Jenny, the house belonged to Ed and Teresa Lang, their 3 teenagers, and Teresa's 70-year-old mother. None of the occupants could be found, no bodies. Bryce was thankful for that. A bruised, swollen corpse would have looked especially terrible in this maniacally cheerful decor. The kitchen was green and yellow too. At the sink, Tal found something, a double sink filled with jewelry. Rings and watches, mostly men's and women's, Timex, Seiko, Bulova, even a Rolex. Scores of wedding and engagement rings, birthstone rings, high school and college rings, junk mixed with high-priced pieces. Bryce dug his hands into the pile like a pirate in a treasure chest, stirring up earrings, charm bracelets, loose pearls, gold chains, a cameo pendant. Tal observed. It couldn't all belong to the Langes. Jenny snatched a Cartier tank watch from the pile. Recognizing it, Sylvia Konarski had given it to her husband Dan for their 5th anniversary. The watch was engraved to "My Dan in love, Syl." The Konarskis owned the Candle Glow Inn. They were among the missing. Dan had loved that watch, joked it was the best investment they'd ever made. Bryce looked at the sink full of jewelry. The stuff probably belonged to people from all over Snowfield, specifically the missing, since victims found so far still wore their jewelry. Those who'd vanished had been stripped of valuables. But thieves wouldn't dump loot in a sink, they'd pack it up, so what was it doing here? No one had an answer. The jewelry gleamed and flashed. In the mobile lab, Copperfield looked up from his computer terminal, sweaty and tired. Seagulls cried, dogs barked, a cat squealed, a horse whinnied, rattlesnakes, bees buzzing. The others heard it too, looking at one another uneasily. Roberts identified it as coming through the suit-to-suit radio. Bettenby confirmed from the second motorhome. Copperfield told them to use external .com systems if they wanted to speak, letting the performance play out. The bees stopped. A child's voice began singing softly, sweetly, "Jesus loves me." Yet the melody was blood-freezing. Something beneath the surface, a profound lack of innocence, knowledge of terrible things, menace, hatred, scorn. Copperfield had never heard anything quite like it. When the singing stopped, Goldstein noted they'd been warned about this. Dr. Page and the sheriff had heard it on the phone and from kitchen drains. They hadn't believed it then. Now it didn't sound ridiculous. The broadcast was on their suit radio wavelength. Roberts realized Velasquez's suit had a radio. It was broadcasting through it. The child's voice whispered, urging them to say their prayers, then giggled. Roberts thought it was threatening them. Copperfield told him to stop that talk, not to panic. But Goldstein pointed out they were all saying it. Now, just like Dr. Page and the sheriff and the deputies, had they come completely around to their way of thinking? Copperfield could still hear that haunting voice in his mind, human, yet not human. He spoke gruffly, urging everyone back to work, but he struggled to concentrate. The word echoed it. By 4:30 Monday afternoon, Bryce called off the house-to-house search. Daylight remained, but exhaustion had set in from climbing stairs, from grotesque corpses, from nasty surprises, from the numbing horror of the human tragedy, from the fear knotted in their chests. Constant tension was as tiring as manual labor. The job was simply too big. In 5.5 hours they'd covered only a small portion of town. At that rate, confined to daylight with their limited numbers, they'd need at least 2 weeks to thoroughly inspect Snowfield, and if the missing never turned up, they'd face an even more difficult search of the surrounding forest. Last night Bryce hadn't wanted the National Guard tramping through town, but now Copperfield specialists had collected samples and begun their work. As soon as Copperfield could certify there was no bacteriological agent, the Guard could assist Bryce's men. Initially reluctant to surrender authority, he was now willing to share it. He needed more men. The responsibility was becoming crushing. He called Governor Retlock, and they agreed. The Guard would be placed on standby, pending an all-clear from Copperfield. No sooner had he hung up than Charlie Mercer at HQ rang through with news. Fletcher, Cale had escaped en route to arraignment on 2 murder charges. Bryce was furious. Charlie let him rage, then delivered worse news. Cale had killed Joe Fremont. Mary had been told. They'd been married 26 years. Death everywhere. Cale had stolen a car from the apartment complex across the alley and had almost an hour's lead. Roadblocks were up, but likely useless. If they didn't nab him by 7, Charlie wanted to call off the blocks. They were too short-handed. Bryce agreed wearily. Then Charlie had news from the San Francisco police about the message Harold Ordmay left on the mirror. The assistant manager at Ordmay's rare bookstore, Celia Meddock, recognized Timothy Flight not as a customer, but as an author. One book, The Ancient Enemy, about mass disappearances throughout history. Bryce was stunned. There'd been others? Charlie confirmed at least a bookful. Meddock mentioned ancient Mayan populations, the Roanoke colony. Bryce remembered articles about Mayan abandoned cities. The Roanoke colony was in schoolbooks. Flight had a theory, but Meddock hadn't read the book. Ordnay must have, though, and what he'd seen in Snowfield matched Flight's theory, so he'd left the title on the mirror. But they couldn't get a copy. It was out of print, never published in the U.S., a rare British edition. The collector Ordnay sold it to was unknown to Meddock. Charlie was working on it, but maybe they wouldn't need the book. Flight himself was on his way from London. Jenny sat on the operations desk, amazed. Flight was coming from London already? Bryce explained he'd probably heard the news and recognized it fit his theory. Tal asked when he'd arrived shortly after midnight in San Francisco, with a press conference arranged by his U.S. publisher, then straight to Santa Mira. Frank noted they'd said his book was never published here. Bryce explained he was apparently writing a new one. Jenny frowned at how fast he'd gotten a contract. Bryce wished he'd work faster, wished he was here now. Tal suggested Flight might just be another hustler, and Jenny agreed. Bryce admitted it was possible, but Ordnay had written Flight's name on the mirror. Ordnay was their only witness, and his message suggested what happened, matched Flight's theory. Frank expressed frustration. If Flight had useful information, he should have called, not made them wait. Tal agreed. They could all be dead by midnight. Bryce sighed, explaining the rub he suspected Flight would have called if he could tell them how to protect themselves. He might know exactly what creature they faced, but Bryce strongly doubted Flight had the faintest idea what to do about it. Whatever he could tell them, he probably couldn't tell them the one thing they needed most: how to save themselves. Jenny and Bryce had coffee at the operations desk, discussing their discoveries. The mocking crucifixion of the priest, the bullets scattered across the Sheffield kitchen floor, the bodies in locked cars. Nearby, Lisa appeared absorbed in a crossword puzzle magazine. Suddenly she looked up, announcing she knew why the jewelry was piled in the sinks. She leaned forward, insisting they had to accept that all the missing people were really dead. Jenny tried to qualify that, but Lisa pressed on. She knew it. They knew it. The creature had taken them and eaten them. Last night at the substation, Lisa had suggested a web or cocoons in a dark place, saving people until it got hungry. No one had wanted to admit it, but the possibility was there. Now she returned to the theme: it had eaten them. And the jewelry? After eating the people, it might have simply spat it out, like spitting out cherry pits. Dr. Sarah Yamaguchi entered the Hilltop Inn, still in her decontamination suit, but without helmet, air tank, or waste unit. She carried folded clothes and a thick sheaf of pale green papers. Jenny asked if the quarantine had been lifted. Sarah admitted it felt like years in the suit. It felt good to breathe air again. Jenny noted bacteria cultures would take 24 to 48 hours. Sarah explained they decided it was pointless to wait. They wouldn't grow bacteria, benign or otherwise. Medi, their computer, had analyzed the autopsy data and given a 0.0 probability that a biological agent was involved. Bryce was surprised they'd trust a computer analysis enough to breathe real air. Sarah assured him Medi had never been wrong in over 800 trial runs. She handed the green papers to Jenny. The results. Copperfield thought they should see them. The men were at the field lab changing out of their suits. and Sarah was itching to do the same. Jenny directed her to the kitchen wash basin. Not much privacy, but they were willing to sacrifice privacy rather than be alone. Lisa jumped up to show her, promising to keep the kitchen workers' backs turned. Jenny and Bryce reviewed the report. The autopsy notes indicated possible suffocation and signs of allergic reaction, but no fixed cause of death. One pathology test was startling: hanging drop preparations from Gary Wechless's body, examined for living bacteria, found none: no E. coli, no Clostridium welchi, no Proteus vulgaris, none of the microorganisms associated with decomposition. The note called it abnormal data, an impossible variant. Jenny translated for Bryce. A cadaver should be teeming with bacteria, especially C. welchi and P. vulgaris, which flourish in dead tissue. Even E. coli, a normal inhabitant of the colon, should be present. But there were no living bacteria at all. When they searched for dead microorganisms, they found plenty of E. coli, but all dead. The body wasn't decomposing at all. It had apparently been injected with a massive dose of a sterilizing and stabilizing agent, an extremely effective preservative. Lisa brought a tray of coffee to the dining room. They sat near the windows. The street bathed in late afternoon orange-gold sunlight. In an hour it would be dark again, and they'd face another long night. Jenny shivered, grateful for the hot coffee. Sarah Yamaguchi had changed into tan corduroy jeans and a yellow blouse, her long black hair loose over her shoulders. She explained that some insects, spiders, mud wasps, inject preservatives into their victims for later consumption. The substance in Wechless's tissues was similar, but far more potent and sophisticated. Jenny thought of the giant moth that had killed Wargle. But that wasn't what had depopulated Snowfield. No moth could have reached locked cars, locked houses, barricaded rooms. Something else was out there. Bryce asked if Sarah was suggesting an insect had killed these people. She said the evidence didn't point that way. An insect would leave a puncture wound. But Goldstein had examined Wechless's skin thoroughly, even using depilatory cream, and found no break. A second autopsy on Karen Oxley confirmed the same bizarre data: no living bacteria, decomposition arrested, tissues saturated with preservative, but no injection site. Bryce asked how the preservative was administered if not injected. Sarah guessed it was highly absorbable through skin contact. Jenny wondered if it could be nerve gas, with the preservative as a side effect. Sarah said no traces on clothing, and chemical analysis showed it wasn't primarily a toxin. It was primarily a preservative, though it was toxic and contributed to death. But the victims also suffered oxygen deprivation, possibly from constriction or blockage of the trachea. Yet they died fast, in seconds, with no signs of struggle. The swelling was likely a toxic reaction to the preservative, but the bruising was different. Classic contusions from external compression, but the bruising was uniform across the entire body, with no fractures. Impossible if they'd been beaten. Jenny explained that a club couldn't deliver every blow with identical force. Sarah added that bruises appeared in places a club couldn't reach: armpits, between buttocks, soles of feet. The compression came from something else, but no one knew what. Lisa noted they died fast. Sarah had no theories, no coherent thought, but now she believed Isley and Arkham had been wise to come along. Lisa pressed. Did she really think it was from another world? Sarah said there might be other possibilities, but at the moment it was hard to see what they were. She glanced at her watch, fidgeting, wondering what was taking Copperfield and the others so long. They should have been back by now. The town was dead still. Bryce offered to take a few men to investigate. Sarah sensed something was wrong, and Bryce's eyes, though calm, betrayed tension and dread. They all knew the terror had begun again. Bryce chose Tal, Frank, and Gordy to accompany him. Jenny insisted on going too. Bryce didn't want her to. He felt an unexpected connection with her, and was more afraid for her than for Lisa, or his men, or himself. He said he'd rather she didn't go. The doctor insisted she had to go, her voice carrying a conviction that seemed to make her profession a shield against the very fear that coiled in her chest. The sheriff argued that the inn was a fortress, safer than any other place, but she countered that nowhere was truly safe, only perhaps safer. She pressed her point. They might need her medical skills. He dismissed the idea, noting that the enemy left no wounded, only the dead or the vanished. She refused to concede, pointing out that there was always a first time, and then she turned to her sister and asked for her medical bag. The girl sprinted away to fetch it. The sheriff insisted the girl should stay behind, but the doctor was equally firm. Her sister would remain with her. He grew exasperated, reminding her that he could invoke martial law and order her to stay, but she challenged him, asking if he would enforce it at gunpoint, her tone sharp, but not hostile. The girl returned with the bag just as Sarah Yamaguchi, stationed by the inn's front doors, called out for them to hurry. If the thing had already struck the field lab, rushing might be pointless anyway. The sheriff looked at the doctor, and a dark thought gripped him. He couldn't protect her. He wanted to plead with her to stay where the windows were locked and the doors were guarded, but he knew he would fail her, just as he had failed Ellen and Timmy. The doctor simply said it was time to go, and the sheriff, acutely aware of his own limitations, led them out of the inn and up the street toward the corner, where the unknown waited. The warmth of the day was fading, and a mist was rising from the valley below. Night was less than 45 minutes away, and the setting sun bled a final, crimson light across the town, stretching shadows into grotesque forms. The windows blazed with reflected fire, reminding the sheriff of the hollow eyes of Halloween pumpkins. The street seemed even more deathly silent than the night before, their footsteps echoing as if they were crossing the floor of a vast, abandoned cathedral. They rounded the corner cautiously and found the scene of a silent disaster. 3 decontamination suits lay empty and tangled in the middle of the street, another half in the gutter. 2 helmets were cracked, submachine guns were scattered about, and unused Molotov cocktails were lined up along the curb. The back of the truck was open, revealing more empty suits and weapons. No people. The sheriff called out for General Copperfield, but only silence answered. Dr. Yamaguchi cried out for her colleagues by name, but there was no response. The doctor observed that there had been no gunfire. Deputy Whitman noted there had been no screams either, though the guards of the inn would have heard them. Deputy Brogan uttered a quiet curse. The rear doors of both labs were ajar, and the sheriff felt a certainty that something was waiting inside. He wanted to retreat, but he was the leader. Panic would be fatal. Dr. Yamaguchi moved toward the first lab, but he stopped her. Her friends were in there, but he insisted on going first. For a moment, he was frozen by fear, unable to move, but then he forced himself forward. His revolver was drawn and cocked. He seized the door, threw it open, and jumped back, aiming into the lab. It was deserted, with only 3 crumpled decontamination suits inside. He moved to the second lab, his heart pounding. Deputy Whitman offered to take the lead, but the sheriff refused, ordering him to stay back and protect the women. If anything came out, they were to run. Hesitating once more, he pulled the door open carefully. It was also empty with 2 more suits. As he peered inside, the ceiling lights flickered and died. For a moment, there was only darkness, and then a strange green light sprang up from the 3 video display terminals, flickering on and off in sequence before finally stabilizing. Despite the others' protests, he stepped inside and approached the first screen. Pale green words burned on a dark green background. "Jesus loves me, this I know." The other screens displayed the same message. Then the words blinked and changed. "For the Bible tells me so." The sheriff frowned, recognizing the phrase from the voice that had come from the kitchen drain. The next message was more jarring. "The Bible is full of shit." Then, "Jesus is dead." The green light seemed to carry a cold chill, like the opposite of a warm fireplace. This was no ordinary program. It was something else, something that had seized control. The words continued. "Jesus is dead. God is dead. Then, I am alive. And finally, do you want to play 20 questions?" Seeing at the screen, the sheriff felt a primitive terror rising within him, a sense of something evil, ancient, and strangely familiar. He didn't know what it was, yet on a deep instinctive level, He felt he might know if he could just reach past his civilized veneer. The screen blinked again. Sheriff Hammond? Then, do you want to play 20 questions with me? The use of his name jolted him. Then a far more disturbing surprise followed. Ellen. His dead wife's name burned on the screen. Every muscle in his body tensed. He waited for more, and then came Ellen rots. He couldn't breathe. How could it know about Ellen? Then Ellen feeds the worms, and finally the worst, Timmy will die. The prophecy glowed, green on green. He gasped a soft, "No." For the past year, he had thought it would be better if his son succumbed, but Snowfield had taught him that nothing was worse than death. As long as Timmy lived, there was hope. The doctor said the boy hadn't suffered massive brain damage. If he ever woke, he had a chance. Chance, promise, hope. So Bryce said no to the computer, his voice barely a whisper. The screen blinked again. Timmy will rot. Ellen rots. Ellen rots in hell. He demanded to know what it was. A question shouted at the silent terminal, and instantly felt foolish for speaking to a machine, as if it were a person. The screen responded with an invitation to chat. He turned away, stepped to the door, and leaned out, where the others looked relieved to see him. Clearing his throat, trying to mask how badly shaken he was, he called for Dr. Yamaguchi's help. Tal, Jenny, Lisa, and Sarah filed into the lab, while Frank and Gordy remained outside, nervously watching the fading daylight. He showed Sarah the screens and recounted what had appeared. She interrupted, insisting it was impossible. The computer had no such program or vocabulary. He told her something had taken control. She asked how and who, but Jenny answered that it was more of a what, and Tal agreed, stating the thing had control of her computer. Doubtful, she sat at a terminal, switched on a typewriter for a printout, and hesitated before keying in a question. The answer came instantly. Yes. Asked who it was, it replied, countless. The same response came again. The sheriff suggested asking for a name. It confirmed it had one, and then said it had many. Asked for one of them, it answered, chaos. Pressed for other names, it responded with a crude insult, suggesting a new question. Sarah, visibly shocked, noted that word wasn't in the computer's dictionary. Lisa suggested asking what it was, not who, and Tal agreed, hoping for a physical description. Sarah feared it would run diagnostic tests, but the sheriff reminded her they were communicating with something else, using the computer as a medium. She typed a request for a physical description. It replied it was alive. Asked to be more specific. It said it was by nature unspecific. Asked if it was human. It said it encompassed that possibility also. Jenny observed it was just playing with them, amusing itself. The sheriff wiped his face and told her to ask what happened to Copperfield. It replied he was dead. Asked where his body was. It said gone. Pressed again. It responded with another insult. Asked where the others were. It said they were dead. Asked if it killed them. It confirmed yes. Asked why. It replied, you. Asked for clarification. It said, you are. Pressed again. It said, you are all dead. Sarah's hands were shaking as she typed, why, it wanted to kill them. It replied, that was what they were for. She asked if they existed only to be killed, and it said yes. They were cattle, pigs, worthless. Asked for its name. It said void. Pressed for clarification. It said, nothingness. Asked again. It said legion. Pressed again. It responded with a crude insult. Sarah called it madness. Lisa said she could feel its presence in the room, the air thicker and colder, as if something was about to materialize. The sheriff knew what she meant, and Tal agreed, but Bryce convinced himself it was just subjective sensation, a product of their tension and the approaching night. The screens went blank, then asked when he was coming. Asked to clarify, it said, when is the exorcist coming? Tal was baffled, and Sarah typed the question again. It replied, Timothy Flight. Jenny was amazed. Tal wondered how it knew about Flight and if it was afraid of him. Asked if it was afraid of Flight. It called her a stupid bitch. Pressed again. It said it was afraid of nothing. Asked why it was interested in Flight. It said it had discovered that he knew. Asked what he knew, it said about me. The sheriff concluded they could rule out Flight being just another hustler. Sarah typed if Flight knew what it was. It confirmed yes, and said it wanted him there. Asked why, it said he was its Matthew. Pressed for clarification, it said he was its Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Frowning, she typed if he was its apostle. It said no, he was its biographer, chronicling its work, and it wanted him to come. She asked if it wanted to kill him too. The entity on the screen refused to kill Flight, offering him safe passage instead. When pressed for clarification, it declared that everyone else would die, but Flight would be allowed to live. They were to inform him of this guarantee, because if he didn't know he was safe, he wouldn't come. Sarah's hands were shaking so badly. She fumbled the keys and had to start again, typing to ask if bringing Flight would spare them. It claimed they were its property, and when she pressed again, it simply said no. The blunt finality of that answer was too much for the girl. She began to cry softly, and her sister tried to comfort her. Tal observed that the thing was arrogant, but the sheriff insisted there was still hope as long as they were alive. Sarah typed again, asking where it was from. It said, time immemorial, and when pressed, called her a boring bitch. Asked if it was extraterrestrial. It said no, disappointing those who might have hoped for a simpler explanation. Jenny noted it could be lying. Sarah returned to the question of what it was. It grew insulting, and she persisted, pounding the keys in frustration. It finally gave a name, Glaciolabolus, a winged man with dog's teeth, condemned to foam at the mouth for eternity. The sheriff stared, uncomprehending, wondering if it was mocking them again. The screen went blank. Then new words appeared, claiming it was Haberim, a man with 3 heads: human, cat, and serpent. The air in the room felt colder, though the sheriff tried to dismiss it as the night wind. More names flashed on the screens: Rentan, Palantre, and a long list including Lucius, Alfina, Aaron, Ford, Belial, Gorma, Neberos, Baal, Eligor, and many others. Then it declared it was all and none, nothing and everything. The screens went dark, and the overhead lights came on. Jenny noted the interview was over. The name Belial stuck with the sheriff. He knew it was either another name for Satan or one of the fallen angels, though he wasn't sure which. He asked Gordy to look at the printout, and they stood on the sidewalk in the fading light. Gordy pointed to the name Baal, saying he'd seen it somewhere before. Maybe in a novel, not the Bible. The sheriff asked who Baal was, and Gordy said he was a powerful demon. Something was wrong with his voice, his manner. When the sheriff asked about the other names, Gordy admitted they meant nothing to him, but he agreed they were likely the names of demons. Jenny dismissed it as more games, but Gordy insisted it was telling the truth. The sheriff asked if he thought it was a demon or Satan himself, but Jenny and Sarah called that nonsense, arguing it was all misdirection. Gordy countered by asking about the crucified priest in the church, and Tal dismissed that as part of the charade. The sheriff saw the spiritual agony in Gordy's eyes and berated himself for not noticing it sooner. Gordy spoke softly, with spellbinding intensity, confessing his belief that the end had come, the judgment day he had never believed in. He was afraid, terrified of how he would be judged. He had been given a gift like St. Francis, a way with animals, but he had thrown it away to become a cop, to carry a gun. He had turned his back on his parents and on God's gift, spitting on it. He had made up his mind to quit and become a vet, but he feared it was too late. The sheriff didn't know what to say. Gordy's imagined sins were so far removed from genuine evil that it was almost laughable. If anyone was destined for heaven, it was Gordy, but the big raw-boned kid was too far gone to be talked out of his delusion. Jenny firmly countered Gordy's religious despair, insisting that Timothy Flight was a scientist, not a theologian, and that his explanation, if he had one, would be strictly scientific. But Gordy wasn't listening. Tears streamed down his face, and when he tilted his head to stare at the sky, he seemed to be seeing not the sunset but some grand celestial highway where archangels would descend in chariots of fire. He was in no condition to carry a loaded gun, so Bryce quietly slipped the revolver from his holster, and the deputy didn't even seem to notice. The sheriff saw that Gordy's words had stunned Lisa, and he tried to reassure her, telling her it wasn't the end of the world, that Gordy was just disturbed, and they would come through this. He asked if she could be brave a little longer. She hesitated, then nodded, managing a weak smile. He called her a hell of a kid, just like her sister, and she returned the compliment, calling him a hell of a sheriff. He wondered if his own smile was as shaky as hers, embarrassed by her trust, because he knew he wasn't worthy of it. Death was still with them. He thought it would strike again. Maybe not for an hour or a day, but it would strike. In fact, one of them would die in the next minute. The narrative then shifted to Fletcher Cale, who spent Monday afternoon tearing apart Jake Johnson's house, thoroughly enjoying himself. In the walk-in pantry, he found the real treasure hidden under the floor, a secret compartment filled with a carefully selected collection of guns, each wrapped in watertight plastic. He unwrapped them all, feeling like it was Christmas morning. There were a pair of powerful Smith & Wesson combat magnums, a Remington 870 Brushmaster shotgun, an M1 semi-automatic rifle, and a Heckler & Koch 91 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle with 8 loaded magazines and thousands of rounds of ammunition. He sat examining and fondling the weapons for almost an hour, thinking that if the cops spotted him, they would wish they had looked the other way. The hole also contained money, tightly rolled wads of bills stuffed into mason jars. He took them to the kitchen, settled for a can of Pepsi, and counted his treasure, $126,880. It was the remains of Big Ralph Johnson's secret fortune, amassed through graft and bribery, just the kind of grub stake Cale needed for a new life. The irony was that he wouldn't have had to kill his wife and son if he'd had this money last week. It was more than enough to bail him out of his difficulties with high country investments. He reflected on how, a year and a half ago, becoming a partner in high country had seemed like a golden opportunity. He had committed every available dollar to the project, but it turned into a money-eating monster. The deal required additional assessments, and if a partner failed to meet one, he was cut out without compensation. Cale hadn't thought there would be any assessments, but he was wrong. When the first one hit for $35,000, he was shocked but not defeated, figuring he could borrow from Joanna's parents and refinance the house. The problem was Joanna, who had opposed the deal from the start. She reveled in his desperation, playing the martyr without saying, "I told you so," but the smug accusation was in her eyes. He finally convinced her to refinance and take a loan from her parents, but it hadn't been easy, and he promised himself he would make them all crawl when he hit it big. Then the second special assessment hit the 7 partners, $40,000. Cale could have met it if Joanna had truly wanted him to succeed. She could have tapped the trust fund left by her grandmother, which held $80,000 for their son. As chief administrator, she could have taken $40,000 to pay the bill, but she refused, arguing that another assessment might come, and if he lost everything, their son would lose half his trust fund too. He tried to convince her there wouldn't be a third assessment, but she wouldn't listen. She didn't want him to succeed. She wanted to see him humiliated and broken. He saw no choice but to kill them both. The trust was set up so that if their son died before 21, the fund would dissolve, and the money, after taxes, would become Joanna's property. And if Joanna died, her estate went to her husband. So by killing both, the trust fund proceeds plus a $20,000 life insurance bonus would be his. He convinced himself. The bitch had left him no choice. It wasn't his fault she was dead. She had arranged things so there was no other way out. He smiled, remembering her expression when she saw her son's body and when she saw him point the gun at her. Now, sitting at Jake Johnson's kitchen table, he looked at the $126,880, and his smile grew even broader. Hours ago he had been in jail, penniless and facing a possible death penalty, but he hadn't been beaten. He knew he was destined for great things, and here was proof: money, guns, transportation, a safe hideout. His special destiny had begun to unfold. Back in Snowfield, Bryce said they needed to get back to the inn. Night would fall within 15 minutes, and shadows were spreading with cancerous speed, forming pools of darkness. The sky was painted in carnival colors but cast little light. They turned from the field lab and headed toward the corner as street lamps came on. Then Bryce heard a whimper, a mewling, and a bark. They all turned to see a dog limping along the sidewalk, an Airedale with what appeared to be a broken leg, disheveled and whipped, licking its wound and whining. This was the first survivor they'd found, alive but in bad shape. Bryce wondered why it was alive. If they could discover the answer, it might help them save themselves. Gordy was the first to act. The sight of the injured animal affected him more than the others. He couldn't bear to see an animal in pain. He saw the Airedale, not as an ordinary dog but as a sign from God, a chance to accept the gift he had spurned. He hurried toward it, tears of relief and happiness streaming down his face. Jenny felt a fierce joy at the sight of life triumphing over death, but then she remembered the moth and Wargle's reanimated corpse, and horror rose in her. Others shouted at Gordy to get back, but he didn't seem to hear them. As Gordy approached, the dog made soft, ingratiating noises. He stroked it, finding it cold and damp with an acrid, nauseating smell. He lifted it, held it close, and it licked his hand. Its tongue was cold. Then the dog began to change like putty being ray-shaped, the hair melting, scales appearing, the head sinking back into a shapeless, writhing lump. A lizard head with yellow eyes formed, and Gordy tried to throw it off, but it clung to him. The lizard dissolved, became a fox, then squirrels, then a cat, then something insectile, all in rapid succession. Pain ate up his arms as the thing grew hot, and he screamed, fell to his knees, thrashed on the sidewalk. Sarah Yamaguchi stared in disbelief. The beast seemed to have total control of its DNA, changing shape at will with astonishing speed. As a geneticist, she knew no such creature could exist, yet here it was. The spider form finally dissolved, leaving the creature in its natural state a mass of jellied tissue, mottled gray-maroon-red, like an enlarged amoeba crossed with a disgusting fungus. It oozed up over Gordy's arms, and then one of his hands poked through the slime, but it was no longer a hand, only bones, skeletal fingers picked clean. Sarah gagged, stumbled back, and vomited into the gutter. Jenny pulled Lisa away from the struggling man, the girl screaming as the slime reclaimed the bones, dissolving them in seconds. The thing writhed and churned, changing feverishly as if stillness meant death, pulling itself up Gordy's arms, leaving nothing behind, devouring everything. It spread across his chest, and wherever it went, Gordy simply disappeared, sinking into it like corrosive acid. Gordy's screams were unbearable. Tal drew his revolver and moved toward him, but Bryce stopped him, insisting there was nothing they could do. Tal argued they could end his suffering, and Bryce relented, warning him to stay clear of the thing. Gordy's eyes grew more tortured, and he began screaming for Jesus' help, arching his back, drumming his heels. They edged closer and opened fire. Several shots struck him, and his screaming stopped. They backed off. Knowing bullets wouldn't kill the shapeless, organless creature, it was a mass of undifferentiated protoplasm that would simply flow around any wound. The beast fed in a silent frenzy, and in seconds Gordy was gone, consumed, his substance incorporated into the shape-changer, which had grown larger. They didn't run. As twilight faded, they watched the amoeboid thing on the sidewalk. It molded itself into a huge timber wolf, howling at the sky. Its face rippled, and human features tried to rise through the wolf image. Gordy's eyes. His chin then flowed back. The wolf bared enormous teeth, and Tal fired at it, but the bullets left no wounds. The wolf turned and trotted toward an open manhole where power cables disappeared. Abruptly, something rose from the drain, a dark pulsating column of jellied tissue, growing to 8, then 10 feet. It broadened into a cobra's hood, then wings, dark and membranous, sprouting from a still shapeless trunk. Scales formed, legs and claws, and it became a winged serpent, flapping its wings with a whip-crack sound. Tal pressed back against the wall. Jenny held Lisa close, her eyes fixed on the monstrous thing flexing in the twilight, a shadow that had come to life. She felt a cold breeze from the wings and expected it to soar away or attack. Escape was impossible. Movement would only draw its attention. More street lamps came on as a serpent's head took shape atop the 10-foot column, green eyes swelling from the flesh like malignant tumors, clearing to reveal elongated pupils. They glared down with malevolent intent. A foot-wide slitted mouth opened, fangs growing from black gums. Jenny thought of the demonic names that had glowed on the computer screens, and this mass of flesh, forming itself into a winged serpent, seemed like a demon summoned from beyond. The phantom wolf, which had absorbed Gordy Brogan's substance, approached the base of the towering serpent and melted into it, the two creatures becoming one in less than a blink. It was now clear that the first shape-changer wasn't a separate individual, but part of a gargantuan mother body that moved through the storm drains beneath the streets, capable of detaching pieces of itself and recalling them at will. The serpent's wings flapped, reverberating through the town, then melted back into the central column, thickening it. The serpent's face dissolved, legs and talons withdrew, until only a churning mass of dark tissue remained, posing in the gloomy dusk, like a vision of evil before shrinking down into the drains. It was gone. Lisa stopped screaming, gasping and crying. The others were nearly as shaken, glancing at one another in silence. Bryce looked as if he'd been clubbed. At last, he said they should get back to the inn before it got darker. When they arrived, there was no guard at the front entrance. Tal noted trouble, and Bryce stepped through the doors cautiously, nearly stepping on a gun lying on the floor. The lobby was deserted. They searched the place cafeteria, dormitory, kitchen all empty. No shots fired, no cries, no escape. 10 more deputies were gone. Night had fallen. The 6 survivors stood at the windows in the lobby, watching Skyline Road, still and silent in stark patterns of night shadow and street lamp glow. The night seemed to tick like a bomb clock. Jenny remembered the covered passageway beside the bakery, where she and Lisa had sensed something in the rafters and along the wall. Likely the shape-changer had been there, slithering soundlessly. Later, Bryce had glimpsed something in the drain, thinking of the Oxleys' barricaded den. Jenny said the locked room mysteries weren't so mysterious anymore. The thing could ooze under doors or through heating ducts, through any small hole. Harold Ordney's killer likely reached him through the sink and bathtub drains. Frank noted the same for the locked cars. It could surround a vehicle and squeeze in through the vents. Tal observed it could move quietly, catching people by surprise as it oozed out of drains or vents. Outside, fog was rising from the valley, misty auras forming around the streetlights. Lisa asked how big they thought it was. Bryce said big. Frank guessed house size. Sarah thought as big as the inn, and Tal suggested even bigger, an underground lake of living tissue beneath most of Snowfield. Lisa compared it to God everywhere, all-seeing, all-knowing. Frank proposed using the 5 patrol cars to escape simultaneously, but Bryce said it would stop them. Frank argued one might get through, but Bryce reminded him it had stopped a whole town. Jenny added it was probably listening and would stop them before they reached the cars. They all looked at the heating ducts, seeing nothing but darkness. They gathered in the dining room, pretending to want coffee for a sense of normalcy. Bryce didn't bother posting. Guards were useless. The fog pressed against the windows. They needed to understand why and how they were meant to die. Senseless death was the worst. Bryce knew about senseless death from his wife's accident a year ago. Lisa asked if the moth was like the Airedale that killed Gordy. Jenny confirmed it was a phantom, a small piece of the shape-changer. Tal explained that when Stu Wargle appeared to Lisa, it wasn't him. The shape-changer had absorbed his body and assumed his appearance. Bryce added it could impersonate anyone it had fed upon. Lisa wondered how it could become a moth if nothing like that existed. Bryce suggested insects that size might have thrived millions of years ago in the age of dinosaurs, when the shape-changer fed on them. He reasoned that if it didn't conform to known biology, why couldn't it be immortal? Jenny accepted that possibility, but questioned the winged serpent, as she doubted anything like that ever existed. Frank noted pterodactyls were winged reptiles, but Jenny countered. They were ancestors of birds, not serpents. Tal insisted it was straight out of voodoo. He recounted his childhood in Harlem, where a woman practiced voodoo and he'd seen drawings of a giant winged serpent with bat wings and green eyes exactly like the thing they'd seen. Lisa asked if it was truly the devil. Jenny dismissed it as a pose, but Lisa pressed why it took demonic shapes and names. Frank figured the satanic mumbo-jumbo amused it, a way to tease and demoralize them. Jenny suggested it wasn't limited to forms it had absorbed, but could assume any shape it could imagine. If one of its victims was familiar with voodoo, that's where it got the idea. Bryce was startled by the implication that it absorbed not just flesh, but knowledge and memories as well, and Jenny confirmed it sure looked that way. The geneticist offered a biological precedent, nervously tucking her hair behind her ears as she explained that certain flatworms could learn to negotiate a maze, and if one that had learned was ground up and fed to another, the new worm would navigate the maze quickly too, having somehow absorbed the knowledge through the flesh. Jenny connected this to the shape-changer's awareness of Timothy Flight, noting that Harold Ordney had known about him, and now the creature did too. Tal wondered how Flight had known about it in the first place, but Bryce shrugged, saying only Flight could answer that. The question arose, why it hadn't taken Lisa or all of them. Some suggested it was toying with them, having a sick kind of fun. Others thought it kept them alive to lure Flight here, to pass along the offer of safe conduct. They were just bait, and when they'd served their purpose, death would come. Suddenly, something thumped hard against the outside of the inn, rattling windows and shaking the building. Bryce knocked over his chair, standing up. Another crash, louder, followed by scraping sounds moving up the north wall, a clattering, rattling, bony sound, like skeletons clawing out of a sepulchre. Frank said something big was pulling itself up the side of the inn. Lisa thought it was the shape-changer, but Sarah noted it wouldn't flow silently if it were in its natural jellied state. They stared at the ceiling, waiting, wondering what phantom form it had assumed. They went to the window and looked out at the swirling fog. Down the street, at the edge of a sodium vapor lamp, something moved, a menacing shadow distorted by the fog. Bryce glimpsed a crab as large as a car, with arachnoid legs and a monstrous saw-toothed claw that flashed into the light and vanished. Tal identified it as what was climbing the building, something straight out of a drunkard's delirium. They heard it reach the roof, its chitinous limbs scraping across the slate shingles. Lisa asked why it was pretending, and Bryce suggested it might just enjoy mimicry, like tropical birds imitating sounds for pleasure. The noises stopped. The night seemed to crouch, studying its prey, timing its attack. They were too restless to sit, standing by the windows, watching only the fog move. Sarah noted the universal bruising was understandable now. The shape-changer enfolded its victims, squeezing them with brutal, sustained pressure, suffocating them. Jenny wondered if it produced its preservative while squeezing, and Sarah agreed, explaining why there was no visible injection point. The preservative was applied osmotically through the pores. Jenny shuddered, thinking of Hilda Beck, the first victim she'd found. Jenny brought up the pools of distilled water, suggesting the shape-changer expelled them after absorbing its victims, using every mineral and vitamin, leaving only pure water. The only remains of the hundreds who were missing, already evaporated. The noises on the roof didn't resume. The phantom crab was gone. Nothing moved in the dark, foggy, sodium-yellow street. They turned away from the windows and went back to the table. Frank wondered if the thing could be killed, but Tal said bullets wouldn't do it. Lisa suggested fire, but Sarah reminded them the soldiers had firebombs they never had time to use. Bryce doubted fire would work either, as the creature could detach the burning part and move the bulk to safety. Jenny suspected explosives would only create 1,000 smaller shape-changers that would flow together again. When Frank pressed again, Bryce admitted he didn't think it could be killed, at least not as far as he could see, and he didn't know what they could do. Frank called his wife Ruth and spoke for nearly half an hour. Tal called friends. Sarah tied up a line for almost an hour. Jenny called her aunt and Lisa talked too. Bryce spoke with deputies at headquarters, his parents, and his father-in-law. All the conversations were upbeat, talking about whipping the thing and leaving soon, but Bryce knew they were just putting on a brave face. These calls had only one grim purpose: the 6 survivors were saying goodbye. The jet had delivered Timothy Flight to American soil, where a spectacle of pandemonium awaited. He was met at the gate by a diminutive publicist named Sal Corello, a man of compact muscular build, with startling corn-yellow hair and intense purple-blue eyes. Corello possessed the kind of finely sculpted face that could have made him a star if he had been a few inches taller. Despite his lack of stature, he made up for it with a sharp intelligence, a quick wit, and an aggressive charm that allowed him to bend almost any situation to his will. Usually, he could even coax journalists into something resembling civil behavior. But tonight was different. From the moment Flight stepped into the arrivals lounge, the press fell upon him like a tide. The story was too enormous, too hot, and the journalists were ravenous. They swarmed the old academic, jostling him, shoving microphones into his face while camera lights flashed in a relentless, blinding barrage. Their questions melded into a deafening roar, a cacophony of shouted names and fragmentary demands. Corello, his ears ringing, took Flight firmly by the arm and became a human battering ram, using his compact, hard-muscled frame to carve a path through the chaos. By the time they reached the small platform that had been set up as a makeshift podium, the professor looked utterly terrorized, as if he might collapse from the shock of it all. Corello took control of the microphone, and with practiced ease, he quieted the ravenous crowd. He promised them a brief statement from Flight, with the assurance of a few questions afterward, then stepped aside and introduced the speaker. When the reporters finally had a clear look at Timothy Flight, a wave of skepticism swept through them. Corello could see it in their faces. The man standing before them was a vision of manic eccentricity. His wild white hair stood out from his head in a frizzed halo, his wide eyes betrayed both fear and bone-deep exhaustion, and his dissipated, unshaven face gave him the grizzled look of a derelict. His rumpled, wrinkled clothes hung on him like sacks. He looked more like a street corner prophet proclaiming the end of the world than a credible academic. But when Flight cleared his throat and began to speak, something remarkable happened. The journalists, who had been restless moments before, fell silent. Within minutes, they were enthralled. Flight spoke of the lost Roanoke colony, of vanished Mayan civilizations, of mysterious depletions of sea life, of an entire army that had disappeared in 1711. The crowd grew hushed. He told them of Njikuni, an Eskimo village where in November 1930, a French-Canadian trapper had found every soul gone, their belongings, even their hunting rifles left behind, their meals half-eaten, their dog sleds abandoned. It had been a graveyard in the dead of night, and despite a massive investigation by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, no trace of the villagers was ever found. The reporters scribbled notes and aimed their tape recorders as Flight unfolded his controversial theory of an ancient enemy that had stalked humanity for millennia. There were gasps and looks of incredulity, but no one interrupted. The instant Flight finished reading his prepared statement, Corello seized him by the arm and hustled him away, reneging on the promised quanda. The reporters howled with outrage and surged forward, but Corello and Flight slipped through a door behind the platform into a service corridor, where waiting security guards slammed and locked the door behind them. The reporters' muffled fury faded as the guards led them through a maze of hallways, down concrete stairs, and out onto a windswept expanse of tarmac, where a sleek Blue Bell Jet Ranger helicopter awaited them. The publicist explained that the governor had placed the chopper at his disposal, and within moments, they were airborne. With his forehead pressed to the cool window, Flight watched San Francisco shrink into the night. The exhaustion that had weighed on him since the plane landed evaporated, replaced by a sharp alertness and a hunger to know more about the nightmare in Snowfield. The Jet Ranger ate up the miles, and the journey to Santa Mira took less than 2 hours. Corello, clever and fast-talking, kept Flight occupied, helping him prepare another statement for the media that would inevitably be waiting. When they touched down in the parking lot behind the county sheriff's headquarters, the thump of the skids on concrete was barely audible over the rotor wash. Corello plunged out the door before the blades had fully stopped, buffeted by the wind, and turned back to lend Flight a steadying hand. Beyond the fence, An even larger and more aggressive mob of journalists pressed against the chain link, shouting questions and aiming cameras. Corello shouted that they would give a statement later, at their convenience, and that the police were waiting to put Flight in direct contact with the sheriff up in Snowfield. A pair of deputies escorted them through the mob into the building and down a hallway to an office, where a husky, efficient man with bushy brows introduced himself as Charlie Mercer. Flight was seated behind the desk as Mercer placed the call to Snowfield. The connection was put on a conference speaker, and the sheriff's voice filled the room. Hammond delivered the first staggering news. They had seen the ancient enemy, a massive, amoeboid, shape-changing creature that could mimic anything. Flight's hands trembled as he gripped the arms of his chair. The confirmation of his theory, which he had written about and believed in for so many years, came as a profound shock. He had never truly been prepared for this moment. Hammond went on to describe the hideous death of a deputy named Gordy Brogan. As he listened, Flight felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. Only he and Corello seemed visibly shaken by the account. Mercer and the others had evidently heard it all hours ago. Flight asked, his voice thick with amazement, how the sheriff had seen the creature and lived. Hammond explained that the thing had deliberately kept some of them alive, using them as bait to lure Flight to Snowfield, and had even offered him a guarantee of safe passage. Flight chewed his lower lip, his mind racing as the full, terrifying weight of the situation settled upon him. The sheriff's voice came through the speaker again, asking if Flight was still with them. Startled from his racing thoughts, Flight confirmed he was there, and pressed for clarification about this so-called guarantee of safe passage. What followed was an astonishing account of a dialogue with the ancient enemy conducted through a computer, a story that left Flight sweating profusely. He spotted a box of tissues on the desk and grabbed a handful, mopping his face as he listened. When the sheriff finished, Flight drew a shaky breath and admitted, with strained disbelief, that he had never imagined the creature might possess human-level intelligence. The sheriff suggested it might even be superior. This revelation struck Flight like a physical blow. He had always conceived of it as a dumb animal, a beast of limited self-awareness, and the implications of a thinking predator were terrifying. The sheriff pressed him again, asking if he would come to Snowfield. Flight hesitated, saying he hadn't planned to get any closer, but the creature's intelligence and its offer of passage changed things. Before he could commit, a child's voice, sweet, pleading, the voice of a young boy, came over the line, begging him to come play. Then a woman's soft, musical tones echoed the invitation, assuring him he was welcome and would not be harmed. An old man's warm, tender voice followed, speaking of wisdom to be acquired and urging him to begin his studies. The sincerity of the offer was stressed, and then silence fell. Confused, Flight called out, asking who was speaking. The sheriff's voice returned, explaining that the other voices were not people at all, just phantoms, mimicry. The creature itself had used 3 different voices to repeat its invitation. Flight looked at the other men in the room, all of them staring fixedly at the speaker box. He wiped his face again with the already sodden tissue and declared that he would come. The sheriff warned him against it, pointing out that the creature's promise could not be trusted. It was the very essence of evil. Then the child's voice returned, lilting and terrifyingly innocent, making a new offer if Flight came. The 6 people trapped in Snowfield would be spared if he refused. They would be crushed, squeezed into pulp and consumed. The words were spoken in such a sweet tone that their horror was magnified. Flight's heart pounded, and he insisted again that he had no choice, he would come. The sheriff reluctantly agreed, arranging for a car to take him to the roadblock, where he would have to continue alone. Then the line went dead. Flight looked up at Corello, Mercer, and the others, and saw they were staring at him as if he were already dead. He thought of how there would be no casket, no grave, no peace if the shape-changer took him. Mercer offered to drive him to the roadblock, and Flight nodded. It was time to go. At 3:12 a.m., Snowfield's church bells began to clang, and the firehouse siren wailed. In the lobby of the Hilltop Inn, Bryce rose from his chair, and the others followed suit, Jenny noting that Flight must be arriving. They went outside into the flashing street lights and shifting fog, and at the foot of Skyline Road a car turned the corner, its headlights slicing through the mist. The street lamps steadied as the car, a green and white sheriff's cruiser, crawled up the hill and stopped near where Bryce stood, cutting its lights. The driver's door opened, and Flight got out. He was not what Bryce had expected: thick glasses that made his eyes seem abnormally large, wild white hair bristling around his head, an insulated jacket with a department seal on the breast. The bells and siren fell silent, and Flight gazed around the fog-shrouded street, listening, waiting. Bryce observed that the creature was apparently not yet ready to show itself, and suggested they go inside and wait in comfort. In the dining room of the inn, 6 survivors hunched over a table, clutching hot coffee mugs with nervous hands to steady themselves. Flight spoke, his theories holding them spellbound. He told of vanished armies in Spain and China, of abandoned Mayan cities and the Roanoke colony. Then he spoke of Joya Verde, a South American trading post on the Amazon where 605 people had vanished in a single afternoon in 1923. A message left on a mission school blackboard read, "It has no shape, yet it has every shape," a clue that Flight believed was connected to the disappearances, and the others came to agree. He also recalled a Mayan prayer unearthed by archaeologists, describing evil gods living in the earth, rising like cold lava to assume many shapes, dispersing proud men like voices in the thunder. He suggested the prayer referred to the ancient enemy, not earthquakes or volcanoes. Jenny mentioned the fragment of a word found in Snowfield, 2 letters, P and R, with a third that might have been a Q or an O, written in iodine on a bathroom wall. Flight seized on this, noting that the victim was Greek, and guessed he had been trying to write the name Proteus, a Greek god who lived in the earth, had no shape of his own, and could take any form he wished, feeding on everything and everyone. Tal voiced his frustration with all the supernatural talk, pointing out that when they had communicated with the creature through the computer, it had given itself the names of demons. The tension in the room was palpable as they grappled with the implications. The professor explained that the concept of an amorphous, shape-shifting evil god was a common thread in ancient myth systems across the world. He cited the Bible's Satan, who appears in countless forms and is called the master of chaos and the beast of many faces, as changeable as shadows and as clever as water. Lisa asked if he was saying the Snowfield creature was Satan, and Flight offered a qualified yes. Frank Autry dismissed the idea, insisting he didn't believe in spooks. Flight agreed with him, clarifying that he didn't think the thing was supernatural. It was real, a creature of flesh, albeit alien flesh, not a spirit or devil. However, he believed it had inspired the myth of Satan. Prehistoric encounters with such shape-changers, survived by a few terrified witnesses, had been described in the language of myth and superstition, passed down through generations until they became the demonic figures of religion. Jenny found the theory both crazy and brilliant. She noted that the creature absorbed the knowledge of its victims, and likely knew it was seen as the devil, taking perverse pleasure in playing that role. Bryce observed that it seemed to enjoy mocking them. Sarah Yamaguchi, tucking her hair behind her ears, pressed Flight for a scientific explanation of how such a creature could exist and function. Before he could answer, it came. A metal grill covering a heating duct high on the wall popped from its screws, flew into the room, and clattered to the floor. The shape-changer bulged out of the duct, a dark, wet, pulsing mass of glistening protoplasm. It swelled, rippled, and grew into an obscene, gnarled lump the size of a man, then slid down the wall and formed a mound on the floor, still oozing from the duct, growing larger and larger. Jenny looked at Flight, whose face cycled through wonder, terror, awe, and disgust, as the viscous, churning mass expanded to the size of 3 or 4 men, with more vile stuff still gushing forth in a revolting flow. Lisa gagged and looked away, but Jenny was transfixed by a grotesque fascination. Within the enormous agglomeration, limbs began to form: human arms, both male and female, reaching out as if seeking help. The thin, flailing arms of children, claws and animal limbs, enormous insect parts. All of them melted back into the formless protoplasm almost as soon as they appeared. The shape-changer bulged across the width of the room, now larger than an elephant, as it engaged in a continuous, relentless pattern of apparently purposeless change. Jenny and the others edged back toward the windows, watching the fog outside roil in its own formless dance. Flight spoke with sudden urgency, answering Sarah's questions as if he had little time left. He explained that about 20 years ago, he had considered a connection between mass disappearances and the unexplained extinction of species like the dinosaurs. What if a natural enemy, a superior hunter and fighter, something large and with a frail or absent skeleton, had exterminated them? Such a creature would have left no fossil record. The shape-changer pulsed and throbbed, towering almost to the ceiling, filling the entire far end of the room. A vague, repellent, sulphurous odor laced the air. Flight continued, speculating that several of these amoeboid creatures might have survived for millions of years in subterranean rivers or deep ocean trenches, preying on marine life and infrequently rising to feed on human beings. As he spoke, dozens of faces appeared across the oozing mass, human and animal, some without eyes or mouths, until those features blinked into existence, filled with pain and fear. The phantom faces screamed silently, a flickering shadow show of the lost and the damned. Then the faces stopped forming, and the huge mass was momentarily still, pulsing almost imperceptibly. Sarah groaned softly. Jenny held Lisa close. No one spoke or even breathed for several seconds. Then the ancient enemy abruptly sprouted a score of tentacles, some thick with suction pads, others thin and ropey, smooth or segmented. They slid across the floor, knocking over chairs, and wriggled in the air like cobras. Then it struck, bushing forward with terrifying speed. Jenny stumbled back, but the tentacles snapped toward them, cutting the air with a hiss. Lisa gasped. In a fraction of a second, a rope of cold, slick alien flesh fell across the back of Jenny's hand and curled around her wrist. With a surge of relief, she wrenched her hand free. The effort required was minimal. The thing's grip was almost casual. It was clear the creature had no real interest in her, at least not yet. She crouched low as tentacles whipped through the air above her, and Lisa pressed close, huddling against her. Flight, scrambling to escape, tripped and fell. A tentacle hovered over him, but then withdrew, as disinterested in him as it had been in Jenny. Bryce fired his revolver, a futile gesture, while Tal shouted and positioned himself between the shape-changer and the women. The creature's attention settled on Frank Autry. Thick tentacles snapped around him, dragging him away. He kicked and flailed, his face a mask of horror, as Bryce lunged after him, gripping his arm and trying to peel one of the slimy appendages away. Another pseudopod swept up, struck Bryce with tremendous force, and sent him sprawling. Frank was lifted into the air, his bulging eyes fixed on the oozing, changing bulk beneath him. A new pseudopod erupted, its mottled skin dissolving to reveal raw, weeping tissue that dripped a yellowish fluid. Where the drops hit the floor, they sizzled and ate into the tile. Someone shouted, "Acid!" The acid-dripping tentacle coiled around Frank's neck like a garrote. His desperate shrieks became a gurgling, choking sound as the flesh-eating appendage cut through his throat with startling speed. His head popped loose and smashed against the tiles. Jenny, choking back bile, told Lisa not to look. The headless body was drawn into a gaping, toothless maw that opened in the shapeless mass, and the mouth closed, consuming him entirely. Frank Autry was gone. Bryce stared at the severed head, its sightless eyes gazing through him. Frank, who had survived wars and a dangerous life, had not survived this. Grief twisted in his chest as he thought of Ruth Autry, of the pain he would have to deliver. The tentacles shrank back into the pulsing hulk. Bryce realized the creature had not spared them to lure Flight. It could have consumed them and mimicked their voices. Instead, it seemed to be saving them to die one by one in front of the professor, demonstrating its function like a child showing off. Sarah, her voice shaking, wished for a tissue sample to study, hoping to find a weakness. Flight echoed the wish, wanting to understand. Then an extrusion of tissue began to take human form, gaudy brogan shape, lumpy, and half-formed. Before it was complete, its mouth opened and spoke in Stu Wargle's voice, telling them to go to the lab, that Flight would see everything he wanted. The phantom dissolved, and the mass surged back into the heating duct. As it retreated, a chorus of animal sounds and other noises issued from the orifices that opened across its surface: birds, bees, hissing, laughter, singing, the hooting of an owl, the warning of a rattlesnake blending into an unpleasant, ominous symphony. Then it was gone, leaving only Frank's head and the bent grill as proof of its presence. The time was 3:44. The night was nearly gone. Bryce wondered how long until dawn, then decided it didn't matter. He didn't expect to live to see it. They went to the lab, its lights on and computers glowing, ready for them. Jenny's fragile hope of resistance was shattered. They were powerless, doing only what it allowed. The 6 of them crowded inside. Lisa asked what they should do. Jenny said they would wait. Flight, Sarah, and Lisa sat at the terminals. Jenny and Bryce, leaned against a countertowel, stood by the open door, watching the fog foam past. Waiting was an ordeal of tense expectation. Where would death come from next? In what form, and to whom? Bryce asked Flight why mass disappearances weren't more common if such creatures existed. Flight explained that they were rare, with only a handful scattered across the earth. They fed infrequently, like a boa constrictor, possibly hibernating for years. Sarah asked if their life cycles included long periods of hibernation, and Flight agreed, adding that mankind inhabited less than 1% of the planet's surface. Flight noted that even if the ancient enemy fed frequently, it would rarely encounter humans. Bryce pointed out that encounters would most likely happen at sea, given the vastness of the oceans. Flight agreed, adding that if it seized everyone aboard a ship, there would be no witnesses. The sea's history was filled with vanished ships and ghost crews. Lisa mentioned the Mary Celeste, and Jenny recalled her sister's earlier mention of it when they had found the Santinis' dinner table set. Flight confirmed the Mary Celeste was famous but not unique. Hundreds of ships had vanished mysteriously in good weather and peacetime, with crews numbering in the tens of thousands. Tal asked about the Bermuda Triangle, and Lisa quickly named it. Flight said it was possible the area was the work of a shape-changer, given the mysterious depletions of fish populations there. Data flashed on the video displays. "I send you a spider." Flight asked what it meant, and Sarah typed for clarification. The message repeated, then instructed them to look around. Jenny spotted at first a black spider on the work surface, larger than an ordinary one. It curled into a lump, its color shifting to the familiar gray-maroon-red, then became a cockroach, then a small mouse. New words appeared. "Here is the tissue sample that you requested, Dr. Flight." Tal noted how cooperative it suddenly was, and Bryce morosely observed that it knew they couldn't use what they learned against it. Lisa insisted they couldn't lose hope. The mouse dissolved into a shapeless wad, and the computer displayed mock religious messages. "This is my sacred body, which I give unto thee, and behold the miracle of my flesh." Flight acknowledged the creature's delight in mockery. The screen then told them they could touch it, take samples, and do what they wished. It wanted them to understand it. Flight remarked that it wasn't only self-aware but possessed a well-developed ego. Finally, Sarah hesitantly touched the protoplasm, finding it cool and greasy. The piece quivered, and she quickly withdrew, noting the need to section it for various microscopes and analysis. The ancient enemy encouraged them through the computer proceed. Tendrils of fog slipped into the lab as Sarah and Jenny examined slides, both finding the cellular structure incredible and unprecedented. Bryce and Flight, though not biologists, were eager to see the slides, and Tal and Lisa lingered nearby. Sarah observed that most of the tissue lacked cell structure, which should be impossible for organic matter. Jenny agreed, noting that the tissue appeared inorganic, though it couldn't be. They found a few cells, widely separated, swimming in undifferentiated matter, with flexible walls and odd trifurcated nuclei. Sarah admitted she didn't know what to make of it. A question appeared on the screens. "Did you not expect the flesh of Satan to be mysterious?" Half of the tissue sample remained in a petri dish, quivering and changing forms: spider, cockroach, mouse, as the survivors grappled with the impossible reality before them. The scrap of tissue in the petri dish continued its rapid metamorphosis. Cockroach, slug, cricket, a green beetle with a lacy red pattern, while Bryce and Flight took turns at the microscopes. Jenny and Sarah stood before a VDT, displaying an electron microscope autoscan, focusing on one of the scattered cells. Sarah theorized that the undifferentiated matter, which formed the bulk of the creature, was the mimicking tissue, capable of imprinting any cell structure. The few scattered cells, with their flexible walls and trifurcated nuclei, must control the amorphous tissue, producing enzymes or chemical signals that directed its transformations. These control cells would remain unchanged regardless of the creature's form. But when Jenny asked if this knowledge could help them save themselves, Sarah admitted she couldn't see how. Jenny then wondered about a brain, a center of intellect, that couldn't be stored in the scattered cells. Sarah agreed. There was likely an organ analogous to a brain, controlling the cells that in turn controlled the formless protoplasm. Jenny's excitement grew. As she realized the brain cells would share one crucial trait with the scattered cells: they would never change form. That made the brain vulnerable. Damage to it would be permanent, and if it were destroyed, the creature would die. Sarah saw the hope in this, but Bryce dashed it, noting that the brain would be well hidden underground, out of reach. Sarah pored over the mineral and chemical analyses, noting an extremely varied and high hydrocarbon content. When Jenny asked if that helped, Sarah said she didn't know. Lisa stared at the petri dish, where the tissue was changing faster and faster. Sowbug, grasshopper, caterpillar, beetle, ants, spider, earwig, centipede, the pace accelerating until the forms blurred into each other. Something was wrong. Sarah mentioned petrolatum, noting similarities in hydrocarbon ratios, though the tissue was far more complex. Her voice trailed off as her eyes unfocused. Tal sensed she was onto something important, and Bryce noticed it too. Tal crossed his fingers. Lisa called him urgently to look at the petri dish. The tissue was changing frantically, half-formed shapes collapsing into new ones at an ever-increasing speed. It seemed to have lost control, gone crazy, having some kind of breakdown. Then a milky fluid seeped from it, and the wad collapsed into a runny pile of lifeless mush. It stopped moving, stopped changing. Jenny hesitated to touch it, but Sarah poked it with a lab spoon, then stirred it. The tissue remained inert, dead. The tissue liquefied further but remained inert. Flight declared it dead. Bryce, electrified, demanded to know what had been in the dish before the sample was placed there. Sarah insisted it had been clean, straight from the sterilizer. Bryce pressed, convinced something must have reacted with the tissue, and Tal suggested that whatever it was could be their weapon. Lisa agreed, but Jenny cautioned against jumping to conclusions, and Flight warned them not to leap. Jenny offered another possibility. The detached portion might only survive for a short time away from the mother body, requiring a steady supply of an enzyme produced only by the brain. Sarah picked up the thread, confirming that without that enzyme, the detached tissue would die. Bryce saw they were back to needing to destroy the brain. Sarah countered that the dead tissue in the dish proved the flesh could be damaged, its chemical balance disrupted. The question was, how to disrupt it. When Lisa asked if Sarah had any ideas, the geneticist said no, but Jenny sensed she was lying. Sarah had a plan but couldn't share it. She feared the creature would hear and stop her. She needed to buy time. She sat at the terminal, her eyes burning with exhaustion, and typed to confirm the creature was there. It replied yes. She reported they had completed tests and wanted more. It asked why, and she explained that Flight needed additional data to write with authority. The creature, pleased to be called Matthew, agreed. She said they needed more lab equipment, and the creature noted they already had a fully equipped lab. Sarah explained it was only for chemical and biological warfare analysis, not for studying a being of its nature. It told her to proceed. She said it would take several hours to have the equipment sent, and it agreed again. She typed that they would need to return to the inn to use the telephone, and the creature responded with a dismissive insult, but granted permission. Sarah stood, and the others realized she was hiding something, though they understood her silence. She cleared her throat and said they should go. Flight asked her to wait. He had something to try. He sat at the terminal and announced himself. The creature acknowledged him. He typed that they should have a dialogue, and the creature agreed. Flight asked if it had to be through the computer. It replied that it was better than a burning bush. Flight almost laughed at the joke, then typed that their species should live in peace. The creature compared them to cattle on a farm. Flight argued. They were the only two intelligent species on Earth. The creature dismissed him, saying he knew so little. Flight persisted, urging cooperation. The creature declared itself superior. Flight said they could learn from each other. The creature had nothing to learn. Flight suggested they might be cleverer than it believed. The creature reminded him of his mortality. His life is brief and unimportant as a mayfly's. Flight asked why it cared about being written about. It said it amused them, like a pet monkey learning a trick. Flight typed that he didn't believe they were inferior. The creature responded with a curt, "Cattle." Flight challenged it, suggesting it wanted to be written about because it had acquired a human ego. The creature denied this. Flight pressed further, arguing that it hadn't been intelligent until it began feeding on intelligent creatures, that it owed humans for its own evolution. The creature did not reply. Flight cleared the screen and typed that its mind seemed to have a very human structure, ego, superego, and so forth. The creature responded with curt dismissals. Cattle, pigs, groveling animals before declaring itself bored. The screens went dark. Flight leaned back with a sigh, and Bryce acknowledged his effort. Flight remarked on the creature's arrogance, and Jenny noted it was befitting a god, or how it thought of itself. Lisa suggested that, in a way, it really was a god, and Tal agreed, pointing out it had all the powers of one or a devil. Beyond the street lamps the night was graying, the first faint glow of dawn touching the sky. Sarah worried that Flight's challenge might have antagonized the creature, causing it to renege on its promise of time. During the walk back to the inn, she expected an attack at any moment, especially with strange animal cries echoing from the fog, but they reached the inn unmolested. Sarah sat at the operations desk and called the CBW Civilian Defense Unit at Dugway, where Captain Daniel Tersch was standing by. She described their microscopic and chemical analyses, emphasizing the high hydrocarbon content and the petrolatum-like similarities, hoping someone on the team would recognize her plan. She couldn't speak openly, fearing the creature was listening through the hissing line. She requested additional lab equipment, listing items she didn't actually need, and then asked for as much of the 10th generation of Dr. Chakrabarty's Little Miracle as possible, along with compressed air dispersal units. Tersch was puzzled, but Sarah assured him others in the program would know what she meant. She told him to have it delivered by Army helicopter, hovering to lower the package on a cable. He agreed, wished her luck, and hung up. Jenny noted that 5 or 6 hours seemed like a long time, and Sarah called it an eternity. The others were eager to hear her scheme, but understood it couldn't be discussed. Sarah detected a new optimism in them, but she worried her plan might fail and bring brutal consequences. Outside, dawn had come, the fog now dazzling white with morning light. Meanwhile, Fletcher Cale woke in the Jeep station wagon, having passed the night in the forest. He got out, listening for pursuit. Last night, driving toward Jake Johnson's secret retreat, he had run into a quarantine blockade on the Mount Larson Road. 2 deputies had started to get out of their car, but Cale, armed with a 91 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle he'd taken from Johnson's house, had opened fire, killing them. He'd rolled the bodies into a ditch, moved the patrol car to make it look like the killer hadn't continued, then driven up the rugged fire lane. He parked the Jeep in a tunnel of brush and climbed out, carrying the rifle, a sack of other guns, $126,880 in cash, and a flashlight, knowing the limestone caves would be stocked with supplies. The final stretch demanded he go on foot, and he'd intended to push through immediately. Yet even with the flashlight, the fog-choked forest at night proved hopelessly disorienting. Getting lost felt inevitable, a real risk of wandering in circles, close to his goal but never finding it. After only a few steps, he turned back to the jeep, deciding to wait for daylight. He reassured himself that even if the 2 deputies at the blockade were found before dawn, and even if the police realized the killer had gone up the mountain, they wouldn't mount a search until first light. By the time they reached this area, he'd be hidden safely in the caves. He slept in the jeep's front seat, uncomfortable, but far better than a jail cell. Now, standing beside the vehicle in the pale morning light, he listened for any sign of a search party. He heard nothing. He hadn't expected to. Prison wasn't his destiny. His future was golden, he was certain of it. After yawning and stretching, he relieved himself against a large pine. Half an hour later, with more light available, he located the path he'd missed the night before. Something new caught his attention. The brush had been heavily trampled. People had been this way recently. He moved cautiously, cradling the 91 Hong Kong dollars, ready to kill anyone who threatened him. Within 30 minutes, he emerged from the trees into the clearing around the log cabin and saw why the path was so beaten down. 8 Harley-Davidsons were parked alongside the cabin, each bearing the Demon Chrome insignia. It was Jean Terre's crew, about half the gang. He crouched behind a limestone outcropping, studying the fog-shrouded cabin. No one was visible. Silently, he fished a fresh magazine from his bag and loaded the rifle. He wondered how Terre and his bikers had managed the treacherous ride up here. More importantly, what were they doing here? How had they found this place? The forest was eerily silent. No birds, no insects, absolutely nothing. Then a rustle in the brush behind him, soft, but in this unnatural quiet it sounded like an explosion. He'd been kneeling. He dropped sideways, rolled onto his back, and brought up the rifle, ready to fire. What he saw stunned him. Jake Johnson, about 25 feet away, emerging naked from the trees, grinning. Movement to his left. Another figure came out of the woods, also naked, also grinning, and it was also Jake Johnson. He looked from one to the other, baffled. They were identical twins, except Johnson was an only child. A third naked Johnson advanced from beneath a huge spruce. Cale couldn't breathe. A twin was unlikely, triplets were impossible. Something was terribly wrong. Suddenly everything felt menacing. The forest, the mist, the rocky mountainside. The 3 look-alikes moved toward him from different angles, their eyes strange, their mouths cruel. He scrambled to his feet, heart pounding, and shouted for them to stop. They kept coming, ignoring the rifle he brandished. He demanded to know who they were, what they were. They didn't answer, just advanced like zombies. He grabbed his bag of guns and backed away clumsily, and saw a 4th naked Johnson emerging from the trees. His fear teetered on the edge of panic. The 4 approached almost silently, ignoring stones and thorns that should have hurt their bare feet. One licked his lips hungrily. The others copied him. Icy dread shot through him. For a moment he wondered if he'd lost his mind, but he'd never been good at self-doubt, and quickly pushed the thought aside. He dropped the laundry bag and opened fire, swinging the muzzle in an arc. Bullets tore into them. Wounds burst open, but there was no blood. The wounds healed instantly. They kept coming. Not men, something else. Could this be an acid flashback? He'd used LSD heavily in high school. Maybe. But the glistening detail on their skin and the sheer strangeness of the situation felt wrong for a hallucination. The nearest doppelganger raised an arm, pointing. The flesh of his hand split and peeled away, oozing back into the arm like melting wax, leaving only white bones. A skeletal finger pointed accusingly. His mind reeled. The other 3 had also undergone ghastly changes, one with a cheekbone and teeth exposed, an eye gleaming in a bare socket, another missing a chunk of his torso, ribs and wet organs visible, the 4th walking on a normal leg, and a leg of bone and tendon. As they closed in, one spoke. "Baby killer!" He screamed, dropped the rifle and ran, but stopped when he saw 2 more Johnson replicas approaching from the cabin. Nowhere to go but up toward the limestone outcroppings. He bolted, gasping, reached the brush, pushed through to the cave mouth, glanced back, and saw all 6 still coming. He plunged into darkness, wishing he'd kept his flashlight. He shuffled along the wall, feeling his way, remembering a tunnel ending in a series of dog legs, and suddenly realized this might be a trap. They'd wanted him to come here. Looking back, he saw 2 decomposing figures at the entrance and wailed in terror, pushing deeper into the blackness, scraping his hand on sharp rock, stumbling but charging forward, reaching the dog legs, then the hidden door. He slammed it behind him, but we knew it wouldn't stop them. Ahead, light glowed. He moved toward it in a dreamlike haze of terror, passing stacked supplies and equipment. The light came from a Coleman lantern. He stepped into the 3rd chamber. In the lantern's pale glow, his eyes found something that rooted him to the spot. Rising from the subterranean river, pushing up through the cave floor from the hole where Johnson had rigged his pump, a column of dark, blood-mottled flesh writhed and churned shapeless, pulsing, rippling. Wings began to form and then dissolved back into the mass. A faint sulphurous odor hung in the air, not overpowering but sickening. Across the 7-foot column, eyes opened human and inhuman and fixed on him. He shrank back, pressing against the stone wall, gripping it, as if it were his last anchor to sanity. The eyes stared, then closed and vanished. Mouths gaped open where none had been, revealing teeth and fangs, forked tongues lolling over black lips. From other mouths, worm-like tentacles writhed out and withdrew. Like the wings and eyes, they melted back into the formless mass. A man sat on the floor nearby, half hidden in the lantern's shadow. When he realized Cale had spotted him, he leaned forward into the light, tall, with long curly hair and a beard, a bandana around his head, a gold earring dangling. He smiled strangely and raised a hand in greeting. On his palm was the red and yellow tattoo of an eyeball. It was Jean Tur. 3.5 hours after Sarah's call to Dugway, 2 hours earlier than expected, the Army helicopter arrived. Her colleagues had deciphered her plan and sent only what she truly needed. She prayed they'd understood correctly. The large camouflaged chopper hovered 60 to 70 feet above Skyline Road, its twin rotors slicing through the mist and sending turbulent waves of sound through the town. A man leaned from the cargo hold and used hand signals instead of shouting over the engine roar. Sarah realized he was waiting for a drop zone marker. She gestured for the others to form a circle in the street, standing a few yards apart. A canvas-wrapped bundle larger than a man was pushed out, descending on a cable with surprising gentleness, settling in the center of the circle as if carrying eggs. Bryce reached it first, releasing the snap link before the others arrived. The helicopter reeled in its line and departed, gaining altitude as it swung away. Sarah knelt and feverishly loosened the ropes. Inside, she found 2 blue canisters and 3 aerosol tank sprayers with harnesses and high-pressure nozzles. She sighed with relief. Her message had been understood. The tanks were already filled with fluid. Lisa noted this wasn't everything Sarah had requested. Sarah evasively said it was all they needed, glancing nervously for any sign of the shape-changer. She instructed Bryce and Tal to take 2 of the sprayers, and they strapped them on, clearly understanding these contained a weapon. They asked no questions. Sarah had intended to carry the 3rd sprayer herself, but found it too heavy for quick maneuvering. Jenny was the best choice, physically capable, and the right size. Flight protested but relented after trying to heft the tank himself. Once Jenny was harnessed, Sarah explained the plan: spray the instant it appeared, saturate it, back away, and draw out more of it. Bryce asked if it was acid. Sarah said no, though the effect would be similar if it worked. Tal pressed for details, and she revealed it was a specialized microorganism suspended in liquid culture. Jenny's eyes widened. Germs? Sarah confirmed, adding that disease seemed the only way to kill this thing, and she hoped to make it very sick. Flight objected that earthly diseases wouldn't affect such an alien creature, but Sarah clarified that this wasn't a disease-causing organism at all. She explained about Dr. Ananda Chakrabarty, the first patent on a man-made bacterium created to digest hydrocarbons and clean oil spills. After legal battles, The Supreme Court had ruled the discovery patentable. Later scientists developed a hardier strain called Biosan 4, now used worldwide. That was what filled the tanks, Sarah said. Jenny recognized the case from the news. But as she spoke, Sarah felt the creature listening and sensed it was very close, about to come for them. The others sensed it too, their unease palpable as they scanned their surroundings. Sarah asked if they remembered the tissue analysis, the high hydrocarbon values, the abundant carbon content. Tal recalled her comparison to petrolatum. She clarified that the tissue was like an organic cousin of that substance, and she hoped Chakrabarty's bacteria would attack the carbon and break it down. Jenny understood. She hoped it would eat into the shape changer like it would an oil slick. Sarah nervously confirmed that was the plan, hoping to destabilize the entire organism. Flight questioned whether this thin hope was really their best chance. Sarah admitted it was the only one they had, then fell silent as a chittering hissing sound cut through the air. They froze, but the town fell silent again. Bryce worried the Biosan might harm them. Sarah assured him it was utterly harmless. The noise returned a short burst, then silence. Lisa whispered that something was coming. Bryce felt it too, an onrushing horror, a thickening coldness in the air, a predatory stillness that was almost tangible. The noise erupted again, sustained and shrill, buzzing like hornets. He ordered the three without sprayers into the middle of their circle. Tal acknowledged they'd provide what protection they could, though Bryce doubted it would be enough if the Biosan failed. The strange noise intensified. Then down the street near the bakery, a monstrous wasp appeared the size of a German shepherd, with 6-foot opalescent wings, multifaceted black eyes, and a foot-long stinger. Nothing like this had ever existed. It was a horrible invention of the shape-changer's imagination. Bryce's insides turned to ice water as the wasp stopped hovering and struck. Jenny screamed but held her ground, aiming and firing a cone of milky mist. As the wasp closed, she squeezed the lever fully, sending a stream arcing toward it. Bryce joined her, their two streams merging in mid-air. The spray struck the wasp, dulling its rainbow wings, soaking its segmented body. It hesitated, dipped, hovered its attack arrested, but its hate-filled eyes still fixed on them. Jenny felt a surge of hope until the wasp came at them again. Tal thought they were safe, but the creature flew through the Biosan mist, slow but still moving. Bryce shouted for everyone to get down, and the wasp swept over them. Tal stood to spray it, and the thing faltered, fluttered wildly, and plummeted to the pavement, buzzing angrily before it began to change. Timothy watched with the others, as the wasp melted into shapeless protoplasm, attempted to become a Doberman, and failed the features. Vanished, the tissue shuddering in a way Timothy had never seen before. Lisa declared it was dying. The mass broke out in pustules and lesions, spasming violently until it degenerated into a lifeless pool of stinking mush. Timothy exclaimed in triumph, turning toward Sarah, and saw 3 tentacles rising from a drain grate behind her, already slithering within a yard of her. He shouted a warning, but it was too late. Jenny whirled, saw the tentacles whip up with shocking speed and drop onto Sarah, wrapping around her legs, waist, and neck. She cursed and sprayed Biosan over Sarah and the tentacles, Bryce and Tal joining in, but they were too slow. Sarah's eyes widened in a silent scream as she was lifted into the air and flung back and forth like a doll. Jenny's prayer, "No," went unanswered as the creature tore the geneticist apart. The severed head struck the pavement with a sickening crack, and Jenny stumbled back, gagging. The tentacles rose 12 feet high, writhing and foaming as the bacteria ate into them, breaking open in sores just as Sarah had hoped. But before Jenny could react, Tal darted past her toward the drain, ignoring her scream to stop. He ran through the weaving shadows, reaching the grate, as the tentacles separated from the main body mass below the shape changer, shedding infected tissue. He shoved the sprayer nozzle through the grate and released Biosan into the drain. The tentacles tore loose and flopped in the street. The retreating slime shed another piece of itself, which foamed and died. Exhilarated, Tal sprayed more into the drain as the amorphous tissue withdrew deeper underground. Then the pavement rumbled and heaved. Flight was thrown to the ground, his glasses shattered. Tal staggered, nearly trampling him. The street leaped again. Not an earthquake, but the creature rising with unimaginable force, the largest part of it surging toward the surface, forming muscle fiber, and pushing until the macadam bulged and cracked. Tal was thrown down, his chin snapping against the street, dazed. He tried to rise but couldn't. The street rocked too violently. He lay flat, certain they were going to die. Bryce hugged the pavement beside Lisa, shielding her as the world came apart. Chunks of concrete flew through the air, debris raining down on them. He looked desperately for Jenny, spotting her on the other side of the hove-up ridge, alive. A massive slab of concrete erupted nearby, flung high into the air. It missed them but slammed across Flight's legs, breaking them and pinning him. His howls of pain cut through the roar of destruction. The street continued to heave upward, and Bryce knew they had only seconds before the creature broke through. A concrete missile landed inches from Jenny's head, a splinter piercing her cheek. Then the pressure from below suddenly ceased. The street stopped shaking. The sounds faded. She could hear her own ragged breathing. Tal started to rise. Someone wailed in agony on the far side of the ridge. Jenny tried to stand, but the street shuddered again, throwing her flat. Then the roadbed began caving in, slabs tumbling into a deep chasm, not just a drain but a vast emptiness. The entire hove-up section collapsed with a thunderous roar, and Jenny found herself at the brink, staring into a pit 10 feet across and 50 feet long. Bryce and Lisa were alive on the far side, but she saw Timothy, his legs pinned under concrete, trapped on a precarious slab that thrust over the rim. At any moment, it would crack and fall, taking him with it. The pit was deep, at least 30 feet, likely more, revealing limestone caves far below. The ancient enemy had shifted not just the street, but the bedrock itself. It was down there somewhere, hiding from the spray, waiting. Bryce scrambled toward Flight, trying to reach him before the perch gave way. Jenny doubted he'd make it. Then the pavement under her groaned, and she realized she was on treacherous ground. She started to rise, and the concrete snapped with a bomb blast of sound. In the cave, the creature was like dense, blood-dark smoke writhing in the lantern's glow. Cale wanted to believe it was only smoke, but he knew better. Ectoplasm, the stuff of demons and ghosts. He'd never believed in life after death, but now. Jean Terre sat nearby, staring at the apparition, his gold earring glittering. Cale pressed his back against the cool limestone wall, feeling fused to the rock, the sulphurous odor thick in the air. To his left, one of the Johnson lookalikes entered, the one with a half-stripped skull, a wet, lidless eye glaring from the bone socket. It turned toward the oozing monstrosity, walked to the column of slime, embraced it, and melted in. Cale stared, uncomprehending. Another Johnson entered, the one missing flesh along his flank, organs pulsing behind exposed ribs. Such a thing was impossible, but this was a hell-born presence, and anything was possible. He believed now, because the only alternative was madness. One by one, the remaining 4 Johnson replicas entered, and were absorbed by the rippling slime. The creature began to sprout black wings, which degenerated, replaced by insectile limbs taking shape. Jean Terre finally spoke, his eyes alive with a strange sparkle despite his trance-like state. He explained that he and his crew came here a few times a year for what he called fuck and waste party, a perfect spot where no one could see or hear. Cale asked what that meant. Jeter elaborated. Sometimes a woman would want to join the Chrome, and if she was cool, they'd make room for her. But other times, when they didn't want her, they'd have their fun instead. Sometimes they'd pick up a runaway or a hitchhiker, get her high, bring her here, and after days of abuse, they'd kill her in interesting ways. They buried the bodies nearby. As he spoke, the creature in the cave changed, and insectile limbs melted away, replaced by dozens of hands opening like blossoms, then scores of fanged mouths. Jeter seemed unafraid. He smiled at the manifestation. Cale asked if they really killed them. Jeter confirmed it, then described what happened Sunday afternoon. They were drinking and gang-raping a girl when Jake Johnson appeared naked from the woods, followed by another, then another. They shot the replicas, but the bullets had no effect. One of his men rushed one with a knife, but the Johnson grabbed him and dissolved into a shapeless thing that ate him alive, then became a huge wolf. The other Johnsons turned into lizards and other indescribable horrors, killing more of his men and herding the survivors toward the caves. In the darkness, more died screaming. Jeter hid in a corner expecting to be found. Instead, one of the Johnsons lit a Coleman lantern, took him by the arm with an unnaturally strong cold grip, and led him here, where the creature was rising from the floor. The Johnson replica then walked into the slime and melted away, leaving Jeter alone with the thing, which began its endless transformations. For about a day and a half Jeter had watched it, occasionally dozing or eating. The creature seemed to know all his secrets. The buried bodies, the drug business, the cop they'd dismembered things even the police never suspected. It asked about what it didn't know and listened intently. He'd worshipped it for years, held black masses, offered sacrifices, but never conjured anything until now. This was a miracle. Cale said he didn't understand. Jeter insisted he did that. Cale had been thinking this was a demon from hell, and it was, but it was no mere demon. It was Lucifer himself. Red eyes opened among the horns on the creature's flesh, glowing with hatred. Jeter motioned Cale closer, explaining that he was allowed to live because he did the beast's work. Cale protested that he'd never been a devil worshipper, never believed. Jeter dismissed that it didn't matter. Cale still did his work, and enjoyed it. He'd killed his wife. He'd killed his own baby boy. If that wasn't his work, what was? The red eyes watched Cale as the emotions surging within him finally crystallized: elation, awe, religious rapture. Jeter pressed on, saying Cale must have done other things over the years, maybe almost everything he'd ever done. They were alike born to follow Lucifer. It was in their genes. At last, Cale moved away from the wall. Jeter urged Cale to come close to him. Overwhelmed with emotion, Cale felt the joy of recognition. He had always known he was different, special, and now here was proof he was chosen. He knelt beside Jeter near the miraculous presence, feeling he had arrived at his destiny. Beneath Jenny, the concrete snapped. She scrambled back, but the pavement shifted, dropping out from under her. She was going into the pit, and then Tal grabbed her ankles, hauling her back as the ground crumbled around him. He pulled her to safety, and she thanked him breathlessly. He brushed it off with a casual remark, and she remembered the story about his cakewalk in the convenience store. She saw Timothy Flight on the far side. Bryce wouldn't reach him in time. The pavement under Flight gave way, and a slab carried him down the sloped wall into the pit. He was still alive, screaming in pain. Jenny wanted to rescue him, but Tal said it was useless. Then she saw why a massive pseudopod exploded from a tunnel in the pit floor, forming into a pony-sized black spider that clambered toward Flight. Timothy watched the spider approach, his terror washing away the pain. The thing moved swiftly on spindly legs, making a blood-freezing sound as it closed in. It stopped before him, mandibles gaping. Then a milky rain fell across him, biosand from the sprayers above. White spots speckled the spider's black body. Bryce's sprayer was damaged. He dropped it and rushed to collect the spare canisters, then plunged into the pit, heading not for Flight, but for the hole from which the spider had emerged. Timothy watched the spider metamorphose into a hellhound with a partly human face, barbed claws and massive teeth. Lesions appeared as the bacteria ate into it, sparking hope in him until the hound spoke, calling him Judas, and snapped its jaws into his face. Even as it succumbed to the bacteria, it tore at him, biting his face and neck. Tal stood at the pit's edge, torn between watching Flight's murder and Bryce's suicidal mission. The hound continued to savage Flight as Bryce reached the hole and unscrewed a canister. Tal was sure something would leap out and seize him, but Bryce poured the solution into the subterranean warren. Flight stopped screaming dead. The disembodied hound's head continued snapping at his corpse. Shuddering, Lisa backed away from her side of the pit, stepping onto a drain grate. Remembering Sarah's fate, she quickly hopped onto the sidewalk, glancing nervously at a covered serviceway nearby, wondering if something lurked there. She hesitated, unable to decide which direction was safer. In the pit, Bryce poured the contents of the first canister into the hole. He thought he saw movement below, expected an attack, but nothing came. Sweating and struggling, Bryce lugged the second canister through the debris field of angled concrete slabs and twisted pipe. He stepped around a sputtering power line, leaped a puddle forming beside a broken water main, and past Flight's mangled body. Reaching the next hole in the pit floor, he unscrewed the lid and dumped the contents into the chamber below. Empty. He discarded the canister and ran, desperate to escape before something came after him. He was a third of the way up the sloped wall, finding the climb harder than expected, when he heard something terrible behind him. Jenny watched from above, holding her breath as Bryce clawed upward. Then her eyes were drawn to the first hole. The shape changer surged up in a dark tide of diseased tissue, blistered and weeping, spewing tons of infected flesh onto the pit floor. More gushed from another hole, forming pseudopods that rose and collapsed in spasms. Then came a ghastly sound, the voices of thousands crying out in pain and despair, old friends and neighbors among them. It was the death cry of the creature, forced to use its victims' voices to express its own terror. Jenny put her hands to her ears but couldn't block it out. The mass surged across the rubble toward Bryce. Halfway up the slope, the wailing changed to a roar of rage. Bryce dared to look back. Tons of tissue were fountaining into the pit, the creature trying and failing to form winged phantoms, now sending degenerating tentacles toward his heels. He turned and climbed faster. On the street, the windows of the town bar and grill exploded. Lisa stumbled back as an obscene mass bulged through. Tendrils from a drain grate snaked around her ankle, but they fell away easily, dissolving into slime. The mass from the barroom was also succumbing to bacteria, its tentacles groping blindly. Tal saw the explosion, but couldn't help. Windows shattered behind him at the Hilltop Inn, and tons of protoplasm surged forth, more active than the piece chasing Bryce. Tentacles found Tal before he could spray, dragging him across the pavement, burning through his clothes and skin. He howled as acids ate into his flesh. Jenny dodged a tentacle and sprayed Tal and his captors. The entire beast was contaminated, dying from within, but it might still have time to kill Tal. Frantic, she dropped the hose and grabbed at the tentacles, prying them loose. Pieces came away in her hands, and Tal collapsed, gasping and bleeding. Lisa watched the mass from the barroom spasm and fling off infected gobbets. She spoke aloud. The devil was dying. Bryce crawled the last few feet and pulled himself out of the pit. Looking back, he saw the shape changer hadn't reached him. A gelatinous lake of tissue pooled at the bottom, virtually inactive, slowly disappearing under its own dead and decomposing tissue. Jenny knelt beside Tal, examining his wounds. The acid had eaten away skin and some fatty tissue, but no veins or arteries. She said he'd need hospital observation, but would be fine. Tal noted she was talking like it was over. She looked around. No sign of the creature. Lisa and Bryce approaching from across the street. She told him she thought it was all over. Fletcher Cale's fear had evaporated. He sat beside Jeter, watching the satanic flesh twist into ever more grotesque forms, absently scratching at an itch on his right calf while he observed the miraculous transformation. Jeter, isolated in the cave since Sunday, knew nothing of Snowfield. Cale told him what little he knew, and Jeter grew thrilled. It was a sign, he declared. The beast's time was coming, a 1,000-year reign of hell on earth. Only the chosen apostles like them would rule with Lucifer, able to do anything to anyone without consequence. Jeter's evangelical passion stirred a dizzying rapture in Cale. The column of slime began forming a whip-like tail, wings, sinewy arms with taloned hands. A face took shape, chiseled granite jaws, a gash of a mouth with crooked teeth and viperous fangs, a pig-like snout, mad crimson eyes like those of a fly. Horns sprouted from the forehead, and the hair appeared as writhing green-black worms. The cruel mouth opened, demanding belief. Ter and Kale both professed their faith, agreeing they would never forsake him, and would do whatever he wished. The apparition said he would be leaving soon, but his time was coming. Until then, he would grant them protection and life everlasting, in return for 5 tasks. As he spoke, pustules and lesions broke out across his form. Kale took this as a reminder of the plagues he could visit on them if they refused. When he finished outlining the tasks, he asked if they had a bargain. They agreed. The face, horns, and wings melted away, and the thing sank into the floor, disappearing into the river below. The dead tissue remained, however foul and glistening in the gaslight. Gradually, Kale's rapture faded, replaced by the cold of the limestone through his pants. Jeter coughed and remarked on the experience. Kale scratched his calf, now feeling a dull throbbing pain beneath the itch. The creature had reached the end of its feeding cycle, overfed, and intended to move toward the sea. But it would never reach the ocean. It was dying. The concept of its own death was alien and bitter. It sloughed off diseased portions, crept deeper through the underworld river, seeking refuge in the infernal regions, Orcus, Hades, Sheol, the pit. Each time it thought it was free, a wrongness tingled through its tissue, followed by pain, forcing it to shed more infected flesh. It had spent centuries playing the role of Satan, amusing itself with human superstitions. Now it was condemned to a fate consistent with the mythology it had helped create, cast down, damned, dwelling in darkness and despair for the few hours remaining to it. At least it had left behind 2 apostles, Kale and Ter, who would continue its work. Reduced to only a brain and minimal tissue, it cowered in a rock niche, seething with hatred as it waited for the end. Kale rolled up his trouser leg and found 2 small red spots on his calf, swollen, itchy, tender. Jeter identified them as ticks, burrowed under the skin. He suggested burning them out with a cigarette. Kale didn't have any, but Jeter offered joints. They smoked, and Kale used the glowing tip to burn out the ticks. It didn't hurt much. Jeter advised keeping pants tucked into boots, but Kale insisted his had been. They wondered how the ticks got underneath anyway. After more grass, Kale questioned Jeter about their supposed protection if they were invincible. Why did he have to deal with tick bites? Jeter dismissed it, suggesting the bites might be a way of sealing the bargain with a little blood. When Kale asked why Jeter didn't have any, Jeter shrugged and pointed out that Kale had been bitten before striking the bargain. They fell silent, then discussed, leaving the caves. Jeter wanted to lay low a few more days until the heat died down. Then they'd complete the 5 tasks and head out, with Lucifer showing them the way. Jeter pressed Kale for details about killing his wife and child, what it felt like, how he'd done it. Kale explained they were in his way. He shot his wife, but he chopped his son with a meat cleaver. Jeter was fascinated, laughing and urging Kale to tell more. They smoked more joints, and Kale talked about his murders, punctuated by Jeter's eager giggles. "Man, are we going to have some fun?" Bryce stood on the sidewalk, scanning the town, listening, waiting. No sign of the shape-changer, but he couldn't shake the fear that it would spring at him the moment he relaxed his guard. Tall lay on the pavement while Jenny and Lisa cleaned his acid burns and applied bandages. Snowfield remained deathly silent. Jenny insisted Tal needed hospital care. The wounds weren't deep, but delayed allergic reactions to toxins could cause respiratory or blood pressure problems. Bryce worried about getting in a car, trapping themselves if the creature returned. Jenny suggested taking sprayers, but Bryce feared there wouldn't be time to use them if it attacked from a manhole. Lisa insisted she could feel it was dead. The change in the air. Bryce realized she was right. The shape-changer had emitted a tangible malevolence, a stain on the soul, and now those emanations were gone. The air was clean, fresh. All said they could wait, but Bryce changed his mind. Nothing would stop them. Lisa was right, it was dead. In a patrol car, Jenny reflected on Flight's theory that the creature had acquired intelligence by consuming intelligent beings. She wondered if it had also acquired cruelty and viciousness from mankind. Perhaps the only real devils were human, not all but the twisted ones who lacked empathy. Maybe the devil was only a reflection of human savagery, created in our own image. Bryce agreed, noting there was no use fearing demons when the true monsters were among us. Hell was where we made it. They drove through serene, beautiful snowfield. Nothing tried to stop them. 1 week later, they visited Tal in the hospital. He'd suffered a toxic reaction and mild infection but was nearly recovered, eager to go home. Lisa hugged him, and they exchanged their daily affectionate ritual, a small ceremony that always drew a smile from Lisa, though she hadn't laughed in a week. Jenny hugged Tal, and mentioned Bryce was with Timmy. Tal noted, Bryce seemed to be handling the situation better. Timmy's condition had been killing him, but now he could cope. Jenny explained that Bryce had decided there was no fate worse than death, that where there was life, there was hope. For now he was grateful just to sit with his son, holding his hand. In Timmy's room, the boy lay in a coma, his only movements occasional eyelid flutters or lip twitches. Bryce sat beside him, holding his hand. The boy had withered, his cheekbones prominent, dark circles under his eyes, his hand feeling like an infant's, but it was warm. Bryce reluctantly let go, smoothed the boy's hair, straightened the sheet. He needed to leave but couldn't, tears streaming. He went to the window, looking out at Santa Mira. These tears were different. They scalded, washed away misery and slowly healed him. Tal was being discharged, Jenny discovered. He declared himself fit, and after examining his healing wounds, she agreed no swelling, scabs intact. He said they'd beaten it. Jenny teased Tal about the evening discharge orders were written in the morning. He countered that rules were made to be broken. She preferred he stay another night, but he insisted he'd go stir-crazy. Lisa confirmed his determination. Tal explained his elaborate scheme involving a sweet nurse named Paula, who'd retrieved his gun from the safe, promising her Jenny would discharge him. He spun a comedic tale of romance, marriage, and potential monkhood if Jenny refused, all to secure a date with Paula. Jenny laughed and agreed to write the discharge order. Lisa warned that Paula better watch out. Tal was too smooth. He feigned bashfulness, claiming he'd been shy all his life. Then Tal suddenly shoved Jenny aside, knocking her down. Gunfire erupted, glass shattered. Jenny heard Tal shout for someone to drop their weapon. She looked up and saw Jean tear in the doorway. In Timmy's room, Bryce had finished drying his tears when he heard a soft noise. He turned and saw Fletcher Cale at the foot of the bed, grinning with madness, holding a gun. Bryce reached for his off-duty snub-nose in an ankle holster, but Cale spotted him and fired 3 times. A sledgehammer blow hit Bryce high on his left side, pain flashing across his chest as he crumpled. Tal fired 2 rounds at Jeter, taking him in the thigh and gut, sending him crashing into the corner in a spray of blood. Jenny scrambled around the bed, terrified for Lisa, but found her alive. She'd just dived for cover. A crowd gathered. An orderly reported a shooting on the 2nd floor. Jenny's heart seized. "Bryce!" She ran. Tal, catching up as they burst into the 2nd floor corridor. Another crowd outside Timmy's room. Jenny pushed through, saw a body on the floor, then spotted Bryce in a chair, a nurse cutting his shirt away. He was just wounded. He managed a weak smile, joking about her arriving on the scene so fast. She wept with relief. He called it a scratch. She asked about Timmy. Cale was going to kill him, but Bryce had been there. Jenny confirmed it was Cale. She examined Bryce's shoulder. The bullet had passed through cleanly. No fragmentation apparent, though she'd order X-rays anyway. She directed a nurse to apply boric acid-soaked gauze to stanch the bleeding. Turning to the man on the floor, she found him in worse condition, shot in the chest, coughing blood. She called for a stretcher and a surgeon. Then she noticed Cale was feverish, his flushed face and hot forehead indicating illness. When she checked his pulse, she saw fiery red spots on his wrists, extending up his arms. Pale red marks on his chest confirmed it wasn't measles, something worse. She ordered quarantine for both floors. After X-rays and wound dressing, Bryce was put in a room down the hall from Timmy. The ache worsened as his nerves regained function, but he refused painkillers to keep a clear head. Jenny visited him half an hour later, exhausted but beautiful. He asked about Cale. She explained. The bullet had collapsed one lung and nicked an artery, prognosis fair, but Cale also had Rocky Mountain spotted fever. 2 cigarette burns on his calf indicated he'd removed ticks, likely bitten 5 or 6 days ago. Symptoms had hit within hours. Bryce realized. That's why Cale's aim was so bad. He'd only winged him at close range. Jenny suggested thanking God for the tick. Bryce reflected that it almost seemed like an act of God, then wondered why Cale and Tare had risked coming with guns. Cale might want to kill him and Timmy, but why tell Jenny and Lisa? Jenny revealed that Cale had kept a written record since Tuesday morning, calling it the events after the Epiphany. He and Tare had made a bargain with the devil. 6 days later, Cale died in the hospital. Before passing, he stared wildly at something unseen, cried out, and said this wasn't his destiny. On October 31st, Tal and Paula hosted a Halloween party. Bryce went as a cowboy, Jenny as a cowgirl, Lisa as a witch. Tal answered the door. In a ridiculous chicken suit, Jenny laughed so hard she didn't realize Lisa was laughing too. Her first laugh in 6 weeks. Tal feigned offense, but Jenny knew he'd chosen the costume for Lisa's sake. That night, Lisa joined in conversation and games, laughing freely, a new beginning. The following August, on their honeymoon in Waikiki, Jenny found Bryce frowning on the balcony. He wasn't worried about being far from Timmy, but he'd had a vivid dream where Timmy woke from his coma and asked for a Big Mac. Jenny said he'd never lost hope. He admitted he had for a while, but had it back now. That night, over Chinese dinner, Bryce told her Timmy had said in the dream, if there's a devil, there must be a God too. God wouldn't let him sleep his whole life away. Jenny started to object that it wasn't really the devil, but Bryce countered. Couldn't it be both? He wasn't about to become a TV preacher, but the shape changer had made him realize there was more mystery in the world than he'd thought. Considering their survival, Tal strapping on his gun just in time, the spotted fever ruining Cale's aim, it seemed they were meant to survive. Jenny agreed. They were meant to be married. That fate would have brought them together eventually. As they strolled the beach, she heard the waves like rumbling mill wheels, recalling an old saying about the mill wheels of heaven grinding slowly, and imagined immense stone wheels turning against each other, grinding out mysteries and miracles. She asked if he thought it had a meaning, a purpose. He understood without needing clarification, affirming that everything, every twist and turn of life, held meaning and purpose. The sea foamed on the sand as Jenny listened to the mill wheels of heaven grinding slowly. She wondered what mysteries and miracles, what horrors and joys were being ground out at that very moment, destined to be served up in times to come. The end. Thank you for staying until the very end. Stories like Phantoms ask more of us than simply turning the next page. They invite us to sit with uncertainty, to question what hides beneath the familiar, and to wonder how fragile the line can be between the known and the unknowable. Beneath its supernatural horror, the novel quietly explores fear of the unknown, survival, sacrifice, and humanity's search for meaning in the face of something far beyond comprehension. The empty streets and haunting silence become symbols of the fears we all carry, the ones that grow strongest when left unanswered. When Phantoms reached the big screen in 1998, director Joe Chappelle worked from a screenplay written by Dean Koontz himself, a rare opportunity for a novelist to adapt his own work. Starring Ben Affleck, Peter O'Toole, Rose McGowan, Joanna Going, and Lev Schreiber, the film stayed true to the novel's central mystery, while simplifying several subplots and scientific explanations to create a faster-paced thriller. Cinematographer Richard Clabaugh helped transform an ordinary town into something deeply unsettling, relying on practical locations and restrained visual effects to preserve the eerie realism. Rather than overwhelming the audience with spectacle, the filmmakers leaned into silence and atmosphere, allowing the mystery itself to become the greatest source of fear. If this retelling drew you into its world, the original novel offers an even richer experience, with deeper character moments and a slower, more haunting descent into the unknown that's impossible to capture in a single retelling. I'd love to know what you think. What was the most unsettling moment for you, and how did you interpret the ending? If you enjoyed experiencing this story together, consider liking the video, subscribing for more cinematic retellings, and sharing it with someone who loves unforgettable mysteries. Some stories end with answers. Others leave us listening to the silence, wondering what might still be waiting just beyond the light. Those are often the stories we remember the longest.